What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, August 12th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours live from Onion Creek Club in South Austin, Austin's most historic golf club, founded way back in 1974 by three-time Masters champion Jimmy DeMeritt. We are here this morning for the next 2 hours. The sun is coming up to the east side of this course. It is a beautiful morning here in Central Texas, and we're hosting our show here today, again, for the next couple of hours. Plenty of sports to get into. The preseason AP poll came out. Texas is number one. We've got some sound from Steve Sarkisian talking about that. We've got a very interesting story out of Oklahoma. Is the Sooner season done before it started?
Now you're talking.
A little NFL to get into. And our guy Noah K from Eastern Michigan has released his first NIL clothing line. So we'll get into that. A lot in the world of sports and beyond to dive into on a Tuesday show. Hope everyone's having a great start to their morning. Appreciate y'all starting your day off with us. How are you today, my man?
I'm doing good, man. What a beautiful morning out here. This is a beautiful golf course and a beautiful golf club, and it's got some age, sort of like me. I'm looking at the oak trees out here, the pecan trees out here, but this is a classic. This is a classic golf course. It's one of my favorite courses. It's great for the olds like myself. You know, you can use every club out here, which I use every club no matter where I go, but you know, it's tight. It's got kind of 2 or 3 different types of courses out here, but it's beautiful. The greens are the old, you know, bent greens from way back, the original greens, and they are fantastic out here. But the club itself, it's got everything. It's got all the amenities that you want, and you know, it's got an older group, but it's also got a younger group, BK, that is starting to be a part of this Onion Creek. I remember coming to Onion Creek and watching the LPGA play out here.
How about that?
Yeah, the Champions Tour was out here for a while, and then I watched the LPGA Tour. I came out here about 4 years in a row to watch that, and then it kind of just disappeared. I used to come out to see Jan Stevenson.
The great
Jan Stevenson play a little golf out here. Yes.
I have no idea who Jan Stevenson
She was good.
is.
She was good. She could putt.
Okay.
Unlike some of them.
What do you mean them?
You know, those people. But
golfers?
Yes, the golfers.
Okay.
But this place is beautiful. And what a beautiful morning, too. You know, we've been having some mornings that as soon as that sun comes up, as it rises in the east, y'all, I just want you to understand, I know that it rises in the east. It will set in the west.
You just learned that a couple weeks ago.
Yes, I did.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I did. So it looks like a beautiful morning as we'll watch the sun rise here over the trees shortly. But it's different. It feels different out here, and it's getting close to football season. And man, oh man, I'm thinking, you know, University of Texas, those guys practicing in the afternoon. Would you like to be practicing right now with the helmets on?
I would like to be not practicing at
all.
I prefer talking about the team versus being on the team.
Oh, those days.
Yeah.
Those nasty, disgusting days. But yeah, I've got a little tip for the kids, of course, today. Thanks to our great friends over at Relax the Back. But quick one for you kids as we get ready. And this would be for adults too. You know, and I always start out the year by saying you never get a second chance to make a first impression. So for you kids in the car line that are getting ready to go to school and this week is your first week, you never get a second chance to make a first good impression. And people, believe me, they will notice the first time they meet you. No matter what you do the second or third time, they'll always remember that first impression. So impress upon them that you're a good person, you're a good kid, you're ready to learn that. And same for the teachers. They got to do likewise with the kids. You know, it's kind of a two-way street. You know, we expect the kids to have to be the ones that put on that good impression, but the teachers too. Because for a kid, they don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And that's true. Kids understand, you know, kids are stupid, but they understand this. They know when people care about them.
Sure.
And if you just show you care, that's more important to them than what you know. So they don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And let them know how much you care about them. They are going to screw up because that's what kids do. But if they know you care about them and you're going to be there to help them and guide them along the way as a teacher, they're going to do everything they can. They'll surprise you. Some of them will turn out to be really, really good people. Not all, but some will.
Okay.
Some will turn out to be fantastic young adults. And and their first impressions, well, what you have to do with them will be very important. So kids, make that first great impression on them.
I wasn't sure if we were getting a tip for kids this morning, but I guess some school districts are starting this week.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Some have started and ready to go. So Tuesdays we'll get those tips for kids.
Nice.
That's still a tip for me. I mean, that's, you and I meet people all the time for the first time. I mean, you like the new director of golf out here, you've never met Mike Socia.
No.
You get a chance to meet him today. And I've met Mike before. And, my impressions of meeting people at golf courses are, yes, I love to play at your golf course. If you can get me and my boys out there, that's a great thing. But I just let them know that, hey, if there's anything we can do for them, anything Texas Sports Unfiltered can do, we will do it. And the same for you folks out there. If you're interested in being a sponsor, we take a lot of trips. BK goes to Atlanta a lot. He loves the city of Atlanta. So if you want to sponsor any parts of our trip so we can help your business, be a part of it.
Yeah.
Kids, we don't want your money. Do we want the kids' money too?
For sure.
Oh, you hit the piggy bank, we'll take it.
If you want to give your lunch money to us, we will absolutely take it. We'll give you personal shout outs on the show.
That's true. Kids shout outs.
We'll give you your own NIL deals.
I don't know. We could do that, can't we?
Everything's legal now.
Everything is legal for sure. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, all the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do for us. We do appreciate that. And to you and your families, you all be safe out there, please. And to those families that suffered the tragedy at Target up north yesterday, what a sad day for Austin, Texas. I got the news from someone out of the state of Texas. I didn't realize. Somebody said, "What are you living under a rock there?" No, I just didn't get the local news, and nothing came up on what may have come up on my phone, but I didn't get it. But boy, when I heard it, I read about it, and that is so sad. That's sad. And some of those folks who were headed to Target were probably going to get books and school supplies for their kids. They were just having a day.
Yeah.
They thought they were just having a day.
Horrible story out of North Austin. 3 dead, others injured in a Target parking lot. The 32-year-old suspect was caught and detained by Austin police.
Been to that place before, too.
Yeah, but 4 people total were shot, including 1 child. 3 have died. And the suspect's motive is unknown, but he does have a criminal history in Travis and Williamson County, and it's a pretty long criminal history.
Still on the street. How is on the street?
It makes no sense. And, boy, someone screwed up there, and hopefully this guy isn't on the street anytime soon. He did steal a couple of cars as well. He crashed one of them.
And those people are lucky they didn't just shoot them and take their car.
Right. And, again, he was detained within 20 minutes after the shooting took place, but obviously a horrible moment for our city and our area. And, thoughts and prayers to everybody affected, and hopefully the DA's office and everybody who's responsible for putting this guy in the jail and under the jail,
and keeping him there,
they actually step up and do their job this time. Because you look at again this guy's record, and it's not pretty, and you wonder how the hell he was already on the streets anyways. And hopefully he doesn't see the light of day anytime soon. So glad you brought that up. Thoughts and prayers to everybody affected by that. It's just a horrible scene in North Austin yesterday. All right. Well, a lot to get into. And, best of luck to all of you students headed back to school this week. And we're under a covered patio here at Onion Creek Club, and we're in about a 10 to 15-minute window where we are staring directly into the rising sun.
In the east.
Right.
Kids.
We're facing east.
How about that for the kids?
So we wanted to get the good backdrop. We got the putting green behind us. You could see, some of the course in the backdrop here, which is what we wanted. But
yeah, we're going to have that sun for about 10, 15 minutes, like you say. But that's a beautiful sunrise there.
I could barely see the computer in front of me. If I try to look up towards the camera, it is tough. But excited to be here at Onion Creek Club this morning, and you and the Texas Cheaters will be playing around here today.
Yes, we will. This is my former partner, E. Hogan. He is a member here. This is where we did the show during COVID. We did it upstairs, and
I forgot about that.
Yeah, man, that's when I finally got to use my jock strap as a face mask. Got to use it for something.
You had always wanted to use it as a face mask, and you were waiting for the excuse.
It's just been in my drawer for such a long time, and I didn't. We wear different garments now. Even the olds will put on those tights. You don't wear jock. Very few people wear jocks anymore.
No.
But I had that in there. My wife kept looking. She goes, "Why do you keep this? What is this for?" I said, "There'll be an event someday that I'll use."
Waiting for a worldwide pandemic.
Yeah, and it worked. And I put it on, and I did get COVID twice.
From that?
Well,
you probably got some diseases from your old high school jock.
No, that thing. The thing about that is when it sits in your drawer for a while, for some odd reason, you'll put it in a dirty hamper every once in a while to have it washed, as if you actually wore it, which I hadn't in it's been a long, long, long time. But I was a jock wearing dude. Because when I grew up in the the 60s and 70s and playing sports, we didn't have tidy whities that kept your stuff in there. Sorry, kids, but you'll have stuff too eventually. But it kept all your stuff, in a certain area. So you had to wear a jock strap. And so I wore that jock, dude. That thing was hanging on the line outside, just hanging there drying out after a while. It was great.
Tough for your siblings having to do laundry.
What in the hell is this thing, man? Oh man! But I never wore a cup. I never wore a cup in my life.
Really?
Even when I played baseball.
Really?
When I played pony league baseball, I always wore a jock. I don't know what a cup feels like down there.
That was like a requirement growing up.
Cup check was?
Cup check. Yeah,
man.
The old coach would take a bat and just
come on,
little
man.
ding to make sure you were wearing one.
He took the edge of the bat, and popped you to make sure.
That was how you started practice every day.
Cup check, huh?
Cup check.
Wow.
You don't ever do that to your boys when you're out on the course?
No.
Just to mess with them a little bit?
Oh, no, we don't do cup checks.
Little putter to
the
nads?
No.
Okay.
We hurt too easily now.
Yeah, it always hurts.
But I don't remember the cup check. I'd heard about cup check, and I kept saying, nobody really checked you for a cup. No coach is going to do that. They didn't hand check you. They used a bat.
They didn't hand check you.
Oh,
At least mine didn't hand check me.
Oh, that's my urologist that does hand checks.
Now, my uncle at Thanksgiving will occasionally do a hand check. But
look out for the old uncle kids.
That might have been for something else.
Oh, yeah. Look out.
I'm not sure. All right. Plenty of sports to dive into today. We've got a lot of sound from Steve Sarkisian, who held a media availability after last night's practice. But obviously the big story to start our show was something that came out yesterday after our show concluded. The preseason AP poll was released. And just like in the coaches poll, your Texas Longhorns are number one for the first time in school history, Buck. Texas has opened up number 2 on 5 different occasions, but they've never been the preseason top-ranked team in either the coaches or the AP poll. This year, they are number 1 in both.
Oh, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, we've got some history here.
Oh, boy.
And it's not
great.
Good, is it? No. There's a little bit of a curse of the preseason number 1. In the college football playoff era, which started in 2014, there's only been one preseason number 1 that went on to win the national championship. That was a Nick Saban Alabama team in 2017. They actually missed the SEC championship that year. They backdoored into the playoff at 11-1. And that was the year they beat Georgia in that epic overtime game where you had the Tua to Devontae Smith game-winning touchdown in overtime. Since 2014, that's the only instance where preseason number 1 has won it all. You go back to 2000, Buck, the turn of the century, it's only happened twice where preseason number 1 has won the national title. 2017 Alabama, 2004 USC, and their second of 2 straight championships.
A lot of pressure on Arch Manning, the golden one. I mean, lots of pressure. Here we go.
So, look, what happened last year has no bearing on what happens this year.
No.
What happened 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, that has no bearing on what happens here in
Doesn't
2025.
matter.
But recent history is not on Texas's side. I was really hoping that Penn State or Ohio State
would be one.
Somebody else would have been number 1 in the AP poll. But look, it's a cool thing for Texas.
Time to break the spell.
It's obviously a sign of the times changing a lot. You think of where Texas was at the start of the Steve Sarkisian era to where they are right now. You'd much rather be in this spot than be where you were for.
Yes.
But
you now, at least
people are talking about you now. But again, the recent history in college football not boding well for the Longhorns.
Yeah, that's tough, but that's okay. Just, I mean, expectations will be high no matter what. If you were number 2, they were going to be high too.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if you were 2 or 3, does that mean you should lose a game? No. The expectations are you're going to win all the games anyway, whether you're 1 or 3.
So here's the good news. Like, to win a national championship, you have to make the playoff, right?
Yes.
26 of the last 27 teams ranked number 1 to start the season have won at least 10 games in that season.
Okay.
So nowadays, you go 10-2, you're in the college football playoff.
That's right, you're in.
That gives you a chance to win it all. Since the CFP started, again, in 2014, 9 preseason number 1 teams at least made it to the playoff. That's 9 out of 11 years. And all of those years except for 1 had just a 4-team playoff. So that's good. History has been like, if you start number one, it's not like, oh, you lose 4 or 5 games and you just completely fall apart. Most of those teams that have started number one have been in the mix.
By the way, because they're good teams.
Because they're good teams.
Yeah.
They just haven't quite gotten over the hump once they've got into the CFP. There's only been 1 year of a 12. It was obviously last year. Georgia was preseason number one. They won the SEC. They were the 2 seed in the CFP.
That's right.
They obviously lost their first playoff game after a bye. Didn't help that their quarterback was hurt. But that's the one sort of piece of evidence in the small sample size of preseason number one in a 12-team playoff.
I still would rather be number one than number 20.
I would too. Oh man, I had a couple of Texas Tech fans yesterday texted me, and they're like, "Oh, Arch Manning at quarterback, preseason number one. What could possibly go wrong?" And I said, preseason number one, ending the year 4th or 5th, sure as hell beats starting the year like number 20
or 25 or whatever.
And going 5-7,
like
Texas did for a number of years.
You're right.
And like Texas Tech might do this year. I will say this too. One more stat here. So we're looking at the recent history of number one teams in college football. Of the previous 27 preseason number ones, 14 of them won at least a share of their conference championship. So that's more than half right there. That's obviously a goal for Texas. They were knocking on the door of an SEC title last year. Couldn't get it done in Atlanta. You'd love to be able to bust down that door and win your conference title in year 2. So recent history on Texas's side, at least for that.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to – it doesn't matter. As I said, if you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you're thinking about a national championship. Obviously, you're thinking about the playoffs. You're thinking about winning a conference championship. But you got to feel good about your team, and others around you feel good about your team. So, as I said, BK, if it doesn't matter if you're 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, you're in the thick of things right there. So you've got to play. The games are going to be played.
Yeah.
You're going to find out how good you are. And with Texas, they're going to find out how good they are in a matter of weeks here.
Let's hear from Steve Sarkisian. This was the first question he was asked in his post-practice availability yesterday. He was asked about his team being number one and his initial reactions to the AP poll.
Really doesn't matter. That's how I drown it out. I tell the guys exactly that. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to the way the season's going to go. It's irrelevant to the way we're going to play. It's irrelevant to how our opponents are going to play. Maybe it puts a little bigger bullseye on us for our opponents. But the reality is we have to go do it, right? We have to perform, and we have to perform at a high level over time and time and time again. And so, and that shouldn't change whether if we were 1, 8, 12, 30, shouldn't matter, right? We got to have to prepare really well, and then we're going to have to perform. And we're going to have to perform in critical moments. We're going to have to perform at home. We're going to have to perform on the road. We've got a very challenging schedule that way, that quite frankly, it doesn't matter, and, again, I think that expectations around here are always to be champions. I mean, that hasn't changed since day one. I think the key to the drill is you like to have a number one next to you at the end of the season, right? And so the beginning of the season, as I've said before, it's great for the fans. It's great for the exposure of college football. It's great for the first game of the year and what that matchup looks like. It's great for college football. I think there's 3 top 10 matchups the first weekend of college football. What an exciting weekend for our sport. And so that part's exciting, but I bet you could ask every coach around the country, they'd tell you the exact same thing. The reality is, what are we going to do? It's not what other people think of us. It's actually how we need to perform, and that's going to be the message to the guys.
Yeah, as you said, it doesn't matter if he's 8, 9, 30. What's the difference? You got to play the game. You have a certain standard that you want to play to anyway, and that's a number one standard. You want to be number one. You want to play like the best team in America. And for this team, they've been to 2 semifinals back-to-back years. I mean, you just got to be hungry now. It's not like you can't get to the semifinals. Your team is good enough to get to a quarterfinals, semifinals, win the league championship. There's one more hurdle that you just got to overcome. But that's going to be the expectations of Texas football from here till eternity now, as long as Steve Sarkisian is the coach, as long as he recruits, and as long as they coach the way they've been coaching. Nobody's going to expect them to, okay, well, maybe they'll just get to the quarterfinals. Let's be happy with that. Let's be happy with them winning an SEC championship. Now we're satisfied. No, they've got bigger fish to fry from this point on.
Yeah.
And he knows that. And it doesn't matter if he was fifth in the polls or 20th in the polls. People's expectations around here are going to be, oh no, they're good enough to win everything.
This is what we wanted.
This is exactly what everybody wanted, and it's here now.
For 12 years, we were begging for days like this.
Absolutely.
I mean, Texas had 5 losing seasons in a 12-year span.
Wow.
And if I told any Longhorn fan after Steve Sarkisian's first year, which was 5-7 in 2021, that less than 5 years later, your team would be the preseason #1 team in America, well, he would have laughed at me off camera.
Oh, they said there's just no way.
There's no way. I wouldn't have even gotten through that hypothetical without laughing myself, right? It felt so far out of left field, and this team felt so far away from getting anywhere close to this. And here they are. I mean, back-to-back trips to the college football playoff semifinal, and now the preseason #1 team in the land, despite losing double-digit draft picks. It's just a testament to where this program is right now. And it's a testament to the job that this coaching staff and really the entire athletic department has done.
And it doesn't add any added pressure to you. You got pressure. You're at Texas. You already have the pressure. And, you know, as Sark said, he said, does it put a bullseye? I mean, Texas is just going to, every time they play, is going to have a bullseye. And especially when they're playing the SEC games, period. Doesn't matter if they're playing the worst team, Andy. I mean, if they're playing, you know, teams that aren't real good, you know, Mississippi State,
yeah.
It doesn't matter. You're always going to be the target of the SEC now because of who you are and what you did in your first year there.
Yep.
You're not surprising anybody. Everybody's going to be up for you. It doesn't matter who you play, and when the schedule changes, it doesn't matter who's on your schedule. They're all going to be up for you. You're not going to be one of those sneak up on teams. Well, they're not that good this year. They're going to always think that you're good, and you should be.
You should be. One more from Steve Sarkisian right off the bat. He was asked what gives him confidence that his team can handle the preseason #1 ranking.
Like I said, we just practice our asses off. And so I don't know, what time did that come out? At 11:30 today? And we had a fantastic practice. And it's always a practice that is concerning of mine because we just scrimmaged Saturday. We had a day off yesterday. We'll be in full pads tomorrow night in DKR. And there's this little practice that's sandwiched in between that we go in the bubble to try to get their bodies back. And they had a really good practice. And so that told me right there, they weren't really concerned about what hit their Twitter feed at noon today. They were more focused on having a really good practice today.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard after your first scrimmage. You come back and guys are sore, they're banged up. You know, some guys think they got it made. I had a nice I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good to go here for the next 2 weeks. I'm on cruise control. Let's just let me survive, not get hurt. You know, if you're at a program where guys don't understand what the program is about, if they don't understand the culture, some of them will think they really, truly, BK, have it made after the first scrimmage because people were patting them on the back saying, what a great scrimmage you had. You're on your way up. And so guys will say, okay, that's fine. Thanks for the compliment. I think I'll just smooth it right to game one.
Mm-hmm.
And other guys are just going to get better every day. So that means you don't waste the practice. So they have to come back and they have one of those little, as he said, a little practice sandwich in between. Who's paying attention? Who's mentally there with us after that first scrimmage? A lot of guys not a lot of guys, but there'll be guys that won't mentally be there. They'll say, well, I scrimmage really hard. So today, let me just go to practice and just go through the motions. And that's what he's looking for. And it sounds like he had a really good practice.
Yeah. I mean, that was Sark. You know, he gave an opening statement yesterday that was about 6-7 seconds long, which for Sark is very short. I think for any coach, it's very short.
Sure.
He's just like, man, we just had a badass practice. We loved it. Questions.
Absolutely.
That was the very first thing he said. And then, you know, that answer we just played was to a follow-up question a little bit later.
Everybody's paying attention.
Yeah, but that's what you want to hear right there, right?
Oh, yeah.
First practice after the first scrimmage and the practice on the same day that your team is preseason #1. You know,
nobody's satisfied.
Yeah, Steve Sarkisian, he comes from the Nick Saban coaching tree, and Nick Saban always talked about rat poison, right? He made that term, that phrase incredibly famous. So that's what Steve Sarkisian has got to tell his guys. Like, you can't drink the rat poison.
Oh, no.
Everyone's going to be praising you. Everyone's going to be hyping you up. You're going to be getting more love now when you walk around campus from your friends, from your family, online, whatever. And you got to work harder to make sure that stuff doesn't get in your head and mess with what our goals are this season. All right, one more from Sark right off the bat, and then we'll get to the rest of the preseason AP Top 25 and some of our biggest takeaways from the first poll of the season. We talked about this yesterday as we were breaking down some reports from the scrimmage that took place Saturday morning. And one of the things that came out was, it was a pretty sloppy scrimmage, and there were a lot of pre-snap penalties on Saturday. Steve Sarkisian was asked yesterday after practice what were some of the big takeaways from the Saturday scrimmage, and what did they really try to clean up coming out of it?
Yeah, definitely the offensive operation pre-snap, whether it's coming from the sidelines, whether it's at the line of scrimmage, our sense of urgency. You know, as you all know, our motions, our formations, our shifts are a big part of what we do. And procedurally, we just were not very good Saturday. And so we made it a huge emphasis today. And I think it was good to us. I think the guys understood the message and really tried to get better at that. And so that was critical. I thought the level of physicality and the strain to finish was better today. You know, we need to play harder longer than our opponents, and that's every play. That's for 4 quarters. Like that's a mentality that we have to have in our program. And so straining to finish for us is a really critical component to do that. And I thought our strain was better across the board on offense, defense, and on special teams. And so those 2 things were probably the most that stood out to me today.
You know, having those pre-snap reads and knowing the snap count and things like that, it's better to have those in your first scrimmage than your first game.
Yeah.
And you want to get some of that stuff out of the way because it's going to happen. You got a lot of new offensive linemen. You've got a brand new quarterback, you know, calling snaps. You know, got to get used to his cadence. You can talk about the cadence and everything you want in the regular, you know, day-to-day practice. But when you get there and it's 11 on 11 and things start moving around and guys on the other side start moving into gaps and doing things to you, it's a little bit different. You know, you got to hold your water. But to me, it's not okay. You know, now when they go to scrimmage number 2, if we're still talking about, you know, the insiders see those guys jumping off sides and you got 4 illegal procedures in that scrimmage, that's not going to be good because we've seen almost a whole season of that last year. That's something they got to get rid of. And whether you're a new offensive lineman, new running back, the new quarterback, you got to get all of that down because motion is really important in this offense. And you don't want to start cutting down your offense because your guys can't pay attention.
It sounds like they kept things pretty vanilla on Saturday.
Oh, yeah. In that first scrimmage, they're going to do that. They're going to start using things that they want to use in the game coming up this week. Yeah. Whether it's in practice or in the next scrimmage, they got to use those things to see how they go against really good players. So, but you can't have illegal procedures before you even get the play going. You got a 5-yard penalty. Now it's 1st and 15. That's annoying to everybody. I mean, that should be annoying to the guys that do it.
Those are drive killers, aren't they?
It's to start off a drive and lose 5 yards, then you haven't even got, you know, you break the huddle and you get to the line and some guy jumps, and now you got to go back 5 more yards. Now you got to go and most likely change the play because of the down and distance. And it was bad to watch that. And it generally will, you know, what's sad to me is it generally will come from the offensive linemen. And by the way, they're the smartest guys on the field. I'll just let you know academically. Yeah, isn't that weird?
Offensive line?
Offensive line generally has the highest GPA.
You're telling me Casey Studdard had one of the highest GPAs?
Those guys in sin line, those guys as a group generally have the highest GPAs of all the different positions.
I don't know. I heard those guys do a show for a couple of years. I don't know if there's a whole lot of IQ going on with those two.
Well, they got the book smartness, but when it comes to jumping off, the little things, the crazy things, like I said, it's from when the snap count, when they break the huddle to the snap count, you got about 10 seconds. Dude, I just told you that 10 seconds ago what the number was. How do you forget that?
It was the second play of the Michigan game where Texas had a false start last year. They actually had 2 false starts on the first drive of that game against Michigan. Now, it didn't matter. The Longhorns ended up blowing out the Wolverines in the Big House, but we all feel like this year's Ohio State team is going to be better than last year's Michigan team.
Yes.
You were able to overcome some of those dumb penalties that you had early in that game. I don't know if you're going to be able to overcome those type of penalties against a team like Ohio State.
Even if you do, there's going to be a game that because of that, it's going to cost you.
Sure.
And you don't want it to cost you in game 1. You don't want it to cost it in any game. Game 5, you don't want that to happen to you. So that stuff you can clean up. As I said, it's better to happen in scrimmage number 1 than game number 1. So now you got, that'll be rinse and repeat. There'll be a lot of screaming about guys that are jumping off. There'll be a lot of gassers and up downs and stuff like that because they're not going to let that go.
No.
That's that everybody see. We all see that. We all see when a guy jumps. We even know the guy's names. We know who it is. We knew who it was last year. So it's something that you got to clean up. It's something that you want to clean up. But to find out the next practice, that's what they focused in on that kind of thing because they saw it happen in the first scrimmage.
Like you said, that's the good news.
Yeah,
right?
that is the good news.
It was the first scrimmage. You still have 3 weeks until the first game. So, look, no one's going to play a perfect game. Texas is going to commit penalties. Guys will jump this season.
Oh, there's going to be somebody jumping now. You're going to have at least 2 illegal procedures in that game. At least 2. You know what I say? 1.5. Okay.
You can live with that.
1.5.
1.5 on on the road. What about at home?
You hated at home.
I hate it anywhere.
I know. I don't know. I never get that why that happens at home.
Oh, the count. I mean, I've never done it, so it's easy for me to sit on my couch and yell at those guys.
It's not that hard. It's not that hard. It's just that lapse in 10-second lapse before you break the huddle and you go up there and you're going, okay, I got to think about this guy moving here, moving there. Oh, what was the snap count? I think it was one. I think I'm going to go.
I think the tougher part for me would be no one really wants to care about my football career or my hypothetical football career. But if I'm in one of those like tackle positions where you're kind of like standing up.
Oh yeah, you want to lean back and get that jump?
I'd just fall. Like forget not knowing the snap count. Like I just don't think I can hold that pose for long enough to wait for the ball to be snapped.
It's a simple deal, but it's not that. Obviously, for them, it's not that simple.
Nah, it's something to clean up from last year for sure. It's something that sounds like they need to clean up.
But they're paying attention to it. They understand that was a problem.
They do, and it was an issue on Saturday. And like Sark said it himself. I mean, pre-snap motion and some of that misdirection. Those are big staples.
Yeah, they have to do it.
You have to do that for this offense to reach its full potential. So those guys, look, 8 new starters on the offensive side of the ball, new quarterback, also new center. So you've got that new relationship between those two guys as well. Understandable that there are some growing pains there, but you want to get as many of those out of the way by the time the games actually count. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. We've got more sound from Steve Sarkisian. We also have to go through the entirety of the AP poll. Oklahoma's ranked. Texas A&M is ranked. Texas Tech is ranked. About 10 SEC teams in the top 25. We'll dive into the rest of the poll in a moment. But first, how about some sponsor shout-outs?
Good morning to Sue Patrick, Jay, and the gang over at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. The incredible selection of Longhorn apparel, collectibles, and all those Texas-themed gifts and items that they have there. Wide variety of men's and women's clothing, all the polos that you're looking for golf or for the football season. They offer free shipping on online orders over $59 and all kinds of parking, free curbside pickup there at 5222 Burnett Road. But go by there in person, say hello to Jay and the gang there. They love to see you over there. Pick up a jelly cat while you're at it. And for more information, and by the way, they are sold out of the glasses. The scheduled glasses got sold out.
How about that?
Yes.
Way to go, y'all.
Way to go. Keep it up. I said, Jay, he told me what it would cost to get them. I said, hey, let's go.
They're not going to restock?
Oh, yeah, he's going to restock. Of course he's going to restock. But I told you, those glasses are awesome. Great for tea, great for beer, great for everything that you want. And so they have that, but they've got all the apparel that you want to gear up for all the Longhorn games. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
Absolutely. Love our friends at Sue Patrick. Also love our friends at Covert Bee Cave. If you were in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go out to Covert Bee Cave off of Highway 71. They've got the best selection of vehicles all across Central Texas, about 42 acres of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's right. 3 dealerships featuring 7 brands, all on one lot. So if you're not entirely sure what you're looking for, just go out to Covert Bee Cave, see what they have. Or if you don't even want to make the drive, just go to covertbeecave.com. You can see their entire inventory online. Super easy to navigate. They've got the best people as well. Go say hi to Dan Covert and Mike and Stacy and Jerome and Cameron and Ron and the whole squad out there. They will treat you like family the way that they've treated Austin like family for more than 100 years. What do they say about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. And also some love to CentexTickets.com as well. Again, 18 days away from Texas, Ohio State. If you want to be at the shoe for game 1, they've got tickets for you online at CentexTickets.com. Every road game, every home game, all season long. Only one place you need to look to find your tickets to watch the Longhorns play all year long. That is CentexTickets.com. Don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout. You are going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase.
Well, that our good friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, folks. If your air conditioning is kind of not doing what you want it to do right now, the temperatures are starting to rise around here. Make sure that air conditioning is working properly. Call in the technicians at Woods Comfort Systems. Almost 70 years in Central Texas. Not only do they do air conditioning, they do heating and plumbing. And if you don't think it's time to get your house winterized, because those couple months or those couple weeks, hopefully, that we'll have, you want to make sure everything's working when it comes to heating your home, and they will get you all prepared. Change those filters, get it ready for winterizing. But right now, it's all about the air conditioner, and they do a great job at that. I have them contracted to come out twice a year. They've been out, and I'm ready to go, and you should be too. Nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems.
WoodsComfortSystems.com is the website, 512-842-5066, the phone number to call to get a hold of our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. All right, we'll do a little screen share here, and I'll make this full screen for you, Buck, so you can see it as well. Let me find the right thing. There we go. here is a look at the preseason AP top 25. Obviously, we mentioned that Texas is the number 1 team for the first time in school history. But unlike the coaches poll, Ohio State is not number 2. So we were all thinking, all right, maybe we're going to get 1 versus 2 in Columbus 18 days from now. Well, the AP poll is the one that all of the TV networks use. And Penn State is number 2 in the AP poll. Ohio State is number 3. So, look, still a big deal. Still 1 versus 3. Rematch of the CFP semifinal, 2 Blue Bloods. So much on the line. It's still a marquee matchup. But unlike in the coaches poll, this will not be 1 versus 2.
Yeah, this one is I like this poll right here. I do. I like Penn State being number 1. Number 2. I wish they were number 1, actually.
Mm-hmm.
As we said. And this is a really, really good Penn State team. Overall, they may have the best team in the nation. I mean, when it comes to personnel, they are loaded offensively. They really, really are. And, a lot of people are okay with their quarterback. They don't think he's a great one, but man, he's been in the system for a while. Those 2 running backs are the 2 best, maybe the 2 best running backs in the country. Coming back, why, I don't know. So I don't get there. But I noticed that my sleeper got in. How did my sleeper get in the top 5? That doesn't seem right.
Can't really call him a sleeper anymore, can you?
I guess that's done. That's over with.
Your preseason top 4, that kind of means you're not a sleeper.
I'm going to have to get them out of there. I'm going to have to find another sleeper. Where's Texas Tech at?
Number 23. Oh, yeah, your Mark U is ranked to start the year. It's the highest ranking for Texas Tech going into a season in more than a decade, and they're 23.
Yeah, and I don't think the LSU fans like where they are. I can guarantee you that.
Number 9?
Dude, that seat is hot this year.
Well, here's the top 10, and then we'll dive into some of the big takeaways. Texas, number 1. Penn State, number 2. By the way, the gap between Texas and Penn State
How close was that?
Unbelievably small. Only 5 points separated the two. Texas got 25 first-place votes out of a possible 65. Penn State got 23. This thing was close. By the way, Texas got, I think, 38% of the first-place votes. That is the fewest by a preseason number 1 team since 2008. So you hear a lot of people talking about this year feeling wide open in college football. The AP voters tend to agree because, again, this is about as close of a preseason poll as we have seen in a long time in this sport. Yeah, Penn State, number 2. Ohio State got 11 first-place votes. They are number 3. Clemson, 4. Georgia, 5. Rounding out the top 5, then the rest of the top 10. Notre Dame at 6. Oregon, 7. Alabama, 8. LSU, 9. And it's all about the U, Miami at number 10.
Wow.
I want to ask you this, Buck. And I think we talked about this after the coaches poll came out last week, but it's worth bringing up again. In the last 31 years, let me rephrase that. In 29 of the last 31 years, a team that opened the year in the top 10 finished the year unranked. So I'm going to ask you, 29 out of 31. That's a pretty good sample size. Way more often than not, a preseason top 10 team ends up flaming out and finishes the year outside of the top 25 altogether.
Yeah.
If I were to ask you to make your bold prediction, which preseason top 10 team ends the year unranked, who would you pick?
The Georgia Bulldogs.
You're staying on it.
Oh, yeah, man. I'm staying with Georgia Bulldogs.
God.
This is going to be a struggle for them this year.
Why are you so down on them?
Oh, no, because you were down on the quarterback. You weren't so excited about the quarterback. And hey, the Georgia fans are telling me what's going on.
You're right.
They're telling me we don't have those great players. Liars.
But that's what they do.
Yeah.
They always say, oh, woe is me. We're not going to be good this year. Bet against us. We're nothing. And then they end up, winning the SEC and making it to the playoffs.
No, they got 3 losses somewhere in the SEC this year. Okay. Texas is one of them.
3 in the SEC. I will say this. If they're 9-3, they're still going to be ranked. Now, that'd be a down year for Georgia, and they won't be in the top 5 like they are right now.
They'll be in the top 20,
but,
though.
Yeah, 9-3, you're still going to be there. Hell, they'll be close to the playoffs.
Well, I'm hoping for a 4th loss, then that ought to do it.
That'll be, yeah.
For Georgia, that's going to do it.
If they go 8-4, they could be like 21 through 25, but 8-4 is a pretty bold prediction for UGA. So I'll give you plenty of love if that comes to fruition.
Wouldn't you like to see that?
I would love to see it.
Yeah.
Kidding me? I mean, that's Texas's biggest competition in the SEC. You tell me that they're out of the mix.
Yeah, I don't see them having this is going to be a struggle for Kirby this year, I believe.
Hope you're right. Yeah, there are some questions about Gunnar Stockton, who looks like he's about 80 years old, by the way. I don't know if I'd ever seen him without a helmet before going to SEC Media Days a few weeks ago, and I'm like, who's that? Is that Kirby's assistant? Is that someone's parents? Who is that? Oh, that's the quarterback? That's Gunnar Stockton? That guy's in college?
I'll just say this. They still will be good on defense.
Yeah, they will be good. I mean, that roster's still loaded with talent. And look, I don't think Carson Beck was all that good last year, and they still won the SEC and were the 2 seed in the CFP. So I don't think Gunnar Stockton has to be that great for Georgia to be in the mix. But again, I would love for you to be right. That would be awesome if Georgia loses 3 or 4 games. They've got a tough schedule. The good news for them, last year most of their tough games were on the road.
Right.
This year, most of their tough games are at home. Obviously, they get Texas at home. They get Alabama at home. Like that benefits them more than last year.
I think they've pegged the Fighting Irish just about where they should be in all 6. The polls.
Yeah, Notre Dame's schedule. I mean, they've got some interesting games early on. They play Miami on the road in week 1, and then they have a bye week, and then they host A&M in their second game in week 3. Those are 2 losable games. Now, outside of that, Notre Dame doesn't have a whole lot of tough on their schedule. To me, I don't think Notre Dame is going to be that good this year. They would be my pick, except their schedule is so soft. Now, we are talking about a school that lost to Northern Illinois last year, so maybe it's possible that they lose to some inferior opponents, but I don't think Notre Dame is going to be that good this year. They've got Jeremiah Love, who's one of the best running backs in the country. They've got Jaden Greathouse.
They'll have a good offensive line.
Always have a solid line. They've got Jaden Greathouse back, of course, Westlake zone. I mean, he
lost a lot on that defensive line.
Yeah, they lost a lot on their defensive line. They lost their quarterback, obviously, with Riley Leonard. I don't think Notre Dame's going to be as good as a lot of other people do. And, I look at this list and I'm thinking about quarterbacks. Like, which teams do I have questions about quarterback play? Oregon's another one of those teams that, I think they're going to be really good. They recruited really well.
But most polls have them in the top 4 teams. They've had them in the top 4.
I think the coaches poll, they were in the top 5. And I do wonder how good Dante Moore is going to be there. Obviously, Dylan Gabriel was really good for them last year. To me, it's Notre Dame and Miami, though, are the 2 answers.
Sure.
Like Notre Dame, because of the reasons we just talked about. Miami, they lost the number 1 overall pick in Cam Ward.
And their coach.
I don't trust Mario Cristobal as a coach. They do play in the ACC, so their schedule is not that difficult. But if they lose that game to Notre Dame, to me, it's like whoever loses that week 1 game is the team that I think is going to flame out.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to have a Florida State situation where there's a preseason top 10 team that ends up losing 10 games like Florida State did last year. But I think the loser of that Notre Dame-Miami team ends up falling apart a little bit. They lose 4 or 5 games, and they're the most likely bunch to end the year.
Yeah, I think James Franklin and Penn State finally get it done in the Big Ten. I think they'll beat Ohio State at home. I think they'll beat Oregon at home. That's their big whiteout game, and that's early in the season. That's like game 3.
One of those games, Ohio State's on the road, I think. The Oregon game's at home, but the Ohio State game's on the road.
Yeah, that's right. State. Yeah, they did. They played Ohio State at home last year. Yeah, they're on the road. And that's fine. I think they win. Yeah, Ohio State is going to have 2 early losses. How do you like that?
I love that.
Yeah.
As long as one of them's to Texas.
Texas and Penn State. Penn State gets them this year.
Okay.
Even on the road.
That'd be nice. I think that game's a little later in the year.
I think so too, but the Oregon game's pretty early.
The Oregon game's early, yeah. That's in September, where
game 3 maybe?
I think 4. I don't know. End of the month of September. But the Ohio State Penn State game is November 1st. So we got to wait a while for that one to go down. But yeah, I mean, I'm high on Penn State. Like, look, the last 2 national champions were the preseason number 2 team in the AP. And that's where Penn State is right now. Big Ten team, picked to win the Big Ten Conference, number 2 in the AP poll, right behind an SEC team that was ranked number 1. That's what Michigan was 2 years ago. It's what Ohio State was last year.
Sure.
It's what Penn State is this year. So if you're into those, historical trends, then maybe you feel a little bit better about the Nittany Lions getting over that hump and winning it all.
Anybody missing from that top 25 that is really needed to be in there besides USC?
Well, I think some interesting changes or some differences between the coaches poll and the AP poll. Oklahoma's number 18. Remember, OU wasn't in the coaches poll at all. For the first time since 1999, the Sooners weren't ranked in the preseason coaches poll.
Yeah,
not only are they ranked here, they're 18.
Somebody screwed up there.
So that feels a little high for Oklahoma. You got to get into this John Mateer story. We'll dive into that in hour number 2. But coming off of 6 and 7, this feels. I am like praying. I think every Texas fan is praying that Oklahoma is at the start of a decade of suck that Texas just went through.
Yeah, they are.
Or they have a bunch of
That's
losing seasons
it.
in a
I've
row.
said it back-to-back years.
They're going through a bunch of coaches,
Oh, yeah.
and they just can't get out of their own way.
I have that feeling about them that this is going to take them until they get a new coach.
I don't think – I kind of agree with that. Like, I don't think OU's going to be bad for that long, and I think in the era of NIL, it's a lot easier for a school like Oklahoma to turn things around versus maybe what it could have been. But, yeah, I mean, coming off 6-7, a loss to Navy, some of the performances we saw from Oklahoma last year, like having them at 18, that feels like Texas. There were so many years where Texas would be like 5-7 or 6-7.
Yep.
They'd be in the preseason top 25. And even Texas fans were like, we don't want to be here.
Yeah.
Stop putting us there. We know we're going to embarrass ourselves. Like, we know we're going to be a joke. Don't give us this pressure, please.
Well, they'll need it when they get Lincoln Riley back.
And that's you keep calling for Lincoln Riley to return to Norman, which now I'm on the Jimbo Fisher to OU.
Yeah.
We played that sound yesterday.
I would rather have Jimbo there than Lincoln Riley come back and find a quarterback.
Yeah, Jimbo told everybody on a podcast recently that he wants to get back into coaching, and he ran A&M into the grounds.
Got to have some grandkids. You can coach some Pop Warner somewhere.
Yeah, that'd be. Send them to Norman, Oklahoma. Why not?
Yeah, please do.
Why not? Send the grandkids to Norman. Send the whole fam to Norman so Jimbo can be the head coach of the Sooners. I don't think God is that good. I think God's pretty good. I don't think he's that good to make that happen.
Oh, my goodness.
But that would be sensational if it does go
Joey
down.
McGuire's team is in this.
Yes, you've got OU at 18, A&M at 19, and then Joey McGuire's Texas Tech at 23. So a lot of Texas rivals. Some of y'all don't consider Texas Tech a rival, definitely now. But, you got those three teams at the back end of the top 25.
Big 12's in there, a couple of Iowa State.
You've got 4 Big 12 teams in there. How about 10 SEC teams? Obviously the most of any conference. You have 2 in the top 5 with Texas at 1 and Georgia at 5. 4 in the top 10 with Alabama and LSU also in there. And, South Carolina, Florida, OU, A&M, Ole Miss, and Tennessee. All of those
Where's
teams.
the Cinderella story from Nashville?
Vanderbilt?
Yeah.
They are not in there.
What?
Yeah.
Are people expecting him to go back, turn into a pumpkin again?
Well, they did go 7-6 last year, which for Vanderbilt, I mean, that's like winning the Super Bowl. So
I don't know why I kept thinking that was so good. I was thinking last year they had a hell of a year. For them, that's a hell of a year.
For them, that's a hell of a year. For a lot of teams, that is not. I'm looking at the receiving votes category. It does not appear that Vanderbilt received
any votes,
a single vote from the AP voters.
Good coach.
Yeah. Sorry about that one. Baylor was just on the outside looking in. BYU, Utah, and Baylor were the first 3 teams left out here. You would think if Baylor beats Auburn in week 1,
and jump in there somewhere.
Auburn's not ranked at the start of the year, but you feel like that would be one of the more impressive week 1 results out there. So if Baylor wins that game, they might sneak into the top 25. But yeah, so 4 Big 12 teams in there, 3 of them just on the outside looking in, but 10 in the SEC. Now, Ole Miss, Tennessee being ranked a little bit of a surprise to me, but these are all projections, right? I mean, Florida in the top 15, they were ready to fire their coach with the month left in last season, and now they're a top 15 team?
Yeah, their quarterback has to stay healthy.
He's already hurt.
I know. He's got that. What has he got, a calf muscle?
He's got a calf issue.
And he's been in and out of practice, and more out of practice than in practice.
Yeah, I think he's been practicing lately, but he missed the scrimmage. They had their first scrimmage on Saturday, just like Texas did.
Oh, you're talking about bubble wrap. That dude, they are not letting him do anything.
You want to get him ready for the season, right? He's the quarterback, and you've got a new cast of talent around him. You want to make sure that all those guys have things going in the right direction, but you can't afford DJ Lagway getting hurt before the season starts.
That looks like a guy who's got these injury problems.
Yeah, he was hurt last year. Obviously missed the Texas game, missed a few other games a season ago. The whole success of the Gators 2025 season hinges on DJ Lagway's calf muscle
and the coach's future,
all of his muscles. And you're right, yeah, the coach sticking around for another year beyond this one depends on that as well. I'm looking at Florida's schedule. They open up with the cupcake LIU. Was that Long Island?
I didn't know how Long Island played football.
I was just there last weekend. I didn't see a whole lot of LIU shirts around there.
No billboards.
No, but how about the next few games? South Florida week 2, at LSU week 3, at Miami week 4, Then they get a bye week, and then, of course, Texas comes to town
Wow.
for the Longhorns SEC opener.
LSU, Miami back-to-back.
So they need DJ Lagway 100%. Maybe not
do.
for LIU, but for the stretch of games in September and into October, they better have their quarterback ready to go. Otherwise, Florida can be – I mean, I think Florida's overrated. I don't think they're a top 15 team, even with DJ Lagway.
Yeah, once again, when we saw them last year, it wasn't just about the quarterback.
No, they were all
They
bad.
couldn't stop it. They couldn't stop Texas.
You can't be down 42-0 to somebody and say, like, if we had the quarterback, we would have. No, that means your team just wasn't very good.
No.
Now, they turned it on after that Texas game. That woke them up a little bit. Getting Lagway back didn't hurt. But, for a lot of last season, Florida was a nobody. And I think they're going to be like a 7-5, maybe 8-4 team this year. And that's not a top 15 team.
Do you think the AP poll's thinking a lot of Michigan after what we saw in Michigan last year?
That's interesting, right? Yeah, Michigan was, they were fine last year, but they got a true freshman quarterback. I know he's the $10 million man with Bryce Underwood, the number one QB in this class.
Yeah.
That's look, we're going to learn a lot about Michigan in week 2, and we're going to learn a lot about Oklahoma in week 2 because they play each other. So both teams open up with cupcakes, but that's like the most marquee game in the second week of the college football season. Now we know it's a top 20 matchup, at least in the preseason poll.
For sure.
Yeah, I feel like Michigan. This happens again. It happened with Texas a lot, even when Texas wasn't very good. You get a blue blood bump.
Yes, you do.
In these preseason polls. Like, you've got talent. Texas always had talent last decade. We know Michigan's always going to have talent. We know Oklahoma's always going to have talent. So these are projections, and it's teams just like expecting that you're going to figure it out. And even though you had problems last year, you've got enough talent to overcome them, and you'll be fine this year. There are a few teams in this list. Michigan's one of them. Florida's one of them. Oklahoma's one of them. I'm just like, I feel like they have more questions than answers right now.
I would agree.
And if things go right, sure, they could end up being ranked
because they have talent.
But yeah, I mean, if they got questions, and any of these teams could fall short of their expectations this year. So yeah, there you go. There's your preseason AP poll. Again, that Texas-Ohio State game is no longer 1 versus 2. It will be 1 versus 3. But how about this little nugget about the Longhorns, Buck? There has never been a preseason number 1 that has been an underdog in their first game. And as of right now, Texas is a 2.5-point dog.
Kind of liking that.
In Columbus. So I don't think it's going to change. Maybe it goes down to 2 or 1.5, but I don't think
Texas will not be favored. No.
The closest a number 1 team, a preseason number 1 team, has been to being a dog in game 1 was 1988 Florida State. They were 4-point favorites. So we haven't had anything close to a number 1 team.
Well, it will depend. It will depend over the next 2 weeks. Anybody who's injuries to either one of the teams right now will change what the line will be, especially if Ohio State loses somebody, an offensive lineman, during the course of practice, or a wide receiver or something like that. That will change it. It'll be about injury. It won't be about anything else now.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if that line does change that much. And, I think Texas will be an underdog in that game. I feel good about it too.
That's great.
I think Texas is going to win that game.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that last year. I thought coming out of that game that they were going to win. I mean, I am sold. I am now fully sold on the defense.
Yeah.
Offensively, let's just wait and see. Let's see how a young quarterback handles a kind of new offensive line and what they do. And do they have to are they going to be more offensive and do some different things with this quarter? I think they will with this quarterback, but does it start immediately, or did they work their way into it? How comfortable will he be in game 1? I mean, is the playbook wide open in game 1 for Arch, or does it kind of just let's open? We got these games coming up. We got a long season. We're trying to win an SEC championship and get into the playoffs. Why are we going to rush everything in game 1 and maybe overload this kid, or can that kid just take it and let's just go?
Yeah, I think regardless of your game 1 opponent, you don't have the entire playbook open in week 1, right? Like, you don't have 100% of your playbook installed that early in the season.
But it'll take a lot of your playbook to beat that kind of team.
But yeah,
in week 1,
obviously, things change a little bit, right? Last year, you open up with a cupcake opponent. It's like, we don't have to show them anything. We can hide everything that we've been working on for that week 2 matchup at Michigan. This year, obviously, a little bit different because your week 1 matchup is one of your biggest games of the season.
Plus, you've been doing stuff through the spring and everything else in order to play Ohio State. You're not doing it for, San Jose State. You've been gearing towards Ohio State for a long time.
Yeah.
Your spring ball was about Ohio State. That's who it was about. It wasn't about the other teams that you play after that. It's about them. You kind of focus in on how do you beat them? What is it that you need to do and get better at in the springtime? So they've already been doing that. They've already been practicing for them.
Yeah, we've never seen Sark in a situation exactly like this, but he's had some success in those early season marquee matchups. Now, they've all been week 2 games, but obviously the last 2 years with that Alabama road win in 2023 and then that Michigan road win in 2024, like Sark, whatever strategy he's implemented in fall camp to get his guys kind of ready for those early season marquee matchups, it's worked. So,
well, and his regular season practice regimen of getting up early, I mean, this is another 11 a.m. game. They've done pretty well in 11 a.m. games.
Yeah.
They haven't had any problems with waking up and getting going.
It's an 11 a.m. game, huh?
Yes, it is.
It's all Texas's fault, right? Not Fox's fault. It's all Texas's fault.
No, it's the network, but that's okay.
Everyone's going to be blaming Texas. Well, they already have. And they will continue to do that
moving
forward. So there you go. There's the AP poll. 18 days away from kickoff. Again, Texas number 1, Penn State 2, Ohio State 3, Bucky's not so sleeper, Clemson 4.
How do they slide in there? They're not that good.
I think it was Greg McElroy, who's national college football analyst for ESPN. He had Clemson as his preseason number 1 yesterday. So
there's coin to be made with Clemson this year. That, right?
That's fine. You can bet on Clemson all you want. Your cousin can bet on Clemson all he wants or she wants, whatever they're identifying as.
But they're not a sleeper, huh?
You got to find a new sleeper. I'm going to pull up the poll again so you can find a sleeper.
In that poll?
Yeah. It doesn't have to be in that poll, actually. You can pick somebody outside of the top 25.
Boise State.
Boise State coming in at number 25. Made the playoff last year. They do lose the Heisman runner-up with Ashton Genty, but they've got their quarterback back. Anybody you see here that you like?
You know who I'm going to take?
Your mark,
the Fighting Illini.
Number 12?
That's okay. That's a good sleep. That's okay. No? But they're returning quarterbacks.
God, they have more returning production than any team in college football. The Illinois Fighting Illini this year under big boy Brett Bielema. Borderline erotic.
That's Iowa State making in there every year.
Yeah, because they're good. I'd give you Iowa State outside of the top 20. You can have them.
No, they don't have any lights on the field.
I can't give you top 15. You got to go outside of the top 15. You can have OU. You want the Sooners? You can have the Aggies.
I don't want to be rooting for the Aggies that much. Okay.
You can have Indiana. Come on, that was a playoff team last year. You seen their schedule?
Yeah, but they talk about Indiana being pretty good again this year.
I don't know. I mean,
people love their coach.
They do love their coach. Google him, Kurt Signetti. He did a great job last year.
And he'll tell you he does a good job wherever he is.
He's won everywhere he's been. They do have a tougher schedule this year, though, because they have to play at Oregon, at Penn State, and they have Illinois. It's 3 top 15 teams. I think last year they played like 1. That was Ohio State, and they got smacked. And then,
or did they get smacked by them?
Of course, they made it to the playoff, and they got smacked in their playoff game too. So, yeah, I'm not.
I'm going to take as my sleeper.
Who you got?
I'm going to ride them ponies.
SMU?
How's that? That's
I like
okay.
That. All right.
I'm going to ride them ponies.
Of course, I say you can't pick a team in the top 15, and so you choose number 16.
Yes, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take them ponies.
Okay.
Their second-year quarterback.
All right. I like
Their
that.
coach is going to be the next head coach at Texas Tech.
SMU is your sleeper team this year. I like that.
Yeah, I can't do that to Clemson. Plus I don't want to do it to them. I think that's going to be a good football team.
I do too.
We need Dabo to be good anyway.
I'm good with Dabo not being good.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm fine with him being bad, but I think Cade Klubnik's the best quarterback in the sport right now, and they've got a lot of talent. Great receivers.
Man, do they ever.
A great defensive line, and they play in the ACC. So, that week 1 game, Clemson-LSU, Clemson went 0-3 against SEC teams last year. LSU can't win a week 1 game to save their lives, so something's got to give in that one. But the winner of that game, I think a lot of people are going to be buying stock in moving forward. So, I like that. I'm kind of high on Baylor this year, man.
Get out of
With
here.
Mexican Mr. Clean.
They're going to be fine game 1. They're going to beat Auburn because Auburn is Auburn.
Ever since I heard Dave Aranda make that Wolf of Wall Street metaphor, talking about midget throwing, I've been bought in.
You're just a fan of his
I'm
now.
a fan of his now. And I'm
No
like, you know
way.
what? I'm rooting for the Bears this year, man.
I got him in game 1. That's about it.
I don't think I ever rooted for Baylor, but I think I am on them.
Man, what a beautiful day, BK.
Yeah,
Look at this.
Good to be out here to reset things as we dive into hour number 2. The Buck and I are broadcasting live from historic Onion Creek Club in South Austin.
Jimmy Demerit.
Jimmy Demerit founded this place back in the 1970s. This course is beautiful. It is in great condition. Always love doing these shows outside. It's even better when we're outside early in the morning and
gorgeous out today
under a covered patio. And we got a couple of fans right behind us, so we are sitting pretty this morning. But yeah, excited to be out here. And boy, it's going to be mid-90s today. But you and the boys are going to be out there, huh? You're flirting with your rule here.
95 on the nose, and that's fine.
That's the high today?
Yeah. Well, it said 93 this morning in Dripping Springs, Texas, USA, America. So I go by the Dripping Springs weather report.
Okay.
I can't, if it's 95, anything over that, like 96, what does it feel like? That's the thing, because it's going to feel like 100 easily. It's been feeling like 100 every day.
Yeah. So you don't go with the feels like temp. You just go with the real life temp.
No, I know what the feels like temp once I get out there, what that's going to be like. But there's a lot of trees here. Onion Creek has a lot of big pecan trees out here. And, there's some on the backside here. It's pretty shaded.
I'm going to show you the Weather Channel app, and I'm going to have you read what the high temperature is here in Austin, Texas.
It says 98 degrees. What does the Weather Channel know? I go with the Dripping Springs channel. They've always been good to me.
The Dripping Springs channel?
Yes.
It's like a Pornhub thing. Something you turn on late in your hotel room.
This will be nice. Plus, once again, I've got my my life alert on my wrist here, which today I will walk over 5 miles, and I have a golf cart.
You are karting today.
Yes,
and it's not cart path only today.
No. But I get out and walk. So far, playing golf, I've averaged every day on my life alert, my movement, what is this called?
Apple Watch?
Apple Watch.
Yeah.
I've gone on average over 2 miles a day of walking.
Good for you.
And steps. And so when I'm out here on the golf course, I go 5 miles.
I'm proud of you for wearing that thing. When you got it, you were kind of against it. What is this? I don't want this. I don't need this. Why did my kids get it for me? You've been rocking that thing every day.
Well, I like when it tells me to stand up. We do the show and it says stand up and move here.
It says stand up, fat ass.
Just for a minute.
And yours calls you out too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does kind of call you out. I'm not keen on that. You don't have to call me out. You're just a watch. I can just slam this down and move on and get back to my regular golf watch.
Trash can right there. You can chunk it in there if you want.
Grandkids gave it to me. Kids gave it to me. Wife was involved. So, no, I can't do that.
There you go.
Everything's good there at the Hotel California, too, by the way.
You got a couple of days left?
A couple of days left. Everything is good.
For your vacation? I mean, your wife's vacation?
Animals are alive. The house has not burned down. And physically, I'm okay till today. Boy, she wouldn't like to hear that it's your 98 temperature. She said, you said you wouldn't do it. So I said a lot of things.
Yeah, we've all said a lot of things.
Come on.
Yeah, we're doing a show out here. The least we could do is grace them with our presence of playing around the golf, right?
Absolutely. And by the way, if something ever happened, the golf would go on. Just put me back there with the bag or find a card girl.
You have said that. If you die on the course, you do not want your buddies to stop the round.
No, but make sure I'm dead. Don't play. If I'm if I'm still semi-breathing, but it looks like I'm not going to make it.
Yeah.
Give me a chance.
Okay, what if they call 911 and they're waiting for the paramedics to be here? Does Paulie have a chance to hit his approach shot?
Well, they can go play the hole and come back.
Okay.
If I'm still at the same spot.
That's fine. Yeah, play the hole, but then come back to me here.
Yeah, come back. And if I'm okay, that's fine. If I'm not, just stick me in there with the card girl in the ice and everything will be good.
Of course you want to hang out with the card girl, huh?
Yeah, why not?
But are you going to fake like the Sandlot? You're going to act like you're dead, and then when she's performing mouth to mouth, you're going to pull her in close and get a little Frenchie in there.
Hey, get in the back of my car, will you?
Oh, man. All right, more Texas football to dive into. We got more sound from Steve Sarkisian in hour two, plus this kind of wild story involving Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer. We'll dive into that in a second, but first, I've got a few more sponsors shout-outs.
Shout out our friends over at the Lee Kitchen and Tavern. 4 great locations, Lakeway, Belterra, of course, Bee Caves, and Avery Ranch. It is chef-inspired comfort food for the heart and the soul, made from scratch daily. How about this, the chef specials? Hawaiian wings, pulled pork sliders, teriyaki glazed pork chops, of course. My favorite, the Cobb salad, and dudes, how about this all-day breakfast? Can't beat that. BK likes the all-day breakfast, plus happy hour every day from 3 to 6 weekdays, of course, and Thursdays, prime to wine, and that means prime rib with half off of bottles of wine. And they've got a great wine selection there at the League Kitchen and Tavern. I love that. I love the folks over there, just like I love the folks over at Tony C's Pizza.
Oh.
Gotta love the folks at Tony's, the Austin original coal-fired pizza joint, serving New York-style pizza and, of course, an Italian food straight from the Ciola family's cookbook. And Tony C's has been a part of Bee Cave community for over 15 years. 2 for Tuesdays. That's 2 pizzas for the price of one. And, of course, Unwine Wednesdays. That's half price bottles of wine just for you. As I said, love Tony C's, love Mr. C. Highway 79 in Round Rock, right beside the Del Diamond, of course, Anderson Lane and Bee Cave. Love both those spots. Tony C's Pizza and the Lee Kitchen and Tavern.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Also love our friends at AV Consultations. They just celebrated their 37th birthday yesterday.
I haven't heard much from Tom since my $50 win.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
You never reached out?
Oh, why should a man who won a bet have to ever reach out?
No one who loses a bet's going to be like, oh, let me go out of my way to pay you. They're hoping you forgot. They hope the winner forgot.
How can
about
I forget?
bet.
Although the Yankees haven't done anything. I mean, it's the Red Sox and not the Yankees.
The Astros.
I wouldn't bet on the Yankees.
You know, you could have bet on this series because the Astros and Red Sox started a series last night in Houston. The Astros won that game. That would have been a bad start for you.
Yeah, it would have been a bad start.
Astros getting a little revenge last night at Minute Maid. Nope, at Dyken Park. Sorry, the Dyke. They changed it.
They have changed that up now?
From Minute Maid Park to Dyken Park, commonly referred to as the Dyke.
Nice.
By locals down in Houston. But AV Consultations, yeah, Tom owes you $50 for that last series. Hey, Tom McKay can hook you up with the home TV setup of your dreams. We have college football 1 week from Saturday.
Yes, we do.
And then Texas will open up its season 2 weeks from Saturday. Means you're running out of time to make the call to AV Consultations to get your home TV setup done before kickoff. 512-255-8678. They've been hooking up Central Texas since 1988. Buck's got the 85-inch screen. I've got the 4TV man cave. They can do either of those things. They can do a home theater room. They can do a nice patio setup. Whatever you want, AV Consultations will bring everything to you. Again, all you have to do is give them a call, 512-255-8678, or find them online at avconsultations.com.
And a real nice shout out to Mike McCall and McCall Custom Homes. They finished up my putting surface, my little putting green for my grandkids. I keep saying for my grandkids. You like the way I put that on them?
No.
Well, it is finished, and it looks magnificent. I mean, they did a fantastic job, he and his staff and the guys that work with them. And I got a call. I told you I got a call from a neighbor, text message from one of my neighbors. I know exactly who it was. You know, he said, when is it open to the public? I'm like,
your putting green?
Yeah, like when is it open to the public? Is that a bad deal that it's outside of my fenced area but still on my property, that I'm going to go down there and see other kids down there slamming balls into the net and like empty beer cans down there and hearing sounds out there like 11:30 at night?
Yep.
They won't do that.
Better have some barbed wire out there or something.
Yeah, I did talk to Mike. He said, we can't fence this in eventually if things get out of control. I said, I live in Dripping Springs. Nothing gets out of control at the Dirty Drip.
I might get out of control with the Dirty Drip.
No, but what a great job that they did. They did a great job for doing some remodeling at my new house that my wife wanted to have done. They did a fantastic job of putting in some screens that are accessible to take out. You know what I mean? Pop out screens. Mike did a great job. And boy, they do it all. They'll do your bathroom. They'll do your kitchen. If you need anything remodeled, that's the group to get it done for sure.
All right.
Tell me about John Mateer. What has he been doing?
Let's dive into this story here. Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer, who, of course, transferred in from Washington State.
Yes. That would be Pullman.
He might be in trouble. Probably not, but he might be in trouble. Someone, probably a Texas fan, if we're being perfectly honest, maybe an Oklahoma State fan, who knows. Somebody went and looked at John Mateer's Venmo history. You know what Venmo is, Buck?
Is that like Pay Brother and, Snapchat?
Those are two very different things.
Okay. Is like it's part of the Venmo system? I'm close.
Part of the Venmo system?
Venmo, give me money. PayPal, yeah.
There
PayPal.
you go. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Snapchat is very different. That is like a social media platform.
Yeah, okay.
What is Pay a Brother? You just like hire a black guy for some and you pay him?
Hey, you need to pay this brother some money.
That's Tom McKay. Tom McKay needs to pay a brother. It sounds like. So now Venmo is, one of those payment apps. Very popular. People use it to exchange money all the time.
I've seen it happen at my poker games.
Okay.
To Venmo you this money.
Yep. It's almost a verb now, right? You Venmo somebody for something. I
use it a lot. D's.
Venmo
Give me my
G's.
cash.
Some of our great partners, they contribute to TSU through Venmo.
Yes, they do.
So we like Venmo here. Well, with every Venmo transaction, you have to give a description of what the payment is for. So, you pay somebody, you get to pick who you pay, and you have to leave a little bit of a description that says, yeah, this is why.
Oh, you got to be. Somebody. Please don't tell me that guy. You got to be more creative than what he did.
Well,
obviously,
2022, John Mateer's first year of college football at Washington State. Someone went and looked at his Venmo history, and apparently in that year, John Mateer sent a few Venmo payments to a guy named Richard Rowatin. And on November 20th, 2022, John Mateer paid Richard Rowatin twice. Doing a little screen share now. One payment had a description, sports gambling.
What?
The other payment had a description, sports gambling, and then in parentheses, UCLA versus USC. So obviously, we've learned over time that betting on college sports is illegal in college sports. And betting on any sports is illegal if you are, in that league.
Do I have to give this a tip for John Mateer in the car line? Or seriously?
Yep, this is real. Did he
put that? Did he put that? He had to put that down
this
himself.
This is clearly John Mateer's profile. It's got a picture of him wearing a Washington State jersey. And since then, this blew up on social media yesterday. And John Mateer has deleted these transactions. He's deleted all of his Venmo transactions. So clearly, someone told him, "Hey, dumbass, look what you've done. Look what's out there." And everyone's now caught wind of this. Maybe delete this as soon as you can. And again, I don't know if anything's going to happen here. The NCAA hasn't come out and said, we're now investigating.
Dude, sit that dude down for 2 games. Sit him down for 2 games just for being stupid. That's his explanation right there of what the transaction was about. He did that himself.
Yeah,
he's too dumb to play football right now. He needs to sit for 2 games.
And again, these payments took place on November 20th, 2022. The USC-UCLA game that he mentions in the description took place on November 19th, 20 and 22. So, you put 2 and 2 together. He kind of does it for you. But, yeah, clearly there was something going on here.
He's betting while he played?
Yep.
He wasn't a bench rider, just betting on the team.
No,
he was actually the quarterback at that time.
He was a freshman at that point. I don't think he was the starting quarterback that year, but he was on the roster.
He was on the roster.
So if he was in high school football, he's betting on college football. No big deal. But it doesn't matter if you're a walk-on, you're a scholarship player, whatever. It's against NCAA rules to bet on college football.
I don't know how this is a gotcha moment, except for what a dummy. Really?
Yeah, bad bit right there from John Mateer. And look, again, I don't know if anything's going to happen here. It could just be.
Couldn't have put something like I-O.
No, you can literally put anything there. You don't have to describe what you're like. People buy drugs off of Venmo. You don't put, I'm buying weed or I'm buying cocaine from you. You just put something like food,
my goodness,
dinner, rent, whatever, anything like that.
6 fentanyl pills. Do you mind if I just put that down? Really?
Yeah. So, again, I don't expect anything to happen to John Mateer, but this story has blown up over the last few hours.
Oh, man.
And
how are the witty T-shirts going to play out in this deal?
Mike says that's nothing. Did he bet on his own team? That's not what the NCAA rules say.
It doesn't matter. You can't bet on anything.
You can't bet on any team, any game, any player in college football. So we'll see if anything comes from this, but pretty hilarious. And college, this is the beauty of college football. We've talked about this before.
And we're talking about kids that are going to college. We're not talking about the kids in the car line going to middle school.
No. This is a college football player betting on college football. He knew the rules and he broke them and he was stupid about it. But this is the beauty of college. There's so much pettiness in this sport. You don't get this type of pettiness in other sports.
No.
This is definitely a rival fan. I think a Texas fan who is like, how can I get to Oklahoma today?
Yeah, but I guess
someone searched this guy's history from 3 years ago to find this.
Yeah, this didn't just come up.
No, someone has to go back and look.
Like the things that find you on the internet.
Right. Well, this one ended up finding me. I'm not the guy who went out.
Yeah, but this guy went searching.
Some guy went searching for this.
Or some gal went searching.
Some gal went, looking for this and was like, uh-oh. 2022 sports gambling.
Now, do you have to go deep into somebody's stuff for this? That's pretty deep, isn't it?
It depends on how many Venmo payments the guy has. There could be a lot of scrolling involved to find this.
People really want to know that about you. They'd get into your Venmo.
Sure. You can't see how much money was spent with these
I
payments.
don't have to worry about it because I don't do PayPal, Venmo.
You're a straight cash homie.
Straight cash homie. You
just talk about it and you put it on the record on this show all the time.
What, straight cash?
Yeah.
Not about that. Who cares?
You talk about your bets. Everybody knows that you do it. If you're trying to hide it, you're not doing a great
job.
No.
I'm not gonna mess around like that. But I'm not doing Venmo on UCLA. I'm not doing that.
You've never bet on UCLA.
Yeah.
That's the problem here, John.
They are in Los Angeles.
USC won that game, so maybe it was John betting on UCLA.
Yeah, that's the thing. Your team lost.
Your team lost here, but that's you don't see this kind of pettiness in like the NBA.
No,
like Mavs and Spurs fans hate each other and like they don't like each other's teams. You don't get this level of petty. In college football, it's almost like you root against your rivals as much as you root for your favorite teams. And people will do stuff like this in college football. So that's pretty funny there.
Yeah, and it's a pretty simple rule the NCAA has. That's not a hard rule.
Look, I'm not an idiot. We're not idiots. We know college football players are betting on college football.
Absolutely.
Don't leave a paper trail. Don't do what Calvin Ridley did in the NFL where your name is on the account. Don't make like Venmo payments that are explicitly saying like what you're doing. Like, just don't be an idiot about it.
Just put down pizza.
This is not like, look, I bet on sports. I'm not going to be moral high horse guy and say you shouldn't bet on sports. No, like whatever. That's fine. Do it. Just don't be an idiot.
Pizza's bought. Something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Really. Like dinner. Just say dinner. You have to even describe what it is. Just put an emoji on there. Just don't say sports betting and then say the exact game that you're betting on.
This is your new quarterback.
Oh, man. Yeah, Washington State's never been described as the best academic institution in the country. Neither has Oklahoma, for that matter. By the way, I don't think you can get in trouble for these, but I did think this was pretty funny. Of course, someone found these two Venmo payments, so people are going to look at some of the other.
Oh, my God. Where are some? Oh, my goodness.
On John Mateer Venmo payments. Some of his other payments in 2023, some of the descriptions he used. He had a payment on April 8th, 2023, titled Turning Gay. March 2023, Gay Boy. April 13th, 2023, Slapping Some Balls. And May 27th, 2023, Big Fat Cockadoodle-Doo.
Wow.
So there's your new quarterback, Oklahoma.
Very explicit young man. He just likes to let you know what's going on, doesn't he?
It's funny. Yeah, he's deleted all.
They are going to hammer this.
I don't think anyone's going to do anything.
No, they're not going to. They may not do anything about it, but the fans are going to.
For sure.
Oh my goodness!
Every road game John Mateer plays now. I mean, he's going to see signs and
he's going to hear the big cock-a-doodle-doo. I mean, that's going to do it to him.
Yeah, that will absolutely be a thing.
Come on, John.
Now everyone's probably deleting their Venmo histories. Every college athlete or every just famous person right now is like, oh shit.
So I feel like it's better. I like it better to not have that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're old school, man. You pay with cash. Not a lot of people these days carry cash.
Write checks like an idiot.
So people. It feels like people should be more worried about getting hacked and all of these cyber security breaches that we have, and it feels safer to use cash versus Venmo or Cash App or Zelle or all of these other banking apps.
Oh, there's the other one, Gazelle.
Gazelle?
Yeah, Gazelle.
Not Gazelle.
It's Giselle?
Not Giselle either. Not Tom Brady's ex-wife.
Okay, I thought she had her own business.
Are you saying you would like to jizz on
Giselle? Yeah, okay. I was just kind of I thought that was it.
Yeah, no, just
I hear the guys say Venmo when they're playing cards. Like, hey, I just lost a bunch of money. Can you give me 20? I'll Venmo.
I'll Venmo it.
Yeah.
Yep. Just go straight from the bank account.
No, dude. You should have come with enough cash. Go home.
You're playing poker. You got to have cash.
That's true. Like, hey, go home.
It's time to leave.
That's right.
To leave. So there you go. That's again.
John Mateer.
I don't expect it to actually turn into anything, but it was a story that people were talking about last night, and the NCAA drags their feet on all of these issues. They're still 15 years behind. So maybe in 15 years, something will happen to John Mateer when he's in the NFL or when he's selling insurance somewhere.
That is crazy.
But be smarter than that, kids.
Yes.
Especially you college athletes out there. Don't rat yourself out. If you get caught by somebody, it's one thing, but you turn yourself in, then that's on you.
Man, that is so dumb.
That is on So, yeah, that was a big story out of college football yesterday. All right, more sound from Steve Sarkisian. Again, he held a post-practice availability yesterday. We've got Sark. I think you asked about Arch's running ability.
Yes.
A little bit earlier in the show. This was the last question. I think our own Chip Brown asked a question to Sark about, Arch's legs and how much of a factor they're going to be in the offense, and how different can your offense be this year with a dual threat quarterback versus what you've had the last 3 seasons with Quinn Ewers. Here's Sark giving a relatively short answer about that.
Arch definitely provides something different that way for us, and I think Matt and KJ do too. But I don't think all 3 of those guys, I don't think any of them are majoring in running the ball. But I do think it adds a dimension to our offense that it requires you to defend. And hopefully that opens some other aspects of our offense up a little bit more.
There is no doubt about it.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's something that, Sark may not want to talk about, but everybody knows that does add a dimension to your offense. You got a legitimate threat at quarterback who can take off and run a big kid that's fast and will understand ways to move the chains. As I said, I would expect him just as a natural athlete to get back in the pocket, BK. And there'll be times where there may be a receiver open, but there'll be 4 yards to get to the first down. He may say, you know what? I don't know. The window isn't that tight, but I know I can get to the 4 yard. I can keep the chains moving. I'm going to go.
Mm-hmm.
But that's, as you said, there'll be a lot of people holding their breath every time he takes off. Yeah. Then I don't think he's going to have a lot of run situations for him. But I think in the course of a game, they're going to be set runs for this kid to run the football, and that's okay.
Yeah,
because you can't. Once the season starts, there is no bubble wrap in this guy. It's just football.
You would be crazy to not use.
It's a weapon.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's dual threat. You call a quarterback a dual threat for a reason. Like, he can threaten the defense in a couple of different ways. So didn't really have that with Quinn Ewers.
No.
Arch Manning's a guy who touched 21 miles an hour on a run he had last season. The guy can scoot. Now, he's not going to major in running. I don't think the Steve Sarkisian offense is about any quarterback majoring in running, but it's going to be a part of this Texas offense this year. There are going to be design runs. There are going to be situations like that where Arch just takes off and runs under his own power.
I just think he's going to be a smart quarterback that knows that he has to keep the team moving in certain games and in certain downs and in certain situations in games, and he's going to do that. What's the easiest route for him to do it? Is to take off knowing his athletic ability and get a first down or get a touchdown or whatever he has to do. Now, as time goes on, some of those things I talk about, like, that window isn't that tight. Go ahead and throw the ball. He's going to fling it. He's going to get used to it. But early, I think you're going to see him take off and go. In game 1, this dude is taking off.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be scared to throw the ball.
No.
I think he's going to take some chances. I think he's a little bit more of a gunslinger than Quinn Ewers was, and I think he'll probably throw more interceptions than Quinn Ewers did.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's some good things that come along with that as well. I think you're going to get more explosive plays. You're going to get more big plays in this passing game, which I think is something Texas really needs this year. But, yeah, I don't think he wants to be a run-first quarterback. But you got to keep a defense honest. Like, if a defense is going to play man coverage and every defender is going to turn their back to the quarterback, you want a QB who can take off and run.
And he's going to know that's happening.
And if one team's game plan is to do that over and over again, then, okay, you take off and run, you pick up a few first downs with your legs. They've got to change their entire game plan. Now they've got to waste a defender and put him in spy.
Your blitzer better make sure he gets to the quarterback.
Right. Or their edge rushers. If their edge rushers lose contain, boom, you step up, you take off and run. Like, you could change a defensive coordinator's game plan. You could change a whole defense's method of attack with the ability to take off and run.
For sure.
So you didn't really have – I know Quinn Ewers would occasionally run, but it wasn't something you really had to respect in the last 3 seasons.
But he did a pretty good job. It took a while, but once he started doing it, he had some kind of long runs.
Like 2 years ago, he was better than last year in a lot of different things. But like most of his longer runs were 2 years ago, and I don't know.
He just took off for 25 yards for a touchdown.
Yeah,
things like that.
Long run against Baylor. He had a long run against Kansas, and it's like those are great things. But it's like they shouldn't be like unicorn moments.
No,
they were unicorn moments.
They were
with Quinn Ewers. Like with Arch, again, you don't want him to be Haynes King.
No,
you don't want him to be Jalen Milroe. You don't want him to be times per game a part of this offense.
As I said, I think they're going to have set runs for him.
Yeah, they should. And that's like zone read and RPO. Those are big parts. Those are big staples of the Steve Sarkisian offense. So it's not like Stark has to change his offense up to cater.
I see some motions where that guy doing flat out quarterback draw, drop back, and he's gone. Yeah. And everybody's got their back, as you said. They got their back to him, and he goes. But not 6 of those in a game.
No, and maybe one a game you get a design quarterback draw. But those zone read plays. Like you
Yes.
didn't really have to. It felt like everybody knew Quinn Ewers was going to hand it off. I know
Sure.
he would like play the fake and he'd act like he still had the ball and would take a few steps.
They knew he wasn't going to keep
Paying
it.
attention to Quinn. With Arch, you got to pay attention to Quinn.
Yes, you do.
And when you do hand it off, that gives Trey Wisner or CJ Baxter, maybe that extra split second advantage, that extra half step advantage over somebody else
You're
on
absolutely
defense.
right.
And that can make a difference for your offense.
It'll change your defense.
Yeah. So again, you got to protect Arch. There's no doubt. You got to make sure that he protects himself out there. But you'd be crazy if that's not a big part of your offense this season. One more from Sark about Arch. How did Arch do in the scrimmage on Saturday? Did he live up to the expectations that you had from him going into his first scrimmage as the starter?
I don't know if I have necessarily expectations. I think when we visited with Arch coming out of Saturday, there was probably 5 or 6 plays that I'm very confident he's going to make as we move forward. That Saturday was our 9th practice of fall camp. It'd be like essentially a preseason game. It'd be like playing the Hall of Fame game, right? So to think that we're a fine-tuned machine in that practice, probably not realistic. But he came out today and had a great practice. And so, again, that work in progress, he didn't do anything like catastrophically bad, but I just know what he's capable of. And so we just got to keep, tightening the screws to make sure that he's performing the way he's capable of performing. And I think part of that is physically and part of that is mentally the leadership that he provides to the guys around him to allow them to help him play the way that he's capable of playing.
As I said, those guys will have to grow into him.
Yep.
I mean, before it's all said and done, everybody around him will have to pick up the pace in order to keep up with him. It's just not going to be there yet. By the way, they're going against one of the best defenses in the country every day.
Sure.
They're going against some of the best defensive players in the country. So he's not going to have all the success that I think a lot of people think, oh, did he throw for 4 touchdowns in the scrimmage? Well, he's not going to have that kind of success against. These guys are really, really good that he plays against every day. He just has to build on, the daily routine that he's doing and getting better and better each and every day. So I wouldn't expect, I would have been, if they would have thrown for 4 or 5 touchdowns against this defense, I'd have been like, oh, shit, is the defense this bad?
Mm-hmm.
We would have started thinking that way.
Yeah.
But a guy who's just coming into his own now is thrown against that defense and making things happen. So it's just learning.
Yeah, it sounds like Arch had some good moments on Saturday. The good news is he did not turn the ball over.
That's great.
In the scrimmage on Saturday. But look, Sark talked about it. I mean, this whole team is kind of a work in progress right now.
Absolutely.
There's a lot to get cleaned up. It's still relatively early on in camp. And the good news is they've got 2 more scrimmages and a number of other practices to fine-tune things and to tighten up those screws, to use the analogies that Sark was using. So, look, I think we all know what Arch is capable of. And Sark obviously knows it better than we do.
Yes.
So hopefully he's able to get that. I mean, I want to hear. I know this defense is good. I felt that way going into camp. I've now heard enough about the first 2 weeks of camp to know that this defense is elite and is one of the best in the country. I now want to start hearing stories about Arch picking them apart. That's what I want.
Yeah, picking on guys, getting some of these great defensive backs and having them struggle for a day against him and his wide receivers.
And I think we will. You talk about it a lot. Like as camp progresses, that offense comes along naturally, and I expect that to happen with Sark's group this year.
And as I said, once again, the offensive coordinator and the head coach are going to build some success in for their guys so that they're mentally, the defense is lined up in something that Sark knows I can beat. Here's what we're going to do against this certain play. He's going to get some success for his players on offense too.
Yeah.
They work that out during the course of the summertime. He can't keep having the defense punch him in the head, And
that's exactly, and that's what we want to hear.
Right.
We want to hear this offense coming along, and I want to hear about Arch having these great practices. And the season hinges on number 16 shoulders, right? Like he's got to be the guy. Yeah, Texas has a ton of talent around them, but you need your quarterback to play well to win a national championship.
Especially a young quarterback like this.
And I want to hear stories about, it's practice. We're talking about practice. We're talking about scrimmages.
But you get the best players that you're playing as the best players here at practice.
Right, exactly. I mean, ultimately what happens over these next couple of weeks won't have an impact on what happens during the year. But if you're able to play really well against what could be the best secondary in college football, then that's obviously a really, really good sign. So there was Sark there talking about Arch Manning. We've got a few more bits of sound from the head coach that we will get to here in a moment, including Sark talking about the secondary and also some of his other big takeaways from the opening scrimmage of fall camp. But first, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, Relax Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. I'm missing my chair this morning before I play golf. Believe me, I'm not saying these chairs are bad, but they're not like the chair I have from Relax the Back, and they can change your life. You got great savings right now at Relax the Back on select massage chairs, of course, zero gravity recliners, adjustable mattress sets, and Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattress sets just for you. Select human scale office chairs, desks, the whole works. The accessories at Relax the Back are fantastic for you or somebody that you care about who complains about neck, shoulder, back, thoracic, lower lumbar area. They definitely can find a way to help you out over at Relax the Back. They got Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the buck at Relax the Back. I do miss my Relax Back ball this morning. I didn't use it. I didn't have my little vibrating ball.
A little early for a vibrator, don't you think? And show starts at 7.
Never too early for a vibrating ball.
You're out here
on your back
like 6:15.
Roll around on your back. It's great.
Can't wait till the afternoon to pull out the vibrator. It's got to be first thing when you wake up.
It's got to be the first thing in the morning when you have a sore back.
Interesting. All right.
Love the folks there.
Shout out Relax the Bag. Also, shout out to OLIPOP. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Got a few more in the fridge back home. Went to the grocery store yesterday. Got me a couple of OLIPOPs, and you'll see me drinking those on the show this week. You see me drinking them on the show all the time. OLIPOP is the game changer of all game changers. It's great tasting soda that's actually good for you. They've got 19 different flavors. Some of the classic soda tastes like original cola, classic root beer, and cream soda. They've got some unique flavors as well, like strawberry, vanilla, and orange squeeze, and crisp apple. I'm telling you, something for every palate out there. This stuff is fantastic. And unlike the sodas you've been drinking in the past, OLIPOP is actually good for you. Support your gut health and support your taste buds with the greatness that is OLIPOP.
And of course, our good friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway, folks, for all your alcohol needs. Whether it's a big party, small party, if you're going to have a big gathering for the Ohio State game, hey, and you got to start drinking at 11 a.m., why not? Call on 34 Wine and Spirits. They'll get it to you. At a big party, they are a wholesale distributor. They can get the alcohol to you. And if you just want to go by the store at 4601, you can pick up a nice bottle of wine, all the liquor that you want. And you can also pick up the best beer in the world, Altstadt Beer.
Yes, sir.
At 34 Wine and Spirits.
Shout out to Altstadt Beer. As the Buck said, the best beer in the world. And we're lucky enough to have it all across the Lone Star State. Brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but yeah, available all over Texas. They've got a bunch of different brews. So you're starting to get ready for your tailgates and your football watch parties, just football season in general. You need a great beer to accompany all of your football watching all season long. Make that Altstadt Beer. The Lager and the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers. Those are my two personal favorites. They've got a great light beer that sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on taste. They've got the Peach Radler. They've got the seasonal Oktoberfest that'll be back in store soon. I'm telling you, something for everybody, and every Altstadt is brewed without preservatives or unnecessary ingredients. You can feel good about what you're putting into your system, but most importantly, you are going to enjoy what you were putting into your system. That's what drinking a great beer is all about. After all, get you some next time you're at 34 Wine and Spirits or any grocery store that sells beer. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Look at the sun is up, folks, and what a beautiful day here at Onion Creek. And look how green it is out at this place, BK. This is August here in Austin, Texas. Now, we haven't had a lot of summers like this lately. We had that early rain in July, and it is held in there pretty good. Now, I know it's hot as a son of a gun over the last week or so. Boy, to have these golf courses so green, the fairways are green, the greens are absolutely in great shape. But just to look at the trees out here, for summer times, generally it's like it starts to get a little gray. It's not like when you were upstate New York. I bet it's as green as can be up that way.
Mm-hmm.
It's generally not like that around this Austin area, but this Onion Creek area is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, this course looks
Can't
like
wait to get on the course here. I love this place.
Yeah, great condition and happy to be out there this morning. Shout out to the folks at Onion Creek Club for having us out. Definitely check out their website for more information. They've got all sorts of stuff here. They got tennis here. They got a gym here.
They do.
And they've got something for everybody. Great food here as well. Onion Creek Club. Check out their website, onioncreekclub.com.
There's a huge patio out here.
That's kind of nice. We're all alone here. No one wants to hang out with us. Guess everybody wants to go golf.
Yeah, let's go golf and get out of this sun.
That's what done before the heat comes around.
Absolutely.
A few folks on the putting green.
Unlike my group that likes to play at noon.
Is that when y'all were teeing off today?
11:30. But by the time they look around and say, hey, listen, you schmucks are going after that group right there.
You guys will be the only people on the course by the time you're done.
By the time I'm done and coming up the hill at number 18 and begging to get to my car.
What do you think, a 4-hour round today?
Yeah, it'll be quick. But as I said, I've not had any breakfast. I did stop by Starbucks and I got a croissant with my coffee. That's not going to make it.
No,
until
3:30 in 100-degree heat.
No, that's how you end up in the car with your heart pounding.
I got food here. Get you something here.
Yeah, I'm going to get something here for sure.
There's the car girl driving around right now. Flag her down on the show.
We're going to have something today. I can't go out there without. Generally, when my cook is in town, she will make a meal for me. That's when she just does breakfast for me, eggs and bacon.
You have a personal chef?
It's Joyce. Her name is Joyce.
Oh, your wife.
Yeah.
Your wife is your chef.
That's the only time.
It's the only time you like her is when she's cooking?
Let her cook.
You're just trying to follow the WNBA.
Absolutely.
Let her cook. It's that simple. And let her cook for me.
Nah, she's doing a good job taking care of her mama.
That's good.
In Lewiston, Idaho.
She's doing some
not far from Pullman. She was at the bookstore Pullman at Washington State yesterday.
She sports betting against John Mateer.
Oh my goodness!
Her daughter went to
Washington State, so they always had to hit the bookstore there. Why? Don't bring that gear back here. Nobody wants to see that.
Is there anything to do in Pullman, Washington, besides go to school?
I don't think there's very much. It's that whole area there of Idaho. If you've never been there, with the wheat fields before they cut it, it's like just watching a bunch of blondes. Everything is golden color there. They got nice wineries there. They got the Columbia River. If you like looking at big rivers,
I don't hate blondes.
There you go. I mean, it's a nice place. It's a nice part of the country.
I stopped paying attention to anything else after you said blondes. That's where my attention went right there.
Lots of oats and wheats and all that other kind of good stuff out there.
Nah, still focused on the blondes.
Yeah.
If you want to say brunettes after that, then I'll be interested. But outside of that, no, you've lost me. All right, let's get to this here, Buck. We teased this yesterday. We didn't get to it, but we've got some concession stand prices.
Yes.
For DKR, Texas Memorial Stadium, for the upcoming season. And I will credit Chris Del Conte and his staff at Texas because they've done a pretty good job in recent years of making things a little bit more affordable to those fans who attend Longhorn games in person.
Okay.
So we've got fan first pricing once again this year. And
this is not cash only. You have to use your card at the stadium, I do believe.
I believe this is card only.
Card only.
Yeah. A lot. I know Moody Center is now a card only establishment.
Yeah, I think the stadium is the same way. This is no Venmo. Don't come up in here with your Venmo stuff.
No, don't really go to the grocery store with cash either. You're slowing everybody down. And sure as shit, don't bring out the checkbook at self-checkout.
The HEB.
I saw that yesterday.
Or the
grocery store. They were doing self-checkout. Someone brings out a checkbook at the self-checkout.
Can you use a check?
No, you couldn't. They're like, ma'am, you can't. She'd already checked out. She was already done. She had like 15 things in her cart. She's trying to write a check and give it to somebody. There's no one there who can take it.
And don't do that when there's a cashier there and I'm behind you. Come on, you don't have to do that.
Yeah, we don't need the checkbook at the grocery store.
Go to the bank and get some cash if you have to.
Get a card. Use a card.
What does it use? Cash? Use cash too.
Yeah, whatever. Cash is a little better, but then we got to count the change. And you got some 16-year-old who's never worked with cash in his life.
Have you ever seen those that can't get the correct change back to you? They've got to.
How do I do this math? What does that equal? How do I get to 82
that's as good
cents?
As, that's as good as I am, BK, when it comes out. I know how much change I'm supposed to get back from the store. That's the top of my math quiz right there. I learned that a long time ago. When I give them this, how much change I get back.
So you tell them?
I'll tell them to help them out.
Shit, I'm giving you a 20 and this is only $7, so it looks like you owe me about $20.
Yeah, that's no.
You don't just make it up?
No.
That's a good bit right there.
That was my bit for math right there. I was terrible in math, but I always said, I'm going to know how much I get back in change.
Sure. If money's involved, that'll make you a little better.
By the way, I'll help that 17-year-old who's working the cash register too.
Give him a tip?
No, just tell them this is what you get. You need to give me that. You don't have to go through all of that.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, it says 822 on the machine. No, the machine's wrong. I got you. It's actually 1222.
There you go.
That's great. No, don't. Yeah, checks, whatever. I think it's card only now at DKR as well. Some pretty good deals. $3 for a regular fountain soda. $3 for candy.
What do you mean candy? Like if I wanted a Snickers bar, it's going to cost me $3.
Yeah.
Is that a double or is that just a single?
Just your regular Snickers, not the king size.
$3?
Yeah. Oh, that's for a stadium. That ain't that bad.
It's not.
How much is a Snickers bar at a movie theater? You been to one of those recently? I
Yeah.
feel like it's probably more than $3. No,
No. You're in the 2 range.
really?
Yeah.
All right, well, maybe I'm giving CDC too much credit here. Now, $3 for a bottle of water at a sporting event.
That sounds about right.
That feels fair.
Yeah, it's fair.
$4 for an all beef hot dog and peanuts.
Oh, you get nuts with that?
No, not together, separately.
Oh, you mean $4 for a bag of peanuts?
$4 for a bag of peanuts.
$4 for a hot dog?
$4 for a hot dog. Yep.
Okay.
$5 for a souvenir drink.
What the hell is that?
I think it's that fancy cup, the bigger cup that you get. Also $5 for nachos, a bigger size bottle of water, Bavarian pretzel, Earl Campbell sausage wrapped for you, regular cotton candy. Oh, $5 for cotton candy.
What the hell is it? I mean, are there people actually taking a thing of cotton candy and eating that?
Yeah, for kids.
100 degrees, and you got that cotton candy sticking to their face and their eyelids and everything else.
Cotton candy is disgusting.
That is disgusting. I've had 2 cotton candies, I think, in my entire life, and it was so bad. It got it as a kid. I don't ever want to try this again. Give me a popsicle and let it melt in my lap before I eat cotton candy.
I didn't like cotton candy as a kid either.
I didn't. That's where I got off the cotton candy wagon there.
No redeeming qualities.
Nothing.
It doesn't taste great. It's horrible for you.
And it's sticky as hell.
It's sticky as hell. You can't get it off your fingers for like the next 3 days, no matter how many times you wash your hands.
It doesn't come off. Yeah, popsicle will melt away and you can get it off your hands. Cotton candy never comes off.
Popsicles at least taste good.
Yes.
I'm willing to deal with the after effects of, like Cheeto fingers or Dorito fingers because those are good. But cotton candy, no thank you. $5?
Parents, stop your kids for getting into cotton candy now while you can.
Yeah, have your kids drinking beer instead of eating cotton candy.
Oh, yeah, we got a little beer drinker.
That's what we do here. This is what we need, all right? I don't know if there are any sales on beer this year.
Yeah. Well, that little girl, they better have sale for her.
Look at that. She's not spilling anything right there. You don't have to worry about sticky fingers with
Don't up the price on her. She needs her 6-pack.
Yeah.
Her piggy bank. In her piggy bank, she's only got so much in that. She's going to Venmo you for a 6-pack.
This girl's what, 4 or 5 years old? She should be
Yes.
paying only $4 or $5 for her beer.
I would agree.
You get a discount for underage drinking. That's probably not good. Probably shouldn't promote that. $5 for cotton candy, $5 for a bottle of soda. Then you hit the $8 category.
It's got to be a burger.
Cheeseburger, $8.
Okay.
Chicken tender basket, so a few tendies and some fries.
They give you
$8.
4 to 6.
Probably 4 to 6 fries and 1 to 2 tenders. And then Texas-sized corn dog, your favorite, Buck.
Yuck.
How about $8 there? Oh,
Who would pay to eat the thing on a dog? $8.
you're not paying to suck off a dog.
I mean, it's just awful.
Why do you say it like that?
Corny dog. When you bite into it, you see the little tip on that thing.
It's just batter and weenie.
No, I don't eat the weenie. I'm sorry.
You're not actually, you like visualize a dog's Johnson when you see those things.
The first thing I thought about when I saw that was that, and I've never been the same with a corn dog. And I'm fine with a wiener at the ballpark in a bun.
What if you took the corn dog off the stick and just ate it like that? Is that okay?
No, because I don't like plain old.
You don't like the hot dog and the batter combo?
No, I'm not. Hot dog goes with a bun, not with the batter.
All right, it's like just it basically is a bun. It's just fried and around it.
Gross.
Almost the same. $8 for a Texas-sized corn dog. There is Texas-sized corn dog. Excuse me. I do see there's a new category. $5 Bud Light, $6 Corona. They are doing some beer specials this year.
Okay.
How about that?
That makes sense.
Shout out to DKR. Now, unfortunately, you're not drinking good beer, but you are getting beer for $5 or $6.
That's pretty good, I would say, at a game, right?
Yeah, it is. And they do have happy hour pricing, which is during the pregame on Bevo Boulevard and also, Longhorn City Limits.
Yeah, you got to get fired up on Bevo first.
Those end 30 minutes prior to kickoff. But you can get $5 domestic beers and $6.50 premium beers.
That's sweet.
Plus, you can get.
You can join us at Schultz's Beer Garden.
You can join us at Schultz's Beer Garden this year, and
there will be a crowd there.
Come hang out with us if you'd rather do that. We would love to see y'all before every home game this season. But they got the happy hour pricing for some beer before the games. But yeah, there you go. They're your fan first pricing, which it's not cheap. Go to 7-Eleven, you can get a candy bar for $1 instead of $3. But for an arena, for a stadium,
I would say that's okay.
Any sporting event or concert, I mean, dude, I've been to.
I like the price of the burger.
$8?
Heck yeah, man.
Not
That's
too
good.
bad. It's not too bad right there. $5 or $6 for a beer. There's been places where you're paying double digits for that. And you might be getting a small ass
It's
cup.
called a Cowboys game.
Yeah, Jerry Jones isn't doing fan first
No,
pricing.
he is not.
No, he's gonna put the fans about 500th on his list. That's the way he runs the Cowboys right now. But there you go. Those are some concession prices. So I'm giving you $15, Buck. And you've got these prices in front of you.
If I were still drinking, which next week I'll be celebrating 25 years of sobriety next week.
Awesome.
25 years coming up.
If you weren't, are you just getting 3 Bud Lights for $15? Back in your drinking days?
No, because I'm smarter than that. I gotta have a shot of Jack somehow.
Okay.
Forget about that.
It might be $15 on its own, right?
I'm gonna just have one shot of Jack.
Yeah.
And hopefully get a bottle of water, borrow some water from somebody else, and give me a swig.
Maybe a $12 shot of Jack and a $3 bottle
There
of
you
water.
go. That would be it. I wouldn't need any food back in the day.
Okay.
Why would I waste good food? But no, I would go ahead and get myself a burger and a drink. I'd be good.
All right. That's all you need.
I don't eat peanuts at football games. Peanuts are for baseball games.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever had peanuts at a
No.
football game. I'm not going after D's nuts. What about Earl Campbell's sausage
I don't
wrap?
want Earl's sausage.
You don't want that?
I don't want Earl's sausage. You know what?
Even if it's gift wrapped for you for only
No.
$5?
But I'll eat that cheese. I'll eat that U.S. grade cheese. I'll have that. I'll have me some nachos.
$5 nachos?
Hell yeah,
You
man.
can get a cheeseburger and nachos for $13 and
I'll
then
be
a
good.
$3 bottle of water
I'm
gets you to
good.
16.
I'll be good.
It's not a bad setup right there. Yeah.
How are the nachos at the stadium? I've never heard anybody talk about, DKR having outstanding nachos. Now I get those at Burger Center or House Park.
I think they're kind of the same.
Are you sure?
Those chips, that cheese. Yeah.
AISD does a great job on their cheese.
Yeah, they do.
that is absolutely the best.
The AIDS cheese.
Dude, it's the best cheese out there. Then they put a couple little jalapenos in there,
Mm-hmm.
and then people pass it down the aisle.
Boy,
Put their fingers in there,
it's good.
licking their fingers, and then sticking their hands back. Oh, that's the grossest.
It's good stuff, man.
Man, I love it.
There's nothing better than that ballpark cheese.
Dude, there is nothing like watching a family get nachos at a high school football game, and they pass it down to the other family members. And there's a kid whose nose is just running, and he sticks his finger in there, and then he eats that, and he passes it back down and sticks his finger back in his nose. I mean, it's so great.
Nasty.
It's so great.
I'd have to get my own nachos.
Yeah, I don't.
I can't be doing that kind of stuff.
No, I don't share nachos with anybody.
No, you can't take any chances on
No.
that. I don't want anyone's fingers ever being in their mouth in the nacho cheese. It's a bad bit right there. So there you go. There's your concession stand pricing at DKR this season. And
But they don't have any exotic stuff. They don't like cheesesteaks or any. They don't do that, do they? I mean,
they've got a lot of local Austin restaurants at
I think
DKR.
they like Hat Creek burgers in there. I mean, they do certain different types of burgers from different places, right? Different vendors in there.
They do have a number of different local vendors in there.
Okay.
I'm trying to see. Okay, here's a
Pizza.
Pulling this up on my phone, so it's not going to do you any good, but I'll try to read what we have here if this page loads. 2024, last year, DKR vendors map. So Tony C's in there.
Tony C's is in. There you go.
Little Tony C's. You get a Chick-fil-A, Pluckers, Antone's, some of those sandwiches that they've got, Fletcher's Corny Dogs, your favorite. They've got some Bijan mustards in there too.
Now, is
Rudy's.
Bijan the official mustard in there now?
There was a little graphic on the image that we just screen shared that said there are places in DKR that carry Bijan mustards. So I don't know if that means it's the official whatever, but they do have
Should
it.
have been. They should have had that done a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't understand why that's not.
That
Like,
doesn't make any sense.
part of me thinks that's the only mustard they should serve there.
That's what I'm saying. It should be the official mustard.
Although it is Dijon, and people just want the yellow mustard, for the hot dogs or the corn
old
dogs.
regular HEB yellow mustard.
That's all you need, right
That's
there.
true.
Just those little packets that they give you.
You're right.
But yeah, they've got some local vendors who are serving up some grub in there. But I don't know if you get fan first pricing at those places.
Yeah, no
you only
cheesesteaks,
get
no
those
Philly cheesesteaks or anything like that.
Boiled hot dogs, the nachos with the government cheese, all that stuff. That's where you get your discounted rates.
Yeah, Joey Chitwood or whoever his name is, Joey Chestnut or whatever his name is, Joey Poop in the Woods. That guy.
That guy ate 70 hot dogs this year,
Very disappointed.
and we said you're disappointed.
Disappointed in my doctors for finding something wrong with me and not with him. I'm not going to go back for last week, but my goodness.
Yeah, well,
that guy can eat 80 hot dogs at a sitting.
he just throws them all up right after the event.
I don't think so.
You think he houses that? You think that stays in there?
I don't think he goes and gets a bunch of Pepto-Bismol or something.
Miralax
and makes that stuff come out. I think he just chills and has a normal day, and his bowels just work that way. Later on that day or 15 minutes after, he goes to the bathroom and just goes.
Dude, I once had like 6 hot dogs in a sitting, and I needed laxative to get.
Did you really?
Yes. I wasn't going to let that fester in my system. There's no way those guys.
Oh, you mean you have to get it out?
Yeah, exactly. There's no way those guys, they just let that digest in there.
No, I think that guy would do that and then go to lunch somewhere.
You think so?
He would head over to the league for some meal, for a little snack.
I've had a hot dog. Give me a burger. That's the other item at the.
Don't make my stomach hurt before I play today. I haven't even eaten anything. There's nothing in my stomach yet.
By the way, Joey Chestnut eating 70 hot dogs would have ran a $280 tab at DKR.
Wow.
$4 per hot dog right there. So it's it's an expensive deal. Fan first.
I've been called not American because I was kidding on that guy.
You should be not called not American. That guy's an American hero. That guy's one of the best athletes this country has ever seen. And you're dunking on his profession.
A walking garbage can. That's what he's a garbage can with 2 legs.
Garbage can, yeah. I mean, he eats a lot of food. That's what he does. He's a competitive eater.
I think that's because I've never been a hot dog liker. I'm not a.
They have other competitive eating that you can participate in. It's not just hot dogs. They eat all kinds of things.
I can get after some pierogies.
Okay.
I'm a pierogi guy. I can slam down some pierogies, little ketchup on the side.
I guarantee you we could find you a pierogi eating contest if you wanted to sign up. I would love to. A little TSU live broadcast from wherever this pierogi eating contest is. Yeah. Come on.
We need to find that.
You do your best Joey Chitwood impersonation, or whatever the hell you just called him.
What's that guy named? Is it Joey Chestnut?
Joey Jaws.
Joey Jaws.
Joey Chestnut.
Just call him Jaws.
Just call him Jaws.
Good grief.
He's one of those. He's like a one-name
guy. As healthy as can be.
As healthy as can be. At least it seems that way. We'll see how long he makes it. But
yeah, that's true.
17-time mustard belt winner right there.
That's to be determined.
That is to be determined. All right, couple of other stories here before we wrap things up. We do have to get to this Noah K NIL hat that is out there. Some from the NFL. Myles Garrett was cited for going 100 in a 60 over the weekend in Cleveland. 2:01 a.m. local time Friday night into Saturday morning. Myles Garrett has done this a lot.
Has he? He's been a fast driver, huh?
He is a serial speeder, I would say. It's like Tom McKay. In 2022, a local Cleveland news station said he had been cited 7 times for speeding. That was 3 years ago in 2022. So he also got in a single car crash. I don't know if you remember this. He had to miss like a game. He got in a wreck and hurt himself a little bit. Nothing too major, but he was speeding, got in a car crash, and got cited for that. And it's like he should have gone to Georgia with the amount of speeding this guy's been doing. That's Myles Garrett. I don't think anything's going to happen there. But tough injury at Texans practice yesterday. Tight end Brevin Jordan, who missed most of last season with a torn ACL, had to get carted off the practice field yesterday after landing awkwardly coming down from a jumping catch attempt. It was one of those scenes, teammates and coaches were circled around him. He was crying. It was an emotional.
Immediately he knew.
He knew right away. So nothing official yet.
And he's a big dude. He's a big tight end.
Big tight end. Yeah, he tore his ACL. I think it was week 2 last year, so very early, and had to miss basically all of 2024. But 2 years ago, in C.J. Stroud's rookie year, like those guys had really good chemistry.
Yes.
Brevin Jordan put up some pretty good numbers. And the
He's
hope
been
in
around
Houston,
for a while, yeah.
The hope in Houston was that like they were going to find a way to make that happen again this season. Unfortunately, that's not the case. So the Texans, they've got Dalton Schultz still there, former Cowboy. They've got Cade Stover, I think going into year 2, who was their, 4th-round draft pick from Ohio State last year. They've got Dalton Keene. They've got a couple of other tight ends on the roster. But Brevin Jordan was a guy who was expected to take a decent-sized role in this offense this year. And, again, nothing official yet, but you're fearing for the worst anytime something like that happens.
Yeah, when guys start gathering around you.
You get a prayer circle around there.
You get a prayer circle, and you're screaming.
Yeah, screaming and crying, and it's bad right there for the Texans. So wishing the best for Brevin Jordan. we'll see, man. That Texans offense, coming off of a disappointing season.
Now, there's some big expectations for them, themselves, really.
What are your expectations for the Texans and C.J. Stroud this year?
I think they're going to win the division.
That doesn't feel like much, though.
No, really.
They did that last year, even in a down year. And
I'm looking at the Colts and some of these other teams. Wow.
Yeah, Anthony Richardson's terrible when he's already hurt. Trevor Lawrence. Will this be the year where Trevor Lawrence actually looks like what he's supposed to look like?
See.
Got a new coach out there, bringing an offensive-minded guy. They've got a kicker who can make 70-yard field goals, apparently. What a weapon that is.
No kid.
You get past midfield and you're, I don't want to say guaranteed points, but like you can score points anytime you get the ball to the 50-yard line. It's a big deal there.
And they need to do something with their offense for sure.
Yeah, they got to get things going a little bit. They did draft Travis Hunter. Remember, they traded up on draft night.
It looks like he's going to be playing a lot of offense.
Pick Travis Hunter. We'll see if he's on offense or defense. I think he's looked a little better on offense.
Yeah,
honestly.
It sounds like he's going to be a starter on offense.
So he might be one of their top receivers there in Jacksonville and Duval County. And then you got the Colts, you got the Jags, and you've got Tennessee. You just had the number 1 pick in the draft. They got a rookie quarterback.
You know what? They looked okay in their preseason game.
Yeah?
He looked okay.
Cam Ward? We'll see. I'm not expecting much from Tennessee this year. If Houston doesn't win the division, it's a failed season.
You're right.
For the Texans, the next step is to get to an AFC championship game. I talk about it with both of these Texas teams, right? The Cowboys trying to get there for the first time in 30 years. Texans trying to get there for the first time in their franchise's history. And they haven't been around 30 years.
Yes, and your Dallas Cowboys have a lot of work.
A lot of work to do?
I think so. It'll all kind of gauge around that offensive line. That running game we know is not going to be there's nothing that they've done that has really made it better. It's just going to be okay. It's how Dak is. How healthy is that guy is he going to be able to make it through a season?
Yeah, they're going to need more than Dak. Dak's got to stay healthy for them to be a playoff team this year. But obviously, if they want to do anything beyond that, then they got to get more from their run game.
That defensive line has to be better.
They got to get more from their offensive line. They don't have Zach Martin anymore. I know they drafted Tyler Booker, who's looked really good in camp. And you hope he's a plug-and-play starter, and you hope he's the next Zach Martin, who's just a stalwart.
Yesterday, did he not? He didn't play in the game.
He didn't play in game 1?
Well, then he is a starter.
Yeah,
they're not even thinking about even attempting to get him hurt. And there's no, until they all get together in a preseason game.
That offensive line's got to be better at defense. They couldn't stop a nosebleed last year. Horrible against the run. Their secondary wasn't good. They need some of those, defensive backs to stay healthy. There's way more questions than answers right now. They need their coach to stop wearing a backwards visor.
You know how I saw Russell Wilson playing a little quarterback for the Giants.
I forgot he's with the Giants.
That wasn't bad.
He's probably going to start for them this year.
Yeah, he you know what? He looked pretty good in the preseason game.
Stopgap for Jackson Dart, who they took in the first round.
Yeah, that's exactly what that's all about.
Mr. Unlimited.
And if Neighbors can stay healthy.
He's a stud.
Yes, he is.
No question about that guy, but you need somebody who could throw him the football.
Yeah, I think Russell Wilson looked more comfortable in New York than he did with the Steelers, I thought.
Okay.
And he won some games.
He wasn't horrible for Pittsburgh last year. The way things ended in Denver, I think most people were like, he is done. He's got nothing left.
I think if he was with the right team, I think he's still got a little left. I don't think he's got a lot.
Yeah, he's okay. He was fine in Pittsburgh last year. I don't think the Giants are very good.
No.
So, he'll be maybe okay with them. I don't know what the Giants are trying to do this year. What's best case scenario for the Giants, you think? 7 wins?
7.
8 wins?
7.
To me, they're clearly the 4th best team in that division, with Philly obviously and Washington at the top. And then say what you will about Dallas. I think Dallas is fine. Mm-hmm. I think they're right around 500 team this year. But yeah, Giants are 4th place in that division. I think this season's all about seeing if Jackson Dart's the guy, right?
Yeah, I'm wondering if that whole stopgap thing with Russell Wilson is, if he gets off to a decent start, will they let Jackson Dart sit a little bit, or they just want to play? They want to get him playing. Russell Wilson obviously is not the answer for an entire season, but their head coach is under the gun too. They can't totally stink.
I can't believe he's still there.
Yeah, I know. You thought he should have been gone last year, but they can't totally stink. They have to win some games, and he's going to play who he has to play to keep his job. I got to believe.
Well, you know who else the Giants have at quarterback? Famous Jameis.
Yes,
Jameis Winston on that roster as well. So what do they start Russ and go to Jameis and then go to darts?
Well, they'll go to after Russ gets hurt or pulls a hammy because he's old. Then they'll put in wins. I think they want Dart to just kind of sit for a while.
Okay, give him a year.
Yeah,
that's the case. The Giants might be picking pretty high next year in the draft.
And I'll ask another question of you: what's going on with Matthew Stafford? Has he got some arm problems going on? I mean, some serious arm problems. I mean, they're acting like this guy is not obviously going to show up until game one. It sounds like his arm is hurting. Is this an arm injury? I mean, this wasn't because of a fall. It's just old arm.
It's just old arm there.
Old arm.
There's some rumors that he was dealing with this last offseason too, and was fine. Like played well. Rams had a great year. He had a great year. But McVay was asked about it recently, and he's like,
just an old arm, huh?
I'm taking it a day at a time.
Oh, geez. That's basically an old man's arm.
He was asked for like a health update, and he's like, I am taking it one day at a time.
So in other words, he didn't fall. His arm's just old.
His arm's just getting old. Yeah, 37. He's thrown a lot of passes.
Yes.
Great high school baseball player as well, and maybe it's all catching up to him a little bit.
That if their defense is up to snuff, that'd be a tough team to deal with the Rams.
And are they the second best team in the NFC? Maybe third best team in the NFC.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Philadelphia and Detroit probably go 1-2. And it's, Washington made the NFC title last year. Obviously, the Rams were the closest team to beating Philly in the playoffs last year. Almost feels like those are your top four, but that's if Matthew Stafford is healthy.
Okay, one more question for you.
Yeah.
Which one of the Bozas is not where he was last year? Who did I see a Boza playing for the other day? That's not the original team that he was with.
Joey.
Is it Joey?
Joey's with Buffalo now.
Wow.
Nick is still with San Francisco.
Okay, now is that going to be what's that going to do for the Bills, you think? I mean, is that going to really, really help that defensive line, which I think they need? I mean, they've got enough offense going on.
Yeah, Joey Bosa is a great player when he stays healthy. Like that's the big issue with him. I mean, when he's on the field, he's one of the most disruptive edge rushers in the game. I don't think he's like top 5 anymore, but
he's still pretty good.
I still think he's pretty good.
Okay, if he's healthy, okay.
Yeah, we'll see. Big year for the Bills, obviously, trying to get over that hump. And back issues also for Matt Stafford, too.
Wow.
That's the specialist he's seen. So it's some dead arm, it's some dead back.
It's an old man playing quarterback.
That's how it is right now. All right, last thing here before we bring on the boys from Chaos Theory, and this will spearhead our crosstalk conversation as well. Excuse me. So we have spent some time talking about, quick shout out to the Hecht Law Firm, 512-938-8929. Ryan Hurricane Hector, go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. He will fight for you. He's a friend of the show, but a fighter for the people. HechtLawFirm.com for more information. I want to give him a shout out here this morning, like we always do. But we have spent a lot of time talking about an Eastern Michigan freshman by the name of Noah K.
Okay.
Remember this dude?
Yes.
Signee from Eastern Michigan. Phil Steele had that pretty rough typo where he forgot the K.
Yeah.
Ended up being a little racial slur, and now Phil Steele hasn't been heard from since.
You haven't heard from Phil about that yet?
No, I'm kidding. I don't think he got canceled for that, but that was a pretty hilarious typo from Phil Steele. Well, Noah K. Remember, his last name is spelled Knigga.
Nika.
That's how you're pronouncing it.
That's how I did the first time.
Well, it's an all-time name, and we usually don't talk Eastern Michigan football on this show, and
we shouldn't.
Most people don't on their show, but this guy has a pretty hilarious last name, and we kind of figured he would be able to cash in on NIL, and he's doing just that. He, in conjunction with a company called Hood Limited, have released a new hat.
It's awesome.
And this is what it looks like, Buck. It literally just says his last name on the front. It's got his number. I assume that's his number, 10 on the side. But it is a snapback hat that literally just says Knigga.
Oh, dude, they are selling that on campus.
You think so?
Oh, my goodness, yes. You know that.
These things, they're online. They're available to the public. You can purchase one if you would like. These are going for $49.
What?
Plus shipping. Yeah, shipping is not included in
That's
that.
a hat that you buy at the clubhouse.
$49.
You don't buy that at the clubhouse.
All sales are final, by the way. No returns or exchanges. So you better like it when you get this one for 49 bones.
Wow.
What do you think? You want in on this?
No, I can't wear. I'm not going to wear that hat.
$49.
I'm not wearing that hat because it's $49.
How do you pronounce it?
Nika.
Can I say that?
Nika. Yeah, you can say Nika.
Nika?
Yeah, I don't think the family pronounces it.
Well, here's
the way
my thoughts. $49. Nika, please.
Oh my God! That's
had
great.
to. Oh,
$49. That's kind of steep, isn't it?
That's very steep. Come on, for a hat. I mean,
it's a case of golf balls. That's a case of
people are going to buy this. People are going to buy this.
Oh, I'm telling you, on campus, that's going to be around.
But not just on the campus of Eastern Michigan. This is going to be all over the country. People are going to be
Wherever
rocking
that
this
conference is, they're going to be rocking that hat.
And it's going to be like white people who are like, but it's not the word.
Oh no,
it's not that. You think it's that, but it's not offensive. It's not that.
Give me 6 of them.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to see frat boys walking.
Oh my goodness.
Like a roundup at Texas this year.
Oh my
goodness. Frat bros walking around with this.
Yeah, he's
over.
about to make some money.
I think so. $49 is a little steep for my liking. Let's bring on Double R and Wags, see if they would be willing to fork over the cash for this hat. Gentlemen, $49 for this Noah K hat. What say you?
I don't pay for caps. I don't think we can accept that. We can't. Pat Sajak, we can't accept that.
We can't accept what? The price or the name that's on here?
The marketing here. I don't.
No, I say the price.
I can say it.
Yeah, well, Bucky gave me the pass a second ago, so I think I'm in the clear.
Yeah, you're clear.
Yeah,
Hey, so
it is what it is.
Hey,
you know what kind of deal that is right there? That is a KNIL deal.
See what you're doing there. I really
That's going to sell on that campus like nobody's business.
I've said it before. I really hope this kid is good and ends up transferring to like an SEC or a Big Ten school.
Oh my goodness!
Because no one's going to watch Eastern Michigan football, but I would love to hear like Brad Nessler trying to pronounce this kid's name, or like Gus Johnson. I guess Gus can he can have a slip up, and that's okay. Uncle Vern, I guess. Yeah, so it's dude, Gus Johnson, the funds he's going to use for this. We need Gus Johnson on the call of one of this guy's games. He has to transfer into a big time program. It has to happen. Has to happen.
Got to work that NIL deal.
Let Beth Mowens do it. That'll be good.
Oh, well, I hope Beth Mowens slips up. Then we don't have to hear her call a game again.
No
way. That's the goal right there.
She's such a pro. She's such a pro. She'll find a way.
Hopefully she slips up there. Yeah, $49 for this hat. All sales are final. No returns or exchanges.
I can't. Well, bad colors for me, I guess. Right.
Yeah, it's green. It's a green hat because that's Eastern Michigan's color. So it's green with black. Of course, the font's got to be black, right?
I wonder if I can go ahead and do that in my garden, maybe.
What? Wear this hat?
My garden hat.
This
one? I need a floppy hat. If you give me a floppy hat like that.
If they made a K-word floppy hat.
I may have to have that.
How much? You're spending $49 for that, too?
No, I'm not spending $49 on a cap. I can't do that.
That's a lot of money.
That is pricey. Yeah. That's
you know how much food I could get at the stadium now with all the great prices there?
You can get
pricing on that stuff.
You can get like 14 or 12 hamburger or hot dogs. What am I saying?
That is awesome.
12 hot dogs times 4.
Or they got some great prices over at the stadium this year for the games, boys. They got nuts. Hey, they got nuts, burgers. They got a good job.
Bag of nuts
CDC
for $10
did a fit. No. Bag of nuts only $8, dude. Something like that.
No, bag of nuts is $4.
$4 for a bag of nuts.
Did I X out of that? Damn it! I think I did.
That beer prices are pretty good. It's a pretty good.
$5 or $6 for a beer?
That ain't bad. That is not bad at all.
I tell you, Rodney, you go up to Jerry World, look out. You're not getting that.
I was there for Gold Cup. I had to work, and I paid $14.72 for a Jerry Jones beer.
Oh what was it? A can? One of those tall, skinny cans?
It was I think it was a 16 ounce.
Oh,
16 ounce. $14.72.
That's insane. We're talking about soccer too.
Really thirsty, dude.
You had to be really thirsty to get. What if you got two of those?
Oh, and Double Art. Let me ask. They asked you to tip on top of that, didn't they?
Of course, absolutely.
What?
Yeah,
it's insane. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
what do you tip the person at the concession stand?
Who cracks open the beer for you? I guess
it opens the thing. Yeah, and they do it so smoothly too because they're like, okay, you pay, you stick the card in there, and they're like, okay, it's going to ask you a question.
Oh no, they don't say that to you, do they?
You handed me a drink. You did your effing job. I'm not tipping you for that. Are you kidding me?
I'm thinking the question's going to be, are you 21? No. 15.
You didn't even smile when you gave me my
25.
beer. You're not getting a tip.
You didn't even smile at me.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. Now, if it's at a bar and a bartender, I can constantly give somebody $1 tip if they keep bringing my drink to me. I got no problem with giving them $1 after $1 after $1. That's fine.
That's hustling.
But if I'm at a concession stand and somebody turns the machine around to me and says, what would you like to do? I say, I'd like to take my drink and get the hell out of your face. That's what I like to do.
Especially when it's not even on tap, too. Like, all right, you do it right on tap. There's no foam at the top. You get a straw pour.
I was going to say, most of the beers that I'm getting have this much foam at the top.
But no tip there. It's like just a can. They literally they turn around, take 2 steps, open the
would
fridge,
I be considered cheap if I didn't tip somebody at a concession stand like that?
No, I feel like most people don't. A lot of people do, but that's ridiculous. Like, that's your job. You're getting paid for your job. Do your job.
Open a tap. Yeah.
I had to run this. I mean, weird little story here. I had to run in a little errand around 7:00 last night. A lady clearly struggling in life just walks up and says, "Hey, mister, you got $1 you can or can you lend me $1?" She said lend first. I was like you're gonna give it back was my first thought. And then I was just like, well, I'm sorry, ma'am, I only have a card. She goes, oh, well, you can just go buy me this. I was like,
you can go buy me this.
Maybe she just wanted a hug. Why don't you ask her for a hug? You should just said to her, how about a hug?
As soon as I said no, her attitude shifted and got absolutely hostile towards me. Well, F you then anyway. Damn. Are you kidding me?
Homeless.
Like, why in the hell am I going to give anybody anything these days? No way. You're hating me before you even know me. And
we're gonna give a shout out to Onion Creek Club for having us out this morning.
Yeah, man, it's beautiful out here this morning, boys.
Beautiful.
I love that place, man.
We're gonna give a shout out to you guys since y'all are taking over. We'll be listening. See y'all tomorrow.
See you guys,
later, boys. There they go. Here we are, man, out at the Onion Creek. Gonna get some, get some strokes in there and swinging the wrenches, man. I'm surprised you didn't give me a call to go out the Onion Creek there, Double R. Hey, my apologies too, by the way. I took the dogs out for a walk, and apparently when I was out for a walk, the internet went out, and I guess we lost connection to the app. Thank you for being the go-to guy right there.
We're all good. Hey, so they did what I do to you. I mean, you see where I'm at. I'm in the AV consultation studio. I didn't get invited to Onion Creek either. So so here we are.
Dude, how you been, man? You good?
Yeah, Wags, they don't want me playing at Onion Creek. Yeah, man, they don't want me messing up their stuff.
If they bring us out to Onion Creek, we're going to lose all the invitations out there.
That's going to be pretty bad. But so I've been sitting around this morning enjoying.
We're the Great Hills crew. we're
the municipal.
We're the Great Hills crew. Put us, when you got to do something at Great Hills, that's where we're going.
Yeah. When I had to play in a tournament in April over in DFW at Trophy Club, and I go rolling up in there, and I'm like, holy smoke, they're gonna let me get on that course. So my partner was like, oh man. But so I've been sitting around today. So it's back to school. So how are you feeling? So Reed no longer in high school. You look on social media. I know you're not on the Facebook, but it's like everybody posting the pictures. They're driving the kid to school and the kid going in.
Reed does a summertime job, right? And like I said, I usually get it when Katie's not here and she's out at her sister's house taking care of her dog. Yeah. Usually, I get up in the morning and walk the dogs, right? And it hit me, Reed usually works Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right? But he was off this morning because kids are in school, and this was his first day off, morning off in a long time, right? So it's 6:30, he's not up yet. We just get back, it's 7, I turn the app on, it's about 7:30, we get back in, Reed's still not awake, and I'm starting to flip out, like, you're supposed to be at work, what's going on, dude? He goes, what are you talking about, man? It's not summertime. Kids, and I'm like, Reed, it's August 11th. What are you, or August 12th? What are you talking about? It's not summertime. We're in the dead dogs of summer. He goes, Dad, school is back in session. Let me sleep. I can check my own schedule. Dude, I just got to get out of the kid's way. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here trying to control everything, man. But yeah, I mean, to answer your question, he was trying to sleep, but I wouldn't let him sleep.
Yeah. Well, and that's where, so it's like this morning I was kind of, I mean, I hate to be, I've turned into my grandparents and the older folks in my family. And by the way, yeah, I don't know about the Hispanics at Trophy Club because they did look at me kind of weird when I went rolling up there, but I was like an official gear.
What are you talking about?
Comment there that they don't let Hispanics in it.
Oh.
So it's like, so I've turned into the older.
Hey, when you pull when you go to do the comments, pull the comments up, because I think every time you say something like that, I feel like you're saying like I said it or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm just like,
no. So that's the thing, I'm sitting here, I'm watching all the children, walk to school. I'm not a creepo. I mean, it's just because my dogs are barking, and all the stay-at-home moms walking the kids to school.
You like to see the neighborhood. The neighborhood's growing, right? I guess it's reminiscent and nostalgic, right?
No, I don't
sending the girls off to school and everything.
But it's like, it's such a big deal now. It's where I think society's so different now. I remember when school started for me, it was like, take your ass to school, get on out of here. I'd get dropped off and it was like, get out, bye.
Did you? Okay. So I walked to school for the first, for primary education, for elementary school. I walked to school, and then middle school. Actually, I walked to school too, and then in high school is when I had to take the city buses and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Then when I went out to the county, we took the yellow school bus, the yellow bus.
It's so funny that people frown on the yellow dogs, riding the yellow dog. I'm like, are you kidding?
I only rode it for 1 year, you know what I mean? And then I had a license and was rolling with other people. But my freshman year is when I took the yellow bus. Sophomore year is when I took the yellow bus, and then my city bus. I had to take a city bus for a little while when I lived in Baltimore, when I went to Poly. But other than that,
I would go.
Mostly it was a yellow dog, man.
Yellow dog. Yeah. I would go stay with my aunt and uncle, and they lived. It's probably about an 18-mile ride to the schoolhouse on the yellow dog. And I just like to go.
That's a long ride. That is a long bus ride. Dude.
Yeah, that was before there were schools everywhere, and it was a fun ride.
There's a school in every corner now. Jeez.
Yeah, yellow dog. You could roll the windows down. No seat belts. no air conditioning. It was like, man, yeah.
I'm glad I didn't have to endure too much of that, man. What do you want to do first, man? We got Arizona State for the top 20 countdown here, but we got some news all around the sports realm. What do you want to tap into first, amigo?
What do you think?
I mean, first and foremost, welcome in everybody.
Yeah, that's right.
Quarter of a way through the show, and we got to give our pleasantries and hit us up on our socials too. Not the fake wags at brand X/Twitter, and my partner in crime is the Rodney R on brand X/Twitter, and then on Instaface at the _Rodney R. I'm on Instaface at the Wagner Wire. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already, and then hit that code of text line 512-222-9328. Again, 512-222-9328. All right, got that out of the way, amigo. Where you want to go first?
Let's dive into this, Wags. I mean, it's one of those things where if you happen to be the one at the top of the poll, it's always fun to take a look at it.
It's great to see. It's great to see. I loved it for maybe 2 minutes, and then I'm just like, man, that's bulletin board material right there, man. Yep. People are going to be targets on your back. People are going to be coming at you, right? Yep. Texas is probably one of the most hated schools outside of the 40 anyways, just because of the brand, and they're kind of the Yankees of college football, in my opinion, or just the Yankees of college sports. This doesn't help, right? Especially, and people think that we're usually overrated anyways, almost every year, which, they can, to each their own. But I feel like I feel like when the coaches are feeling good about the team and the AP is feeling good about the team, everybody might be on to something, but my reluctance still remains. It's hard for me to give Texas the number one slot when you have to supplement your entire one of the units that is arguably the most important unit on the field, which is your offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And you're not just plugging and playing a few of them. You're replacing the entire unit. All right. And like, what's the, like, Baker's getting a nod now at tackle, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. So now, I mean, basically your hand was forced there. So the questions that you had at offensive line are kind of getting sorted out for you because of injury, but still, like, that going into camp, like, that's a big hiccup. That's a big setback still. Like, you still want all your pieces, all your solid pieces to be able to be your hog mollies up front. So I got questions there. I also have questions with the secondary, but remember, we also had questions with the secondary when Makuba transferred in, right? I mean, we lose Makuba, but that's why I want to have Mookie Taff on here. I'd love to hear, how things are going in camp for the secondary. I don't have too much reservations with the defensive line. I think they'll be okay. Even plug and play for the interior, I think they'll be okay there. But my main concern is the offensive line. And it's tough for me to give Texas the nod at number one in the AP if we're really struggling and trying to supplement the offensive line here, man. I just think that's too important of a unit to have questions about. And when you're having questions about them, I don't know if you can be the number one team. That's my take. Sorry.
I think a lot of this is the Arch Manning expectations.
Well, it's hype. It's a lot of hype, man.
Yeah, it really is. And where I think it's a double-edged sword for Texas is that in the past it kind of had always been, with the soft label and the not being able to get to the next level and all that. And then boom, here all of a sudden there you are. So it's where, okay, people are finally, is it that folks are finally starting to realize that Texas has gone to the next echelon to where they are finally going to eclipse that, go to the next level? Or is this just setting them up for failure if something goes awry in week one? So that's where it's, to me, it's so funny where it's taken this long for them to get to this level, to be number one in the AP preseason poll. Where it is, it's like, okay, is it something that people are waiting to pounce if something goes wrong? Or what happens in week one if you come out and where you're an underdog, by the way? And I think the first time that a number one has been an underdog in a week one, you come out and you lay an egg in week one, then what happens? Then it's back to the Texas of old. They're not what we thought they were, and they're back to old ways and so forth. So I mean, it's cool to look at. I mean, that's a beautiful.
That's exactly. Yeah. So like when I saw it first, I was like, yes, and I was like, shit. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I don't know, it's sexy. It looks great. But at the end of the day, it's kind of irrelevant at the moment right now until we get the product on the field, right? Looking at this first, like I feel like LSU has got a little bit more in the tank than 9. I would have LSU up around like 6, right? I don't even know if Notre Dame
that low. Yeah,
I don't know if Notre Dame's going to even be able to reload and get up to 6 like that too. Again, I can't wait till we break down Notre Dame's schedule. I'd like to run through that. But we got Arizona State on the docket today. We'll get to that in just a little bit here. But yeah, bulletin board material for all the other teams there trying to come up and poke Texas or trying to saw us off there. So
yeah, there it is right there. So again, second time that we've seen Texas in back-to-back weeks at the top of a poll. Saw a couple of comments there about the John Mateer situation there with the transfer quarterback in from now for the Sooners. The gambling allegations there. I guess it's not really allegation.
It's not allowed, right? But I mean, how did he get caught again?
So he apparently placed, or someone, I think
Venmo. Was it Venmo?
Yeah, he put in there.
He sent the payment on Venmo.
Yeah, and he put sports betting. You know, it's like sports betting. And then I think he put USC versus UCLA. I don't have the screenshots, but I'm like, dude, how stupid are you? Come on, man. It's like, you know, when you have a senorita on the side, are you going to put senorita in your phone? No, you put Bill Johnson. You know, that's just stupid. That's just stupid. Sports betting, and you're like a quarterback for at the time Washington State. Washington State, yeah. Come on, man. Be better. Be better. These kids, they don't get it, Wags.
Well, I mean, I think mine does the same shit, right? Like they don't common sense, right? Common sense has kind of eluded them. They got all these gadgets, all these tools, but I mean, they're just brain dead up top, or you know, they're in a rush so damn much that they're not even thinking about what they're doing. You know, they need to slow down and just pay attention a little bit, man. I wish I had a little bit more for you on this, Rodney. I didn't even know that Mateer got popped for gambling.
So somebody just found it. Nothing, you know, is anything going to come out of it? I doubt it.
You know how I feel about this whole deal. Like, as long as you're not betting on the game that you're playing in, right, and trying to kind of tarnish it, you know, for the other team, or you know, throw the game for the other team. I don't know, if you're betting on two teams that you know you have nothing to do with, and
yeah,
man, that's your money, buddy. You know what I mean? Play it how you want it. That's how I feel about it. But I don't know. I don't like people telling me what to do with my money.
I mean, I'm with you. Why does it even matter? I mean,
it matters because he's a kid and he plays sports.
Yeah. Well,
so, as long as he's not influencing a game, right? Or, you know, influencing a game that he's in, you know, due to a gamble, you know, because of gambling, then I don't know. I'm all right with it. Let Mateer gamble. Let him call his cousin. Come talk to us. We'll get on your ride there.
It's
man.
Like what's the dude from the Pistons that I think that was betting on his own games, missing free throws or missing. Oh no, it was baseball. The pitcher. Yeah.
Who was that?
It was one of those guys where it's like you go back to where this dude was doing prop bets, like on the third pitch being whatever.
Brother. He's got a brother in the league too, I think.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that stuff. Yeah. But I mean, come on. I mean, so what? But yeah, I don't think it's going to account for anything, but this is somebody doing a whole lot of investigating to go find this dude's Venmo account and figure out what he's doing here. So I don't know. So there's that. There's the John Mateer situation. If something happens to him, though, it's like, damn, that's something that OU's hanging a lot of hope on, is that dude resurrecting some of that offense there for Brent Venables.
Well, and apparently the AP poll is big on Oklahoma too. So, you know, maybe Mateer, you know, besides spending a little bit of coin there, you know, maybe he can spend a little bit of you know, pigskin and sling the damn rock around there for Venables and company, because they've been struggling at that. So
yeah,
we'll see.
Absolutely. Yeah. We'll take a look and see how that all works out. So you want to dive into Arizona State? We can kind of close out college football with Arizona State, go to the NFL.
Yeah, whatever you want to do, man. Let's go. Wherever you want to go.
Shoot. Yeah, let's go to Arizona State. Well, I'll tell you what, before we do that, how about we say that our preview of Arizona State is going to be taken care of by our friends at Covert Bee Cave, that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. Customer testimonials will tell you how great those folks are.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Absolutely. Thank you, Hayden. Thank you, Dan. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Be sure and check them out online at covertbeecave.com. Also want to remind you, friends, a new lawyer in town. When that storm hits, you call Hurricane Hex. Stop what you're doing. Put this number in your cell phone right now as I'm sitting here talking to you. 512-938-8929. That's Ryan Hurricane Heck, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in the ATX. A proud Texas Longhorn fighting for Texans. A Longhorn through and through. He brings that same pride into the courtroom. Injured in a car accident. Hurt on the job. Just out and about. Random stuff. You're out with back to school stuff. Car hits you. One phone call to make. It's Ryan Hurricane Heck. You don't pay any fees unless you win. That's right. No fees unless Hurricane Heck gets money in your pocket. Aggressive in court. compassionate with clients, Austin-based, Texas proud, a friend of the show, fighter for the people. We talk about him all the time. You hear throughout the shows we talk about Ryan Hurricane Hecht, and he still will be live with us here, hopefully soon, right here on Chaos Theory from 9 to 10 every Monday through Friday. He's the real deal, friend. Smart, tough, and relentless. Don't let those insurance companies push you around. That's the first call you're going to get right there from the insurance company. Say, you call Hurricane Hecht. Call him today, 512-938-8929. You can also email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Be sure and follow him also on the TikToks at Hurricane ESQ. Check out all the cool stuff right there. It is Ryan Hurricane Hecht.
Running through me today, man.
Uh-oh. Well, that's good.
Now, I've been cutting out like the sodas and everything. I still doing the sugar-free Red Bulls, but
OLIPOP.
Doing water and doing some coffee, man. The coffee is woo. You know, three cups of coffee in this morning, and
coffee will clean you out, man.
We're jittery, we're all over the place, and we're peeing like neon weapons here.
Coffee will get you, man. Coffee will get you. Clean you out on both sides.
Oh yeah, it'll get you. Yeah, in front of that first sip. Right to the toilet, baby.
Hey, Wag. So yesterday I went over to the Great Clips over here in our fair neighborhood. I checked the online thing and it was like 0 minute wait. So I'm like, okay, I need a trim.
You need to go see Vanessa.
I know, I do. I think about that every time I need a haircut.
I'm going to turn you on to Vanessa here, man.
It's usually very fast when I do that. So I go rolling up in there. They do my hair, get me all fixed up, get the gray out as much as possible. And I roll up to the counter.
Come on, man. You got to cut. You got to show it.
Like that.
There you go. Look at you.
And the nice lady that did it. So I'm paying and she's like, thank you so much. Same question. There's a question that they're going to ask you right there. It's the tip one, which I will. The hairdresser needs to be tipped.
Oh, yeah. Like yeah. I give V probably $10-15 each time.
Oh, absolutely. So I get done and then she looks up at me and she goes, "Are you a senior?" I'm like, "Senior what?"
Senior citizen.
I said, what do you consider senior? And she said, 55. I said, I'm close enough. Got $3 off.
Just there. Hey, look at you. Congratulations there, Pappy.
Moving on up like the Jeffersons, brother.
How about it?
On up. Arizona State, my man. Scattaboo.
Scattaboo gone. You know what, though? Real quick before we get to Arizona State, since we're kind of doing like the little, I guess a little segue to Arizona State here. Scattaboo, like I'm like, I haven't gotten a Giants jersey in a long time.
I like that
Eli Manning might be the last Giant. No. Yeah, it's Eli Manning because I have my classic Lawrence Taylor jersey, but I don't wear it. Like I hardly wear it because I want to get it. I'll never run into LT, but my whole dream is like if I ever, know that he's going to be in a venue somewhere, bring that jersey, get it signed, and then case it up, put it in a shadow box or something like that. So yeah, it's hard for me to wear that jersey just because I don't want to mess it up or get anything on it. I do. That's the white one though. I do have a dark one. I got a blue one that I usually wear though. Got the Spider 43 logo, man. Authentic, nice. Dude. It's tremendous, but still, like, it's hard for me to buy a jersey these days.
Yeah,
I might buy a Scatabo just because he's from the Jersey area. He's been a Giants fan his whole life too, so I don't know. I don't think he's going to turn heads. He's not going to be the next Mike Altstadt. He's not even going to be a starting running back, I don't think, for the G-men, but still, just, I don't know. He's a fan favorite already, man, just because he's a town hero. He's a local guy there, so we'll see how it pans out.
I think he's going to be
$100 on a jersey like that.
He's going to be one of those guys, Wags, to where as long as he stays on the team, that's the whole thing. I mean, get through, and I think he will stay on the team, to where it's like he can be a dude that can come in and contribute different things. I mean, because hell, remember the guy was a kicker at one point too. I mean, the guy kicks field goals. So I mean, this is a dude that I think, especially being from there, this is a guy that can come in. I don't know.
You brandoning Mr. Football already? Huh?
George Blanda.
Is he the Andy Reid, pass, punt, and what is the pass, punt, and kick?
Yeah,
this could be what that little thing is.
Yeah, this could be the modern day George Blanda Well, he'll come in and, kick field goals, play quarterback, run the ball, play secondary. I mean, whatever. I mean, whatever you need. But seriously, I became a fan of this dude in that Texas playoff game. I'm like, that's a bad son bitch right there.
I feel like that's
player.
kind of all. I feel like that's all Arizona had to roll with that night, man. But hey, to this year, what do you think Arizona Sun Devils is going to do this year, amigo? 11-3 last year. They returned 8 on offense, 8 on offense, 9 on defense.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta look at what they've done. I mean, these were back-to-back 3-9 seasons. You go in there, you actively recruit, you bring transfers in. Remember they fired some of the coaches, I think, in 2022 over some recruiting allegations. I mean, everything that Kenny has done there has just been tremendous for them.
When was Herm Edwards' run over at Arizona?
20? Was that 20 or 21? That was right around COVID. But with what Dillingham has done right here, to come in after all of that and then being in the Big 12. I mean, I think, remember last year they were like projected to be last in the Big 12. Of course, the Big 12 totally flipped itself last year. But I mean, here they are sitting currently. I think they and Baylor, in my opinion, seem to be the ones at the top of the Big 12. But you look at what you have coming back and what Kenny Dillingham has built right here. I think they're sitting in a really good spot to be playoff contenders again. And the fact that they took Texas down to the wire. They won a playoff game, for crying out loud, but you're able to take Texas down to the wire, double overtime. And this is very much Sam Leavitt. Sam Leavitt with an offensive line intact once again, Wags.
Yeah, but he doesn't have Gullery. Like, Gullery's no longer there, so they'll have they got to replace. That's it too, right? Another team that has decent quarterback play, but needs to find the next wide receiver to kind of step up and take that room and be the head honcho there.
Yeah, but he does have Jordan Tyson back, so I think that's something that is going to bode well for him. Malik McClain maybe over on the other side. So
Arizona's defense is going to be all right. They're going to be fine on D.
Yeah, I think so. So especially with the Big 12 being what it is, and the Big 12 is better. I think that's the whole thing about it. I think last year we thought the Big 12 was going to be. We laid that all out and it just totally flipped itself. But I think with this group coming back, what Leavitt has to do is he has to complete passes. I mean, that sounds stupid, but I saw a stat last night, Wags, where when Leavitt completed 60% of his passes, this team is 10-0. When he completed less than 60, I think they were like 1-3.
Well, what do you think the plan of attack is going to be for Dillingham and company here? You think it's going to be ground and pound, or you think they're going to actually, rely on the arm of Leavitt?
I think it's going to be a combination of both because you have a solid offensive line. You've got, I think, damn near everybody's back. I think they're all back.
Yeah, they return. Yeah, they're good.
Yeah. So, in the running back name, what's his name? Kane. It escapes me at the moment, but. They've got a good running back. I think it could be a dual attack right here where Arizona State. Adoa. Yeah, Adoa. That's right. To where this team's gonna contend. This team is gonna contend. And that's where you look at the schedule again. I mean, easily a 2-loss team. I think, depending on how you want to shake things out here. So, but got to get more out of the passing game.
They lost 4 transfers. They lost 4 offensive linemen last year, and they were still able to have the season that they had, right? They returned the line that they made and put together in that playoff run that they threw in there. Their defensive line, they only lose I just had it. They only lose Clark. They only lose Clark off their defensive line and return everybody back on that unit. So they're going to be solid up front in the trenches on defense too. So I don't know. And then, like you just said, we'll get to their schedule in just a second here. But with the schedule, I mean, this we can do a best and a worst here, but this could potentially be a 2-loss team here and find its way back into the playoff again. Yeah,
they struggled. I mean, last year they struggled with the pass rush. But I think that's going to be better this year. But I mean the second and third level, I mean the linebackers are great. Secondary I think is really, really good. So I think if you can solidify the defensive line, you've got the guys coming off of the edge. I think that if you get that done, I mean, this is one of the most damn solid teams you're going to find, not only in the Big 12, but I think in the country. And they've kind of already put their mark on that they can make a run. And I think the fact, like I said, that they took Texas down to the wire, Wags, I thought Texas was going to lose that game several times at the end right there.
Looked like it for a minute there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So watch this team. And that's where I don't want to call them a sleeper, because when you look at the full analogy here about this team, they shouldn't be a sleeper, especially coming out of the Big 12. If they were in the Big 10 or the SEC, you could say, okay, Arizona State might sneak up on somebody. But like I said, it seems solidly to me that it's they and Baylor, with maybe a hint of Texas Tech and Utah.
And that's my question mark when the schedule is Texas Tech. Like, I have them losing. I actually have them losing to Baylor, which is wild.
That's at Waco, right? Yeah, that's at Waco.
So, again, probably if it was in Arizona State, I'd probably flip it and give Arizona State the nod. But I think Baylor's pretty damn solid. I wasn't on board at first, right? And then after we got talking, and I went back and started looking into them and reading into this magazine here, they got some dudes. They returned some studs, man.
They do. I mean, they really do. It's the Big 12.
They just got reps. They got a lot. They're pretty experienced. So
yeah, they do. But I mean, you get Tech at home, Arizona State. You get them at home. You get Houston at home. So
let's just get on the schedule.
Yeah, let's go through it. Let's go through it.
All right. Week 1, August 30th against Northern Arizona. I got them as a dub here, right? They host at home, open up against Northern Arizona. That's a win. All right. Then next week at Mississippi State, that is a win.
They win that, but that's going to be tighter than we think. I just got a feeling that's going to be tighter than we think.
I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so. I think this is a 2-score game, maybe 3-score game here. I don't feel too solid about Mississippi State this year either.
I don't either, but I just think, I don't know. Anyway,
Texas State, I got a win for them there, and then a loss at Baylor, like we just mentioned. Win at TCU, win against TCU, and then I have a win at Utah.
Big one there.
This is the question mark that I had here, right? Like, can they get back? Can they get past the Fighting Yormarks? I'm going to just be definitive here and say yes, for shits and gigs. Then they got a Houston squad. I believe that they will beat Houston. And then Iowa State. At Iowa State. And we know how tough it is to play in Ames, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Utah and Iowa State.
I'm gonna say a loss. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna say a loss here. All right.
Yeah. Utah and Iowa State are gonna be fun.
What's that?
The at Utah and at Iowa State games. Those are gonna be. That could be your 2 losses. Maybe.
No, Baylor's a loss.
Baylor's a loss.
All right. I'm pretty sure that Baylor's a loss. I think Iowa State's going to be the loss. And again, this is just the optimistic schedule for Arizona. At best, probably a 2-loss team. Then the win against West Virginia, win at Colorado, and a win at Arizona, or a win against Arizona to finish it out. So yes, best case scenario, a 2-loss team. I can see this team as a potential 4-loss team though, against Texas Tech, Arizona, not Arizona State, Baylor, Utah, and maybe Arizona can bite them in the ass just because it's a rivalry game, but I don't think they should have pretty good solid command of that game. But anyways, so best case scenario, 2-loss team. Worst case scenario, maybe potentially 4, but 3 losses.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of different spots where just kind of doing the averages of what I've kind of looked at to where it projects out to about an 8.5 win team, but I think that they've kind of set themselves a ceiling right now of 10, of at least 10 with this favorable schedule, because the only I think the only true loss is the Baylor one because it's on the road. But there are some other ones in there where, like you said, Tech. I mean, that could sneak up on you, and we can talk about Tech at some point because I don't it's another one of those situations to where there's a lot going into Texas Tech and a lot of, if you want to call it hubbub about them. But again, I really don't know.
Well, I mean, they are the Angel Reese of the
money.
Big 12, right? Like people want Texas Tech to be the face of the Big 12, but they're not good enough yet to be the face of the Big 12.
Yeah. And it's very much, for the folks that want to frown and kind of want to pile on Texas, to where it's like Texas has all this money that they're going to spend and they're going to do whatever they're going to do. That's what Texas Tech is doing, not just in football, but that's what Texas Tech is doing. But it's like, okay, Tech is getting better. Well, yeah, they're getting better because they're spending a lot of money because they have a lot of people that can, or they have one dude that can spend a lot of money. So it's a very similar situation, but I'm not totally bought in. And I don't know that they have a coach that can take them to the next level. So anyway, that's a Tech discussion, but we'll talk about them at whatever point. But this does seem really like a 2-horse race, Arizona State and Baylor. And I think Baylor, with that win early in the season, will solidify themselves as a Big 12 champion. But a very good Arizona State team. Got a lot back, man.
You don't feel like Iowa State's got a chance to make a run at this thing too? I mean, Iowa State, dude, like we kind of talked about them earlier. They return a lot of studs too, a lot of lettermen, and their schedule's pretty favorable for them as well. Rocco Becht, dual threat quarterback here. A lot to like there coming out of Ames, amigo.
Yeah,
on the defensive line as well.
It seems like to me that Iowa State's going to be sitting there behind these two, just kind of waiting. If one of these two trips and falls and stumbles, that's where Iowa State can just totally pounce on this. But I haven't figured out yet. But I think that there's somebody in the Big 12 that's going to sneak up on all of these people. I don't know if they're going to beat them, but I don't know if it's TCU.
So Kansas State could be my sleeper. I mean, it's hard to call Kansas State the sleeper of the Big 12 because they're kind of like 4 or 5,
always there,
right? Exactly. But
like that old pillow, it's always there. Yeah.
But if they're, I mean, I'm big on Dylan Edwards, man. Like I think that this dude can make a difference. Their offensive line's pretty stout too. So you add a guy like this, a playmaker like Dylan Edwards, man, and things could just pop off for you, man. I'm excited to see what Kansas State can do. I do feel like I want to give the Big 12 to Iowa State just because Ames has been in this position, throughout the years, the past couple of years here. I feel like he's got that winning, that championship kind of pedigree there. That even though I don't think they've won the Big 12 at all, but still, like they've been knocking on the doorstep, right? And it's so they've been so close. They return. Hold on one second here. They returned 7 on offense and 6 on defense. That's a pretty good, solid nucleus coming back. I mean, it's half and half, honestly, but still, they got a favorable schedule, in my opinion. I want to give the nod to the Army out of Ames there, but look, amigo, it's kind of right in front of us. Baylor's got the favorable schedule, and they have the dudes coming back. They got the reps. So the only thing that's been in question for me is, can you give Baylor the nod based off of the lack of work that they've done in the past couple of seasons. So I don't know. I think their time has come. I think they've it's time for them to arrive, and they could potentially be your Big 12 champions.
I mean, they could, and that's what's so cool about the Big 12 is that there are. I mean, we think we have the solidified favorites, but I still go back to, you've mentioned Kansas a couple of times. I mean, I don't think Kansas has
not so much this year.
Yeah.
But like Kansas won't be as good this year as they were last year. That, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Devin Neal was a very solid running back.
Yeah. And then Utah. I mean, Utah is another where I don't think we're talking about Utah quite as much. Obviously not as much as we did last year, because that's where last year it was like, okay, Utah is probably the clear-cut favorite. And then, I mean, you saw how that turned out. So, I mean, I think last year, Oklahoma State. Of course, I'm not high at all on Oklahoma State at this point of going into 2025. But that's where it really is with the Big 12. They are, man. They're just going to be knocking the dog shit out of each other, I think, week after week once we get this thing going. But I do think Arizona State has a lot of people coming back. That's why I think I'm weighing so heavily on them to be a factor. But some of these other ones that are maybe on the outside, just looking in just a little bit, can go in there and be the spoiler, and that's gonna be cool. That's gonna be cool.
All right, Migo, where do you want to go next, man?
Hey,
from the docket.
How about a word from our friends at AV Consultations? We can either do a recorded spot there.
Go ahead and fire that button off there. But yeah, I'll just tell you real quick, man. The anniversary is coming up this month. 37 years in business for Mr. McKay, our big guy, our buddy there. Yeah, no job's too big, no job's too small, guys. You know the deal, man. And football's right around the corner. You got probably a month, just under a month until kickoff. So make the call now, 512-255-8678, and get the viewing of your dreams. The Dude Den, the Princess Palace, the pool patio set up. It's all deadly, man, and it's done with audiovisual consultations.
Now, stepping up to the plate is a household name, weighing in at roughly 115 pounds with a wingspan of 98 inches. It's Samsung.
Kid, I know it's baseball season, but this isn't what I meant when I said to incorporate sports into the company commercial.
Sorry, old man. I just want everyone to know that audiovisual consultations can make your home feel like a stadium.
That's true. Audiovisual provides stadium surround sound, huge screen video, controlled lighting, and even temperature control. On our roster, every customer is an MVP.
Sounds like audiovisual knows how to score a home run with our customers.
All right, kid, that's enough with the baseball puns.
But I'm trying to tell everyone that audiovisual is a real catch. You'll glove our services.
Kid?
There's nothing coming out of left field when you give us a call. We won't break your balls.
Kid, we only have a minute.
Pitch, please. I don't need your attitude right now.
Rest assured, listeners, audiovisual is much better at installing and designing custom home theaters than we are at making jokes.
Just check our stats. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
Absolutely. avconsultations.com. Great point here from Jake. We're not even talking about this team. Cincinnati's
the dark horse of the Big 12, huh?
All
right. Well, you know what? After we do, if we have enough time out of the, well, I'm sure we will. We'll have plenty of time. After we get done the top 20 or whatever, we'll get into the Big 12 and get into the rest of the conferences and break down and talk about the dark horses out of there and our conference. I can't even talk. Our conference champions this year. Who's going to be the representation?
That's a nice thing, because doing this top 20, we're not going to have a lot of Big 12 teams in there. So we'll be able to go in and do a very
right. There are 3 Big 12 teams in the top 20. Is
that what it is? Is it 3?
I think.
I was going to say. So.
I'll get the list. I thought there was 3 Big 12 teams.
Yeah. And this is a great question here. And again, we're kind of putting the cart ahead of the horse. But what happens if Texas Tech doesn't win the Big 12? Because you've got these massive expectations by the people in Lubbock.
I don't think they're going to win the Big 12.
I don't think they are either. And I do think that the program, if you're going into this new model of a college football business, like these schools in the SEC and the Big Ten are doing, if you want to dominate the Big 12, I think you've got to go in there and you've got to get a good CEO. And I just don't think that Joey McGuire is that guy. And it's not anything. It's just, he's never been in this position. This is different. So I think that's Tech's next move. You're going to spend a lot of money. Go get you a technician. Go get you somebody that's going to be able to do that job. Jimbo Fisher.
CB, are you asking, or are you posing the question because you think that Texas Tech just has an absolute meltdown, or do you think it's going to be a knee-jerk reaction to kind of what Rodney's just kind of describing here, and they got to make their next move to kind of get McGuire out of there?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what he's implying right there. And I think that really is kind of the consensus for a lot of folks, that they're not ready because they're not built to do this business that we're in right now. Or you look at what Texas did. They went after some failures right there. They went out and they got Steve Sarkisian that has built this thing into an amazing, well-run, back-to-back national semifinal championship appearances, and what Georgia's doing. And
it's good. It's been a good 3 years.
It really has. It really has. And I think that's what Tech needs to do next, where it's like, if you're going to invest that money, and again, the money that you're going to invest in your coaching staff and your CEO, that's totally different from the KNIL stuff. So, yeah, I think that's the next step, because I just don't think that they're built or programmed to be at that level. If they prove me wrong, that's fine. And I'll be the first to own to that. I just don't see it. I just don't see it. Yeah. I don't know.
Right on. All right, any where else you want to go? What's next on the plate? What's next on the docket?
So what's your thought on the more and more that we're hearing in the NFL as we kind of transfer over to the NFL is that this Matt Stafford back injury thing is maybe a little bit more than we're.
Oh man, I don't know.
You buying it? You buying it?
To me, after hearing McVay talk the other day, or making the statement on it, making the comment on it, he was asked about Stafford's back. I think sure he's still nursing it from injury, right? But I think it's okay if you're out there, doing workouts and you maybe feel a little bit of a tweak. Sure, you don't want to push it and go full force. And honestly, why do you have to? Right? Like, what does Stafford have to prove?
Right
at this point, right in preseason, like sure, people want to see him. Fan base wants to see him play, wants to see him throw, but why push something out there and rush an injury back if you don't need to? Like preseason means nothing. And if McVay feels like they're the timing's down with Nakua and the rest of the wide receivers for the Rams, then I think everything's okay, right? Like I would keep Matt upright and what are we really questioning the toughness of Matt Stafford here too? Like Matt, if I am giving the nod to the toughest quarterback in the NFL, it probably is Matt Stafford, just based off of the 10 years
pounding,
right? And the pounding that he has taken, dude. I don't know. I mean, that's not to say that all quarterbacks don't take a pounding, but Stafford, for some reason reminds me of the Johnny Unitas of old, just that toughness, that grit that he has. Maybe it's because of what he did to Dallas, and it wasn't even like him taking a hit. Just the fact that he goes down there, does the fake spike or whatever, and then runs in.
Yeah.
That to me, that made him one of my favorite quarterbacks of all time. Just off that one little play there. Anytime that Dallas takes a little bit of a stab, I kind of like it. Being a Giants fan, this. What we got? What's pulled up?
Yeah, back to the tech discussion. Our man Delgado here, Mike Craven.
Mr. Craven, I got to give Mike a call, man.
Yeah. Tech's normal ceiling has to become its floor moving forward, especially with the UT and OU not in the way anymore, to where that's where the Big 12 wants Tech, I think, to become the benchmark, to become the standard of the Big 12, and they just are not at that point. So they've got to elevate the entire program. You could spend all the money in the world.
But why can't it feels like a strong push and a strong influence for a Texas school or a Texas institution to be the brand of the Big 12? If that's the case, then why not Baylor?
I mean, that's kind of my thought too, where I've been waiting.
I feel like Baylor sports programs, they're usually up in contending for stuff. Why not Baylor? Yeah. Why can't Baylor be the face of the conference?
That's been my thought, that Baylor should try to take that mantle just as soon as they could, to become the staple of the Big 12. But I mean, I think a lot of that is
TCU. Is TCU have they not established themselves as a sports base yet? Or
I think that they would be even more powerful, Wags, because for crying out loud, they're in Fort Worth. I mean, when you look at, I know this matters not, but Waco.
No, city does dictate 100%. Yes, I would think.
Absolutely. And that's why I wish, for the life of me, I wish that SMU was still in the Big 12 or was in the Big 12 now, because if you got SMU and TCU beating each other
that would be really cool to see.
Wouldn't that be great?
Big 12. That would be fun. Like it's still like geographically it makes no sense having SMU in the ACC, but again, it's a really good spot for Lashley, man. They're going to be tearing down the ACC for a while with this Texas talent.
Man, I think in a dream scenario for me, just as a Texas football, the state of Texas college football purist and fan, if you had SMU, TCU, both hitting at a really high level playing football, and Houston, the Cougars, playing at a really high level, you had those three teams. You want to talk about a pretty damn solid.
Is all that possible?
That's what would be so cool, especially now that they're spending money
because they all pull from the same pool. Right. They all pull from the same pool, but they're all in the same pond, right?
Yeah.
Is that possible for all those teams to be, flush like that at the same time?
That's where I think these recruiting wars would be so crazy if they were all three hitting at a good level, because you'd have those DFW schools, and then you'd have all that Houston cluster of Humble and Cypress and all of those different spots right there, where naturally you would think that they would go to Houston, but the DFW schools would be trying to pull them over with all the money up there. Holy shit, that would be great.
Houston's got money too, though. Do they not?
Houston does have money.
Dallas has more money than Houston.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a Texan. I'm asking. So.
Yeah. And right now all the money's with SMU, it seems like. So the fact that SMU is not in the Big 12 probably bodes well for all of them. But yeah, a Big 12 that had those three schools, the only one missing it being SMU. God, that'd be great, man. Not the old Southwest Conference would be pretty damn cool. And then who wins Central Texas and who wins the Valley? Get Texas State in there.
No.
Oh, the Bobcats or the Roadrunners. Now the Roadrunners in the Big 12 would be another one. I think that would be kind of fascinating right there. Think that'll happen?
I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. Get a little UTSA. Come on, man. Where do you want to go next, partner?
What else we got to cover? So yeah, we got Stafford out of the way. Kind of back to that. I think it's like we were talking about yesterday. No need for him to be playing. I think this may be a little gamesmanship right here from the Rams, from McVay.
There's really no gamesmanship out there. Right? I mean, it's kind of just protecting your quarterback, right? What are you trying to get on the opposition? Like, you trying to pull some wool over their eyes? Like, oh, we're not going to play Stafford. We might roll him out there.
I think it may be a little bit of, well, maybe the question that I asked is, maybe this injury is a little bit more than we're actually thinking. Maybe it's a little more severe, like what they did over the weekend, where it's like he was supposed to throw, I think, 40 or 50 passes, and he didn't. They never said he couldn't, but he didn't. Maybe a little bit of that to kind of put. To me, the Rams are the second best team in the NFC, I think, with Stafford. With Stafford, because I was high on the Rams last year. And I think now, but I don't know. We'll have our power rankings here at some point, I'm sure, of both divisions. But I really do think, Wags, that they're the second best.
You think this? I mean,
I think they're better than Detroit, because Detroit's got two big shoes to fill, and neither one of them.
They lost Ben Johnson. You gotta
and Aaron Glenn, both.
Yeah, you gotta man. Both your coordinators are plucked.
Yeah,
got
not one.
Questions to answer there for sure. Man, that could be, you could be on something right there with the Rams right there, man. At first I was even going to question if they're the best team in their division. Like, in San Francisco still the wearing the crowns there, but hell, they were kind of decrowned last year from the Rams in the playoffs, at least.
Mm-hmm.
What about, I know there's a big question with Minnesota at the quarterback, right? But if McCarthy can come out and be the guy that everybody thought he was when he was going to get drafted, and I don't think Minnesota's going to take too much of a step back. I mean, Addison's gone for 3 games, but you still got Justin. You still got the best wide receiver in the league. You got arguably the 3rd best defense in the league. You got a really decent offensive line, or you got a much improved offensive line.
That whole division,
I would think that Minnesota could push, man. I think that they could push, but again, big question at the helm for JJ McCarthy.
Yeah,
with JJ McCarthy. So.
We'll see how that works, but
I might have to get on board and buy that with you. I was going to say Detroit as the 2nd best team, but a lot of questions, with their coordinators gone. I think their offense will sputter a little bit more just because, Goff has had good continuity there. We'll honestly, we'll see. But yeah, that's a good take, man. The Rams could be the 2nd best team in the NFC, honestly.
Yeah,
they really could. I didn't agree with it at first, but it might be. You might be right.
So we'll see Stafford. I mean, I'm sure Matt goes home and he's like, "Hey, Kelly, come on, let's go get on our comfort bed. What's that bed that they advertise? Sleep bed, where you program your own number."
Dude,
in there.
I don't watch that much TV, man.
Just
I watch movies and stuff. I don't watch too many commercials.
There you go. Well, I'll tell you what's coming out soon. We talked about it the other day, that Jerry Jones documentary, the Dallas Cowboys and the Gambler, or whatever his name is. And did you hear him last night? He was at the red carpet premiere, and he said He said, if we're not, I don't remember exactly what he said. I'll say it verbatim.
he said, I don't know what he said.
This fool said, pretty much, if we're not getting enough publicity, I'll stir shit up. No. You, Jerry? You'll do that? You're a showman? Are you kidding me?
Just to keep the Cowboys in the news, man. Sometimes, Jerry, no news is good news, buddy.
Yeah.
You ever heard of that? Just be quiet and go away sometimes.
Just don't talk. Go win a football game. Go win a football game. Did you watch baseball last night?
I did not. I actually passed out pretty quick. Stayed up.
Man, I'm rubbing off on you. I'm rubbing off on you.
No, I just, a lot going on. Like I mentioned, Katie took the dog, or Katie had to go to her sister's house to dog sit her sister's dog. So, I had a lot going on with the dogs back here and, running around. I got 2 wasp nests outside.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I had to go get a couple dual packs of Hot Shot, went through about 4 cans of Hot Shot yesterday. And that was up on the damn ladder most of the day, with a pressure washer trying to get these damn nests. But they're literally up on the gutter or right underneath the gutter. So I have to get an extension of the ladder and get my ass all the way up there. And little reluctancy, Rodney. I'm not even gonna bullshit you. Little reluctant, all right? I want to make sure that there's, the nests are dormant and you can see the eggs and the larvae still up there, right? I hit it with the Hot Shot pretty good. I was able to get a good little angle there. I had to put it on the side of the house and then, scale up it and then, kind of hang around the corner and then hit it that way. But the one nest right above that position, that was absolutely driving me nuts just because the little wasps are coming down and trying to hit me while I'm trying to get this big wasp that's about 2 inches, man. And of course, with putting the pool in the back, they're always looking for water and stuff and so they can build their nest. It was, I don't know, a little bit of a wild day, chaotic day, man. When you don't have wasp fighting in your daily dose or your daily routine, it kind of makes things a little bit wild too. So I don't know, wasted about 4 hours on that damn shit trying to knock it down. Reaching outside of Reed's room with a broom trying to hit it too, man. I was all over the place.
And see that's, I know we've talked about it here before. Now we go to the home improvement section of Chaos Theory, to where it's like with all the different digging for Google fibers that we have here and AT&T fibers and all the construction and all this stuff, these bugs, I mean, we're in there, they're the habitants here, but it's like here for a while, when they came up and started digging out all the front over here, we started having to where we would come out and you'd go outside and there'd be like dead cucarachas, dead cockroaches out there. And I'm like, okay, what is this? Where is all this coming from? And same thing, we started finding rats in the back, rats running.
What's causing that?
I don't know. I don't know if it's the earth moving or what it is, but that roach thing was kind of freaking us out a little bit. It's like, okay, are we infested here? But I mean, that turns out it stopped. But I know the week that we were
I don't mess with roaches.
The week we were in Mexico. So get the week we were in Mexico, Wags, we had one of the girls staying here, and she was like, "Dad, I got to go get some roach spray." I'm like, "Well, clean up around there."
Jesus Christ.
That's probably what it was.
There's roaches are going to be, everywhere regardless, man. But hell, I think that's the reason why we, every Thursday we still do the old field day, man, where you get the bleach, you get the damn, what is it? Pine Sol. You get the Pine Sol out, the lemon scented Pine Sol, and bleach the damn floors, dude. I can't stand, like, I have to be clean, Rodney. I've talked to you about this, man. I can't have that dirt. I can't have the nastiness and the cringeness around anymore. I'm not in the military. I don't need to do it, man. We can be cleanliness is next to godliness. You guys
yeah. And when I go back and think about it, this was in July, so July was extremely wet.
Flies are a big problem that I can't stand too. Like, it's awful. I can't stand flies. I can't stand roaches, man. Those are two of the most insects that are probably, at the top of my list at wanting to get rid of or wanting to exterminate the most. Like, I don't even know what they do. They don't do anything but spread disease. What does a roach do? I hear a roach breaks down dirt or gets rid of dirt or whatever. What does a fly do? A fly spreads effing disease. That's all it does.
Yeah.
A fly serves no purpose.
Yeah. The only roach that I've ever cared for was, one that like gave me pleasure. if you know what I mean. So it's like, yes, no roaches. The flies are the worst because they're annoying. That's the worst part, Wags, because it's like this just zzz, there they are.
My God.
My wife goes ape shit when the flies come in. People
You're
pick
gonna make
up
me
your
go
dog
ape
shit.
You're gonna make me go ape shit. Will, Jordan, what's up?
How are we doing, fellas?
Talking about
roaches.
somehow got on the conversation of flies, roaches, and insects, and Rodney going crazy with the funny little roach.
It's being a senior. It's called being a senior.
Yeah, no, I had a wasp nest, two or three wasp nests that I had to get rid of. I didn't get the one, so the third's still up there. But yeah, it was so far up there that I couldn't get the can to reach the damn wasp nest. So we had to go through a couple of cans. Got my ass up on a ladder and finally was able to get some of the damn nests down there. But yeah, I had to wait till it was dormant and wanted to make sure that I didn't get stung. But a wild, adventurous day yesterday for your boy, man. Put me in the bed a little bit early last night.
Yeah, I bet. Sounds like a thriller of a Monday.
Yeah, home ownership. Will, wait till you do it, buddy.
No, I can't wait.
Very
Nothing
fun.
like being a homo, man.
Jordan's getting a little introduction right now. You see him signing over there.
Well,
What do you guys got? What's on the slate before Rodney embarrasses us even more?
Got Texas as one of the top remaining targets. Jake Krull, top 100 pass rusher out of IMG Academy, set to make his decision about hour and a half here, or just about an hour on the Pat McAfee show, and talk a little AP poll, a little college football in general, Venmo gate. Should be an exciting show.
Yeah, we touched on it a little bit earlier with Mateer, but I don't have a problem with it, man. As long as he's not betting on his teams and trying to influence that way, let the dude spend his money and waste his money however the hell he wants. He's just trying to get ahead, guys. He's just trying to get ahead.
Yeah, I feel the same way. But at the same time, really
dumb.
How can you do this? You know,
dumb are you?
How is this possible?
I don't know.
Like groceries, anything, groceries.
Private. Just put it on
cleaning.
private. Put it on. Don't let the public see what you're doing. Put it on private.
And do we not carry any cash anywhere? Does no
I
college
don't
athlete,
I don't carry cash.
A 10 or a 20. You know, you're making a bet on the USC UCLA game with your buddy. This is a teammate. You know, this is not a bookie that he was dealing with.
Yeah.
Surely you could just go private. Like, there are just so many ways for this not to happen.
I mean, I spend cash, but I don't carry cash. You know what I mean? Don't do it. All right, boys. I'm gonna bounce out of here. Get going for the day. You guys have a great day. We'll be listening, man. Be good.
See you later,
Rodney,
boys.
you got the app? You got the app still, Rodney?
Yes, sir.
All right. Later, boys.
Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That's Will Turboff. I want to start with the Venmo Gate stuff. OU's or Sooner Scoop, which is an Oklahoma affiliate for On3, came out with a report that Mateer is denying that he's ever sports gambled, and that he would never do such a thing, and that Oklahoma's investigating it right now, and that there might be a statement later today from Mateer and his camp. Now, you know, we got to think, where did this cat go to high school? Little Elm. Want to guess which casino is about an hour away from Little Elm? I mean, I lived about 10 minutes from Little Elm.
Yeah.
It's Choctaw. It's like, dude, you don't got to fool us, you know? And
well, Jordan, I'm not sure if that's so fair. A lot of people live within an hour of a casino. Like, there's nothing suggesting that this guy went to a casino or made official bets. Like, at this point,
no, I'm riffing, but it's also just like the Venmos from Arch Manning that have been exposed. It's like, man, how do you dummies not have this on private? You know what I mean? Like, I had Venmo in high school and was sending money to people to buy things that I shouldn't have got when I was in high school. And I was smart enough to know that my parents could look at that. And so I made it private. And I was like 15, 16. Like, it's not rocket science. And I know it's, you know, it's a lot of money, but it's still, it's a lot of money. And I know it's, you know, it's a lot of money, but it's still, it's a lot of money. And I know it's, you know, it's a lot of money, but it's still, it's a lot of money. And I know it's, you know, it's a lot of money, but it's still, it's a lot of money. And I know it's, you know, it's a lot of money, but it's still, it's a lot of money. And I know it's, you know, it's a lot of money, but it's still, it's a lot of money. And I know it's, you know, it's a lot of money, but it's still, it's a lot of money. And I know it's, you know, it's a lot of money, but it's still, it's a lot of money. And I know it's, you know, it's a lot of money, but it's still, it's a lot of money. And I know it's, you know, it's a lot of money, but it's still, it's a lot of money. And I know it's, you know, it's a lot of money, but it's still, it's a lot of money. And I know it's, you know, it's a lot of money, but it's still, it's a lot of money. And I know it's, you know, it's a lot of money, but it's still, it's a lot of money. And I know it's, you know, by default the transactions are public, but like even then, like it's not rocket science. And I also think it's hilarious, like even if he did or didn't sports gamble, that's the title, and that like Arch Manning has a Venmo to Will Randall that says like butt stuff from the summer of 2022. And that's funny to me. You want to know what I would put for the transactions to my friends who are on public? Hookers and cocaine. And I'd send them like $10 for the lunch they bought me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I love college football. You know, it's the off season when shit like this starts popping up. I also think it's hilarious that the Burnerverse was kind of who broke this thing open.
Yes, know? I think that's gonna kind of go. People are gonna forget that a parody account, a fake reporter, posted this. Like this was someone that their whole account is posting misinformation, and then they posted something real. So no one had any idea that it was real, and things like this have come out before. We had Snapchat gate, we had Instagram DM gate. There were a lot of fakes. So when you see something new like this, you assume, oh well, that's just too good to be true. That he would put sports gambling, USC versus UCLA, just have it out there. But somehow this one is real, and somehow he's not the only one. Will anything come out of this? Absolutely not. Like I said, there's no proof that he made official bets. Like, yes, I guess it is still illegal to bet among your friends, but they were betting the Pac-12 games. They just wanted to see what the rest of the Pac-12 was looking like, and this was when obviously when Mateer was up at Wazoo. So no harm, no foul, I think is what will end here.
I will say though, like the one that could really get him is the sports gambling with parentheses UCLA and USC. And it's funny too because people went and pulled up how that game ended. How Corey Foreman, former 5-star #1 overall prospect, who I think is now a San Jose State Trojan, if I'm not mistaken, might be playing Texas this year. Need to fact check that, but he dropped into coverage on a blitz and picked off Dorian Thompson-Robertson, and that's how the game ended. Like it was a crazy ending. I think USC, or he's at Fresno State now. Apologies. But that's the ending to the game. So if you did bet on it, I mean, he was in pain from that. And it's like, if Mateer's going to put out a statement, is Texas going to make Arch put out a statement?
No.
For putting stuff on there. And some of the transactions, too, were titled like THC and ZA, where it's like, Arch, like, you got to be careful with the way you joke here, buddy.
Well, yeah, we're not trying to get anyone into trouble here. That's what I want to make clear. We are, purely analyzing what has happened. I don't think that a statement is necessary from Arch because he hasn't explicitly broken any rules, any NCAA rules with any of these transactions. I guess maybe one.
NCAA doesn't drug test for THC anymore.
That's right. Yeah. So no. He's done nothing wrong here. It's just kind of going back to what he said. Like you just a little bit smarter than this. At the same time, I understand why they weren't. Why would you expect that a parody college football reporter would go into your Venmo and look at the name of the transactions? Like that is something that you wouldn't really expect. So I'm not gonna go down on John Mateer. Well, how dare you? Have public transactions. Just how dare you have a public transaction that says sports gambling?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's pretty funny. There's been like people just started typing in random college football names into the search bar. Like I saw there's a funny screenshot of Julian saying for the Minion movie from like 2022. I saw Marcel Reed one from it would have been like the summer he was taking OVs to someone that just said cover. So I mean, I don't know. Some of these are funny. The Arch Manning one, like the butt stuff, and some of those other ones. That was the summer he was officially visiting Texas, and was getting recruited by them. So
I'll tell you what, as someone who has a couple of friends on the football team as Venmo friends, it is not the first time that I've seen sports gambling like transactions. These guys, that's just how it is. I know it's against the rules or whatever, but these guys do make friendly bets with each other, whether it's for their own games. I'm not saying that they're betting on themselves, but friendly wagering. It's part of male camaraderie. Like, it's just
Okay.
that's all it's going to come down to with this.
Will, do you or does anyone in the chat know? Like, I know it's obviously against NCAA rules for them to bet on college games, but like, is it illegal for them to go to the casino and like play blackjack if they're actively a college football player?
I don't believe that's illegal at all. I mean, you think back to
What about if they're
Johnny.
like hopping on Prize Picks or Underdog? That's legal too, as long as it's not.
I think it's as long as it's pro sports. I believe that when you're an NCAA athlete, you're not supposed to be betting any college sport. I could be wrong about that, but for some reason, I think they can only bet on pro sports. Again, I don't think anyone's really checking, but I guess we saw it with Iowa a couple of years ago, and maybe Iowa State, and when they had a few guys go down. But
I think I've told this story, but it's funny to me that it's happening to an Oklahoma quarterback. Because whenever Denton Geyer played Allen in what would have been fall of 2022, Allen's quarterback was Michael Hawkins as a junior, hadn't committed to OU yet, but that was where it was trending. Denton Geyer's quarterback was Jackson Arnold, who was a senior at the time, already committed to OU. And the game was actually on ESPN. And Denton Geyer just took Allen to the woodshed. It wasn't close. But I'm on the sideline next to the Denton Geyer bench. And they score. Denton Geyer does. And I'm like next to a few different reporters, most of them OU guys that are there to see Jackson Arnold. And as he's running to the bench, he goes, "Hey, what's the score of the Bills game?" And, we tell him. And he's like, "Oh, shit, okay. How many touchdown passes does Josh Allen have?" 2. He's like, "Okay, cool. I need one more." It's like, yo, are you in the middle of your high school game asking us about the stats of Thursday night football? Because ESPN games have to be on Thursday night.
We're not hating.
You know what I mean? No, he earned my respect, and I already liked him, and I tried as hard as I could not to like him as an OU quarterback commit. But I really liked him, and I really thought he'd work out at Oklahoma more than he did, and I don't know why he hasn't. Especially because, this can lead us into talking some real things on the Lone Star Playbook. The reports coming out of Auburn are not good. Not good at all. This might be the final year for Hugh Freeze. I think it should be no matter what. I think it was a horrible hire for them. He can recruit, but he's an incompetent coach. But Jackson Arnold, it has gone from them treating Deuce Knight like, "Hey, man, just show up, try your best, no rush at all. We're going to develop you. You're going to sit, red shirt, take your time, and just, watch how it works." That was spring ball. Now it's in fall camp, and it's like, man, we love the growth you've made, the confidence you've had, and all that is his stock is going up as Arnold's is going down. And the whole thing, too, is nuts because they let Walker White walk to Baylor. And apparently the whole problem there was they didn't want to pay Walker White top dollar. You know who they're paying top dollar that might get replaced as starter? Jackson Arnold. So, Auburn, man, I don't know who can fix that place. What everyone thought, I guess thought, some people still think it what Texas is, where the boosters run everything and the brass is way too much power and, blah, blah, blah. It's run by people outside the program. That is what Auburn actually is. It's what it is. And they're a great program with great tradition, Heisman winners, national championships, SEC championships. But, man, they need better decision makers on their board or whatever you want to call, or they're a new AD, I don't know. Because they have so much potential and they always fall short. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, I think that leads us great into some top 25 talk. Make the shift from recruiting to real ball here. Texas, for the first time ever, a week after being named the number one in the coaches poll for the first time ever, is the number one in the AP poll. First time in program history. Jordan, your thoughts on Texas as the number one team by, I believe it was 6 points over Penn State, as I pull up the rest of the 25 here.
Yeah. I mean, this doesn't have to do with Texas being number one, but kind of surprised Ohio State wasn't put 2, so the matchup couldn't be 1 versus 2. But, I mean, nonetheless, it'll be good, 1 versus 3. With Texas, I was kind of surprised that not only is it the first time they've been number 1 in the preseason coaches poll, first time they've been number 1 in the AP poll, or preseason AP poll. That was fascinating to me. But I don't know. Don't have a ton of thoughts. They have Arch Manning. It is, I'd say, somewhat expected. I think anyone that followed the Longhorns this offseason would have expected them in the top 3. But, man, to be honest with you, I don't know, like, how accurate this is.
Well, it's a preseason poll. Like,
and I'm not trying to pour cold water on it, but, like, the closer we've gotten to the season, the more and more and more I've been concerned about the offensive line.
I think it's something like, we'll get to Texas in just a second, but wanted to do a little just top 25 overview. Something like 27 out of the last 29 seasons, an unranked team has ended up in the top 10. Like, there's going to be, the rankings are not going to look anything like this, even probably in October. Just off the bat, like Ohio State or Texas will have a loss. LSU or Clemson will have a loss. You know, Bama goes into Florida State. Notre Dame has a couple of big games early on. Like, there are going to be some dominoes that fall here. Miami plays Notre Dame week 1. There's going to be a lot of dominoes that fall. And really with the amount of top 10, top 20 matchups that there are in non-conference, I mean, it seems like there's more than ever. I would guess that this top 10, not even 5 teams are remaining by the time we get to October 1st. And this preseason one, I think, is the hardest one to do in several years. You have Texas with a quarterback that's only started 2 games. You have Ohio State coming off a national championship and clearly having the best roster in college football. And there's also a case to be made that they have it again this year, but they don't have, a guarantee at quarterback. And they lost some of their biggest playmakers. And then you have, Clemson moving up from 14 in the final poll to 10 or to 4, up 10 spots. Where you're just kind of going off of, okay, they had a lot of great sophomores last year. Cade Klubnik took another big jump. We're expecting another big jump this year. We're going to be really high on them. Oregon's a team. They got a first place vote, and I think, could have gotten even more with what they have, but it's the same thing. They don't have a safe bet at quarterback. Like, still, I don't think one has been named there. And even like in LSU was kind of surprising to me as a top 10 team. But we're just going based off of players. Like, that is what it is, a pure talent thing at this point. Texas has the most talent. They're going to be the number 1 team. Penn State has the most returning talent. They're going to be the number 2 team. So it's more of a crapshoot than ever. In regards to, Ohio State not being 2, it's unfortunate, but you can't, it's not like these voters are colluding with each other to get up, a ranking. If there was a college football playoff ranking year round, it surely would have been 1 versus 2. It doesn't matter, who would have been at what spot. Texas and Ohio State would have been 1 and 2. But, Penn State was very, very close. There were 2 first place votes. That was it. They could have had the same amount of first place votes as Texas and still been the number 1 team because a lot of people had Texas, on fringe top 5 or number 4. So, like you said, it's a little disappointing that it's not going to happen that way, but we respect the voters.
Yeah, I wonder if I don't know. I wonder if these people are aware that after JT Lindsay got put in jail, that LSU now has 3 scholarship running backs. I'm fascinated to see that and how they do this year.
They've got a guy named Caden Durham who was considered to be one of the best returning running backs in the country, and did way more as a freshman than anyone would have expected. So
yeah,
they've got weapons all around. Is Nussmeier ready? That's the big question there, because I know there's been some rumors that he is maybe dealing with a leg injury that's a little bit more major than LSU has led people to believe, or even led people to believe at all. And I'm not sure if an injury has been kind of mentioned at all, but that is there.
It has. Brian Kelly did a whole press conference on it after it blew up on Twitter and said it was like tendinitis in his patella tendon, and that he described it if we're going off scale of 1 to 10 on like Panic Meter, it's a 1.5. That's what he told the media. And that he'll be good to go week 1 and all that, and that he's perfectly fine. The thing, though, like the reason I'm so concerned with LSU, like, yeah, you have Caden Durham, but one of those 3 scholarship running backs is Harlan Berry, who's a true freshman. And he was the number 1 running back in the country, I think, for pretty much everyone last cycle in 2025. The thing is, he played the lowest level football in Louisiana. Not just public school, private school. And, you know, I should take that back. It was private school, but private schools in Louisiana, it's actually better competition than public-based. You know, it's because of how shitty their school systems are. The best football players always end up in scholarship at the private schools. That's just what it is. But like as much as shit that Arch Manning got for playing the second lowest classification of private school ball, Harlan Berry played the lowest. And he was also a kid that never really had an off season. He was always in track and started all 4 years of varsity football, but 3 of those years were cut short due to injury. And he played his high school career around 175 pounds. He's now 190. But he's going to be playing in the SEC, and he will have to play as a freshman. So, like, as history has shown, they could go from 3 to 2 running backs. Like, what happens then? And even then, like, are you having to scrape Caden Durham off the turf after every carry by week 5? Like, I don't know. But, hey, shout out to the walk-ons at LSU. They are getting coached harder than they ever have in their entire life.
Just like we saw at Texas about this time last year.
Yeah, they need to get them a I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. Who's the walk-on running back for Texas that played last year a little bit?
Colin Page.
The GOAT. Okay, yeah. This is why I wanted to ask this question, because I remember this part too about the Iowa State players. Iowa also got screwed from that. But
yes.
There's a player at Kansas that I covered in high school. Had a pretty good relationship with him. This is years back. And we're friends on Snapchat. I'm on his private story still. I don't know why. We haven't talked in years. But, like, he's at the casino like 3 times a month posting on his private story. And every time he drives home to Texas through Oklahoma, he's stopping at Choctaw too. And, like, he's playing roulette, he's playing other stuff, blackjack. Like, that's the main reason I asked. And he's not the only Kansas player doing it either. So,
I mean, I just couldn't tell you. I'm going to try to look it up here, but, you know, I just don't know if that's legal or not. Yeah. One little last thing before we get back to a little bit recruiting. The back half of this top 25, anyone catch your eye? You know, Oklahoma and A&M being ranked in the top 20. OU was not even in, not ranked at all in the coaches poll. You see Tennessee going all the way down from 9 to 24. And as a proud Nico Patriot over the last 6 months or so, I'm not surprised to see him this slow. That's what a guy like that impacts on your team. Boise State somehow still being ranked. They're the only Group of 5 team to be ranked, and really no one else was even close. Tulane had 23 votes, but that is about a tenth of what Boise State got. Indiana staying in the rankings. Ole Miss taking a big dip. That was kind of the biggest surprise in the bottom half for me. There's been a ton of confidence in Austin Simmons and the entire offense that they have there. They lost a lot of skill position players. Trey Harris and Dart, obviously the two that put it all together for you last year. But Ole Miss has done a good job of rebuilding year to year over the last 3 years. And it's hard for me to believe that with a guy like Austin Simmons, who they have invested a ton of time and resources in, getting him on campus 2 years early, he's going to be one of the youngest starters in college football this year. And he's already in his 3rd year, in Oxford. So I have a ton of confidence in Ole Miss, and I think they will heavily outplay this ranking of 21st best team in the country. Florida right there at 15 is a really interesting one because I think they have a higher floor than most teams in the SEC. They have a lower floor than most teams in the SEC, but they also have a higher ceiling than just about anyone. Lagway has the potential. I'm not saying go out and make a bet right now, but Lagway has the potential to turn in a Heisman level season this year. seeing what he did last year and knowing that was really the start and that he was playing injured for the majority of his starts.
Well, he might be playing injured again. He's missed fall camp.
Right.
And so have a lot of the starting receivers. It's like, who is he throwing to,
Yeah. I mean, I think we're kind of in the same situation that we were in with Florida last year, not to the same extent, which just Florida plays this gauntlet, and how are they ever going to get out of this? They're going to need some kind of miracle, and of course, Lagway ended up being that miracle for them. Like I said, there's not as much panic this year, but I do think there's still a ton of pressure. So, like that, Michigan at 14. Ooh, one of the teams that was not ranked. You can see a few here: Oklahoma, A&M, Florida, Michigan, Tech. Tech hitting their highest AP ranking, preseason AP ranking ever. After not ending the season in a great way, but Michigan there at 14 with very, very likely a true freshman quarterback, and a team that is not exceptionally skilled at receiver and running back. That was an interesting one to me. I know, when you look at the Michigan schedule, they're not playing a ton of powerhouses, and really it should be pretty smooth sailing up until they get to Ohio State in terms of the competition. But as we saw last year, they can go out and lose 4 games, 5 games, 6 games. So, not so sure about them as the 14th best team in the country.
Yeah. These are my thoughts real quick with Florida. Man, if Lagway goes down, I mean, I know that's obvious, but I didn't even know this. Their backup, based off looking at their roster, I heavily expected to be Harrison Bailey, who, if you know that name, it's because he's played at Tennessee, UNLV, and Louisville, being generous. I should say he's suited up. They still have Aiden Warner, who is the former Yale player that ended up starting versus Texas last year. And then they got Tramel Jones Jr. I forgot he was their 2025 take. That was Jamie French's quarterback at Jacksonville Mandarin and was a big part of Florida's push to flip French late in the cycle there. But, man, I'll just roll through some of these, the ones that I have thoughts on. SMU, I love it. I need to look at their schedule. But, man, I love Kevin Henry Jennings being the guy and having a full offseason to being the guy. I know this season ended horribly for him versus Penn State. But luckily, they probably won't have to play in cold weather until the playoffs if they make it back there. So there's that. And, hey, if they do well enough, maybe they have a home game and they don't have to go on the road up north and they can avoid that completely. Oklahoma, on the other hand, this is about what I expected. The reviews on Mateer have been glowing from people that aren't just covering Oklahoma specifically, national folks that have made it to practices or whatnot. A little worried about their receivers. Deion Burks, he's really strong. That's a player that Texas tried to get a few years ago out of the portal. That's a player that's going to play in the NFL. But a lot of it is group of 5 or FCS transfers, and they're kind of trying to moneyball it. I'm very curious to see how this pans out. And then with Oklahoma as well, their top 3 offensive tackles, Michael Fasusi not included, have all been injured throughout fall camp. Now, all of them are expected back by week 1. But, man, if they start going down on the O-line again, it could be a repeat of last year. So that concerns me. Their strength will be their defense. And if Mateer is the golden boy he is, they'll be just fine. But if that O-line struggles and he struggles, they're going to need the defense to score touchdowns to win games just like they did last year. Indiana, very curious to see how that goes. I can name maybe 3 players on Indiana's roster. One of them's Jameer Johnson, who played at Texas. One's Bray Lynch, former Westlake Chaparral. The other's Fernando Mendoza, which very curious to see how that experiment goes. You talked about Ole Miss. At this point, I'm not putting any stock into them. Y'all got to prove it. I'm a huge Austin Simmons fan. I like the story. Very interesting high school recruitment, and it was kind of his dad that orchestrated the whole thing. But man, y'all had so much hype, all this blah blah blah. Oh, we're gonna be Georgia this year. Oh, blah blah blah, and you lost to Kentucky at home. Kentucky,
they did beat Georgia though.
In Oxford since 1972. So, the which game are they going to lose that they shouldn't? Because it's going to happen. It happens every single year. It's happened every single year. Ole Miss has been there. So I like them. They got Prince Will Umanmielen, the younger brother of Princely Umanmielen, Maynard products. And the younger one is a much better human being than his older brother. We'll see if he's the player that his older brother is. And, they got other pieces. Suntrine Perkins. They got Luke Haas out of the portal from Arkansas. They got a few different portal pieces. But, again, it's just like, man, the last few years y'all have shown y'all are losing at least one game you shouldn't, and it'll be in horrible fashion. Even the Florida game last year when Jackson Dart melted down in the fourth quarter. Like, it's going to happen. And I'm going to continue to expect it to happen until y'all prove it won't.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jordan. I'm going to go ahead and make a prediction. So Ole Miss has a very similar schedule to what they did last year. They play Kentucky week 2. It's the first SEC game. It's in Lexington, but they're not facing Brock Vandegrift. They're not facing the talented receiver room that Kentucky had last year.
Brock Vandegrift is so bad at football, he medically retired to cover up how bad at football he was.
Yeah,
sorry.
They've got Zach Calzada now, which was my point, is that you're going a little further down. So they've got Georgia State to start the year. Then they're at Kentucky. Then they play Arkansas, Tulane. Their first 4, I see it being very hard for them to not go 4-0. And then they've got LSU. That one's in Oxford. That'll be I think a phenomenal game, especially, with what Nussmeier's looking like at that point in the season. Already kind of battle tested. They will already play Clemson, as that game's week 1. They've got Wazoo. That one's in Oxford as well. And then they're at Georgia, in Norman, and then South Carolina, 3 weeks. You've got to win 2 out of those. And you would expect that they will be a favorite against both Oklahoma and South Carolina. I don't know. Being in Norman, that one is kind of interesting. Of course, Oklahoma will have already played Texas by that point on October 25th. They've got the Citadel. They've got Florida. Those are both in Oxford. And then they finish the season up in Starkville in the Egg Bowl. Jordan, I'm telling you right now, this is at the worst a 3-loss team.
We'll see. We will see. I also have no idea who the backup would be if Simmons got hurt. That is,
I want to say Walker Howard, but he may not be there.
I haven't heard that name since I don't know when. You
Yeah,
got Spencer Sanders back there still?
I don't think he's still there. The backup quarterback is Trinidad Chambliss, and behind him they have AJ Maddox and Makulai Smith, and they also have Shoki Itarash.
Yeah,
a couple transfers. 3 out of their 4 backups are transfers, and I've never heard of AJ Maddox. So they had a good amount of depth in that room the last couple of years. You mentioned with Spencer Sanders, and they did have Walker Howard for a year. I believe he's actually at ULL now. But not a lot of names behind Austin Simmons.
Fun fact: AJ Maddox is a former Texas A&M commit.
News to me.
Lane Kiffin flipped. Yeah, he had a younger brother that was a year younger than him. There was a top 270 lineman. I don't know where he ended up. I think it was Ole Miss as well, I assume. But Texas camped him in the summer going into his junior year. And his brother, the quarterback commit for A&M, showed up that day to watch. He didn't camp. Texas didn't camp him. But, I took a photo of him walking in. I'm like, Texas A&M QB commit AJ Maddox this year. Trying to give me some clicks. It did 0 numbies. Why? Because he was like a 3-star that even A&M fans are like, we don't want this guy. So that kind of tells you that Austin Simmons has to stay healthy this year.
Or the guy's been developed in the last 2 years. You never know.
How many guys has Lane Kiffin developed out of high school at quarterback?
It's a good point. It's good. But Austin Simmons is really the first true test. Because I couldn't even tell you who was the quarterback there before Dart.
Yeah.
I've got some reactions. There were a couple coaches that reacted to their ranking. So what Sork said, which I thought was really interesting, and some of the most well-spoken that he's been in a long time, talking about not voting in the coaches poll and how he doesn't really understand how people pay attention to everything. One guy feels a different way. And Jordan, you can take a guess, but I think it would be the first guess, and you'd spoil it for everyone. Kenny Dillingham has something to say. Although I think Kurt Signetti could have been the name here.
I don't get what he's referencing here.
Kenny Dillingham says about being ranked number 11 in the AP poll.
I just found out about it. Thank you again. It's awesome. No, I don't. Awesome. I feel like the number 11th ranked team should get an indoor built pretty quickly. That's about right.
I feel like the number 11 team should get an indoor built pretty quickly. What he's saying here is that Arizona State has not been too fond of his very bold ideas to expand the program, expand the facilities, and part of that is getting an indoor facility. And in Tempe, Arizona, that's necessary. Like they consistently, just as Texas does, and the schools in the South, they have guys that miss fall practice because of dehydration. We just saw that with Wingo. I'm sure Arizona State is the same way, and you're not getting the humidity there. You're just getting pure dry heat that feels like about 115, 120 all throughout July and August. So my main takeaway from this is that Kenny Dillingham will be the name to know in all of the major searches. Yes, he's at his alma mater. Yes, he just had a great season where they won the Big 12 and made it to the playoff and almost beat Texas in a bowl game. But you can do a whole lot more somewhere else. And I think Kenny Dillingham pretty soon will realize that in Oklahoma, maybe in LSU, maybe USC, all make more sense for him.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I think this offseason will be the year that we really see how dedicated he is to Arizona State. Hey, Kenny Dillingham, you might not have an indoor, but you know what you do have? You know what he does have?
What does he have?
He has Camp Tantozona. I don't know if I said that right. Have you seen this?
I've not.
This is straight vibes. Shout out to their creative team. Amazing color grading on this. Not easy to do, and they did a great job. So I saw this video. I'm like, what the hell is this? Where are they? This is outside of the Phoenix area, and it's basically in the middle of, as you can see in the video, in the middle of these like kind of mountains, and there's a football field there. And apparently there's like, I don't want to call them barracks, but that's basically what they are, for the players to stay at. And each year, Arizona State goes up there for 3 or 4 days to do training camp. And apparently the tradition started in like the 60s. The coach at the time, who I think is like their all-time winningest coach or something like that, he's like, hey, we need this team to get tougher. And so he brought them up into the mountains, or I don't know what they actually are. They look like mountains near Phoenix, and they'd spend the entire fall camp up there, and they bust their ass. They practice at that field, and like if anyone made a mistake, they'd have to run to the top of the mountain right there. As legend goes, that's what it is. And since that year, that first year was their most successful season in like 8 seasons, the coach always came back. And every single year since, Arizona State has done their fall camp there. It's a pretty cool tradition. I didn't even know about it. Nowadays, considering, the logistics of it, they only spend about a weekend, 3 to 4 days. But, man, it's really cool. I believe it's like a state park, too. So you can go there even when they're not doing fall camp and kind of walk around and chill. You just got to pay for parking. But they held a scrimmage there that was available for fans. And it just seemed like a really cool, fun thing. They had some concessions, other stuff. I saw a bunch of Arizona State fans were like posting their kids playing around in the rivers that are right next to this field. Like, it's pretty damn cool. And one thing I didn't know, one of those Arizona State fans and his kids posted a video of like their kids catching crawfish out of that river. And it's like, since when have crawfish been in Arizona?
Yeah, been in Arizona, yeah.
I had no idea about that. And they look like little itty bitty ones that don't look like the ones that, we get from Texas or Louisiana. But like Kenny Dillingham, I get the complaining for an indoor, but you have that, which is pretty damn cool in my eyes. I don't know.
It's not enough. It's not enough. You want to be a perennial college football playoff team. If you want to be the best team in the Big 12, and that's what they're aiming for now, to be the best period in a conference that is wide open for someone to be the new powerhouse. Yes, it's a very cool camp. It is a very cool location, but that's not the issue. The issue is the heat and everything that goes along with, the problems that are solved by having an indoor facility. So We'll see if it's enough for him, but at this point, it doesn't seem like it is. There being a rift between Arizona State and Kenny Dillingham this early is a little upsetting, though, because we know how much he loved that job and wanted there. But I'm a big fan of the camp and some of the other camp traditions. A couple of the schools in the Midwest, Nebraska and Missouri, they sleep in like the freshman dorms the week or 2 weeks before they finish fall camp. There's a lot of really cool traditions across the country.
Yeah, this is the coach who started it, Coach Frank Kush, who David Keith Williams says coached the Sun Devils from 58 to 79 and historically has the most coaching wins in ASU football history. Yeah, even a bubble, like it doesn't have to be a true indoor, just jerry-rig it basically like Texas has for however many years with the bubble. Thank God they're, getting that new facility because, man, like the fact that the number one team in every preseason poll, their indoor facility, you have to keep the door shut and you have to have someone next to the door to tell people to keep the door shut so it doesn't deflate. Like, it's kind of unacceptable, And CB, I know nothing about this. Harbaugh taking his Michigan teams overseas. I don't know anything about that. But yeah, right, Bayless? Like he's an Arizona State coach, right? The jokes write themselves. All right.
Some more just kind of general college football news. Jordan, I don't know if you saw this, but Peyton Kirkland entered the portal in the spring. He's
at Miami, or did he leave Miami? Miami of Ohio.
Yeah. So he transferred to Miami of Ohio, and had been expected to play there. And I'm not exactly sure what happened, but apparently he never made it to campus, and he has flipped his commitment. So I guess he never even signed Miami, Ohio. He's flipped his commitment to UAB. So Peyton Kirkland now playing for a fourth team, although I'm not sure if we're supposed to consider Miami, Ohio as one of his teams. Again, I don't know if he actually made it to campus there. But Peyton Kirkland going from Texas to Colorado to UAB. And I don't want to rag on him. He's not the only player that Texas has signed, even in the Sarkeesian area, that has, ended up somewhere like a UAB or even worse than that, a Nevada or, something like that. But quite a fall from grace for Peyton Kirkland in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, I will say horrific mental evaluation by Texas. Like, okay. So first off, Texas is not included in his top 5. They're not included. He has never visited Texas before. And like I was told at the time, like 3 or 4 of those schools in his top 5 weren't even going to take him. And he was one of those kids that had 50 offers because he's like 6'7", 300 pounds and started on varsity as a freshman and blew up early. And then his recruitment went like that. He moved down in the rankings every update. And he commits to Texas after never visiting Texas before, after not putting him in his top 5. And like I remember when Hudson Standish called me and told me that. And I'm like, why are they taking this kid? You're telling me, I know they just signed the 2022 class they had, and it's 2023. It's Arch Manning. They're trying to piece some talent together, but like, what are they doing? And at the All-American Bowl, after listing himself at like, I think it was 340 pounds throughout his recruitment, he was 415 pounds at the All-American Bowl. 415. And I was like, oh no, this is not good. And within like a month of him being at Texas, heard that he kind of a wuss in the weight room. They couldn't do other stuff. He was always complaining about stuff. And like, they're basically trying to make him tougher, and they couldn't. He didn't play a single snap his one season at Texas, got pushed out, and then goes to Colorado. Can't play a single snap there his second year, and then transferred to Miami of Ohio in December or January, and then has now transferred, like you said, to UAB, where he'll be playing for Trent Dilfer. And if Steve Sarkisian and Deion Sanders can't get this guy to turn the corner, is Trent Dilfer? Highly doubt it. I wish the best for him. He was a very funny young man, but one of the worst mental evals of the Sark era, without question, in my eyes. You know who else who actually is at Miami of Ohio this year?
I do not.
Cordell Russell.
Oh yeah, I think we actually mentioned this on the show before.
Yeah, hey, you know who's a Miami of Ohio alum?
Just tell me.
Our boss, Kevin Ryan. Yeah. Hey, Doza, at least he got a W there. I do remember that. But real quick, I know you talked about it a little bit before to start the show, but Jay Cruel is committing on McAfee, and is it 11 a.m. Central or 12 p.m. Central?
11 a.m. Central. So it's just like we had a few weeks ago. And I just want to say something before we get out of here, is that I cannot stay on this time because last time when I was here for the Tyler Atkinson commitment, I accidentally showed some footage from ESPN. So at 11 o'clock, me and Jordan will be out of here. And you can have your own time to watch Jay Cruel make his announcement. And obviously, we'll be back tomorrow, and we'll have a ton of content on Horse 24/7 over the next 24 hours about this decision. But yeah, we're probably about 25 minutes away from Jay Cruel coming on the stage, because it was about 11:10, 11:15 when Tyler Atkinson was introduced.
Yeah, I mean, with Cruel, some back and forth swaying over the last few weeks. Texas had confidence and has had confidence for 2 weeks, but all that pretty much went mute yesterday afternoon. Oklahoma made a push, I assume a financial one. If not, it doesn't really matter. We expect the kid to go to Oklahoma. Thing is, Texas, they flipped an edge prospect from Oklahoma before. They can do it again. I know the first time it was Colton Vosick. They had the family ties. His dad played at Texas, and he's an Austin Wesley kid. Definitely different. But, I mean, it can happen. You just got to stay on him, continue recruiting him, and if OU falters and they get fired before signing day, where's he going to go? I highly doubt it's Ole Miss. But on the other hand, if you're Texas, do you move on and try to flip Trent Henderson? I would. The thing is, Trent Henderson's going to be a lot more expensive than Jay Cruel would be, because he's a better prospect who can play both edge positions, where I don't want to call Jay Cruel a one-trick pony, but he is a buck that can only play buck and can really only rush the passer at this stage. So, I mean, Trent Henderson is going to be much more expensive. I could see them going the senior eval route. I love Carter Buck at Lake Travis. I think TCU is getting a steal. I know I'm a Lake Travis homer or whatever. Call me whatever you want to call me, but like Carter Buck is one of the more slept-on recruits in the state of Texas. There's no doubt in my mind. Could also see them maybe looking at Jesse Ford at Arlington Martin. He's also a TCU commit. That one will be rougher considering TCU has his former Arlington Martin head coach on staff now, Bob Wagger or Wager, whatever it is.
Wager, yeah.
And trying to think of other edge names. That'll probably be a story I have later today. But, I mean, with Cruel, I could see them playing the long game. I could see them hitting them with what they told Felix Ojo. If it's not Texas now, it will never be Texas. So, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what Jay Cruel does here in a few minutes and go from there. But, yeah. And Steven Delgado with a good question. Right now, Carter Buck is the better prospect. But Ben Duncombe, I believe Ben Duncombe has the higher ceiling. He also has better offers. It's because of it. I mean, he went to state for the shot put and finished 8th. He has a dad who played big-time college football at Texas. His uncle played big-time college football at Texas. His grandpa did before going on to be a wrestler. Same with his uncle. And his older brother also didn't ever end up playing at SMU, but signed to play football there. He's also like 6'5" with a +6 wingspan, and he's maybe 255 pounds right now, soaking wet. He has frame space to get over 300, and he's a long-term developmental project take. That's why his offers are like Kentucky and Oklahoma State and Wisconsin. But if you can dedicate yourself to developing that player for 3 years and being patient, you can really get something out of it.
Yeah.
So Ben Duncombe, I think, has the higher ceiling. Carter Buck's a better player right now as far as it goes with Texas. I think Buck has a better shot. Nowadays, almost no one at these big-time programs like Texas wants to wait on these kind of developmental players to develop them because they can get you fired sometimes. So I think Buck definitely has a better shot than Duncombe, but, I mean, I'd love for them to offer either one of them. It'd be awesome.
Sure would. Jordan, I think that's about it as we kind of prepare for the Jay Cruel announcement. One little thing here. I'm not going to bring anything up. But Michigan secured, we're going away from Texas for a second here. Michigan secured a 2027 quarterback commit yesterday by the name of Peter Bork. He's from New England, I believe, somewhere in the Massachusetts area. Plays pretty low private school competition over there. 2027, so he's not this class. He's 2027. Peter Bork is 1 month older than Bryce Underwood, who turns 18 next week. So this guy, Peter Bork, likely will not start if he ever plays in Michigan until he's a senior. And then he will still be younger than Bryce Underwood. That's always going to be the case. He will be like 22 or 23, having been not someone that, transferred a couple times and got extra years. Like his 4th year, he'll be older than a good amount of NFL draft prospects. So I thought that was really funny. Michigan with really 2 extremes, one of the youngest quarterbacks in the country and now one of the oldest quarterback recruits in the country. Just thought that was...
Yeah, I mean, he could play year 2. He'd have to compete with Brady Schmeigel, who is, I think, equivalently like meh compared to Bryce Underwood. But, I mean, I don't know. And the reason that he's a month older is because Bryce Underwood is supposed to be a 26. He skipped a grade.
Right.
And Bork is clearly supposed to be a 26 as well, except he went the opposite way and was held back. So, yeah, David Keith Williams is the question here. How would you compare 2026 edge rusher Trent Henderson to 2025 edge rusher Javion Hilson? I agree with you, man. Like Henderson is the length and athleticism speed guy, but I mean Hilson has kind of those wider shoulders and is more powerful, at least at this point in his development, or when compared to Henderson as an incoming senior. Hilson brought you more. There was a higher floor in terms of run defense. I believe similar, like height, weight, size. Hilson might be an inch or two shorter, and he's not as long as far as like arm length and wingspan. But yeah, they are similar to some degree. And by the way, have heard Javion Hilson has been effing menace at Mizzou. Like might play this year. I don't know about start, but he's gonna play probably. And was kind of interesting to me because his whole recruitment is who's gonna pay me the most. And usually those kids, year 1, it takes kind of a minute for them to put it together and a fire to get lit underneath their ass. But, I mean, maybe it's just Mizzou doesn't have any edge rushers that, he's not already better than or more talented than. I don't know.
Yeah, no more Williams Nweri in Como. So the pressure is there for him. I know that.
Yeah.
They've had some bad roster management moves over the last couple of years.
Yeah, real quick, this is how I want to finish it. Did you see what the update on John Gruden yesterday?
I did, yeah.
Bro, he is about to get
good amount of money.
A crazy check. Because the NFL isn't letting this thing go to the Supreme Court. They're not letting that happen. They're going to settle with him. They can't have their dirty laundry exposed in front of the entire world. It's just not happening. So I don't know if it's 7 zeros or 8 zeros, but major bag alert for Mr. Gruden.
I'm not so sure that 8 figures is the ceiling here.
No, I was saying zeros.
Oh, yes, 8 zeros, yes. I think so, very good chance of that.
He's about to get paid. I mean, the things that they exposed him for, obviously, was a horrible look for him, but they also leaked it to the media and left a paper trail showing that they did it. Yeah. So, I mean, they're going to have to pay for that. Up next, our friends at SEC Unfiltered give their official predictions for the 2025 SEC season. Will the Longhorns win the league in year 2? And then at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay, they'll be back on the live stream, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever your live stream. Everyone who tuned in today, Jake Bayless, Stephen Delgado, David Keith Williams, Nathan. Appreciate it a ton. Rodney Doza, thank you so much, CB. And, hey, we'll see you tomorrow. Lone Star Playbook signing out.